In this world, it is a secret that can only be used by people of the chosen bloodlines. This is an indisputable natural law. The poor could never hope to use it. In a world dominated by natural selection, the boy was lying face down, alone. The boy was lying down, and two adults were standing over him, fists clenched. They called him a little rat because he dared to decorate their food. "It's time to pay your bills." One of the adults kicked the boy in the stomach. The second one also joined in the fun business. The boy thought that when he decided to steal, he was already ready to die. He was so hungry that in another couple of days he would never need food again. He had a lot to say. Tired of beating him, one of his attackers asked him if he had any excuse for what he had done. The boy looked up and thought that the world was cruel. While others live quietly in warm homes, he and the other orphans have to live near death every day. The aristocrats, that's what they call people who are blessed from birth. They will never know such a life. For as long as he could remember, all the food he saw was their waste. He was always ready for this. The people who were beating him now could easily have killed him. He was already pretty sick of it. But he was already tired of losing. The boy decided that he would not run away again. He won't run away from the world anymore. All of a sudden, all of his negative energy that had accumulated over the years spilled out. Two adults flew several meters away and hit the wall of the building. They were amazed. Is this really magic? But magic is only available to nobles. How did that little bastard manage to use it? The boy himself was also taken aback. Was it really magic? Of course, only nobles can use magic, but he had heard somewhere about cases where commoners suddenly gained magic abilities. One of the adults asked the boy if he was one of the cursed bloodline. The boy didn't answer, but got up from the sidewalk and walked away. He didn't have a specific route, just blindly ran straight into the darkness. Something told him that if he was caught again, then gone. It was getting cold outside. The light was dimming in the boy's eyes, and his head was blurry. He was sitting against the wall of a building, thinking that this was how it was going to end. Then a man in expensive clothes came up to him. He looked at the boy and said that he had good eyes, but he looked pathetic. Malnutrition, plus a serious form of frostbite. Perhaps, in addition, loss of feeling the sensation of fingers. Broken ribs. The man sighed and said to the boy that he had two options and the choice was up to him. He can die on the side of the road like the last mud, or he can go with him and live like a hitman. He didn't know what the man meant by killer, but deep down he knew that if he stayed here under this winter sky, he would never be able to get up again. The boy struggled to reach out to the unknown man. He said it looked like they had a deal with him. Then he asked if he had a name. The man was very persistent and straightforward. He knew the boy's voice was gone, but he asked for his name anyway. Coughing, the child barely called out his name, Ars. The stranger held him close and told him that from today on, he was his son. If that old man hadn't found him that day, 10 years ago, he would have died on the street. And now Arsvilzard works in the shadow of the city as a magician. It can be found where it reeks of blood and is dominated by smoke. Time, place, doesn't matter to him. Following orders to kill complete strangers was a whole new life given to him by that old man. This place is Parakinos, a dark city, a mysterious city that is shrouded in darkness and hidden from the light of the sun. Narrow streets shaded by tall buildings, like dead walls, let in only small glimpses of light, creating an ominous atmosphere. Here time passes differently, as if captured by a series of endless alleys, each of which seems to lead to an endless void. Dark shadows, like living things, hide the secrets of the city, and they hide the worst human fears and desires. Parakinos has become a place where it is difficult to distinguish between good and evil, where the lines between morality and immorality disappear. The eternal night of this city turns it into a place where illusions become reality, and reality becomes an illusion. If you listen carefully, you can hear the whisper of shadows that carry conversations, deals, and intrigues. Every corner of the city holds secrets, keeping residents and visitors on their guard and ready to face the darkness that lurks in their own hearts. The worst human qualities permeate this city through and through. And in order to maintain public order, they made a contract with a certain nameless sorcerer's guild. Gregory Scanner would never have expected to be cornered so quickly. He, a 38-year-old double, two-star aristocrat with connections in the illegal slave business, although he had already been arrested 4 times, always evaded punishment, thanks to his noble origin. This person more than deserves to be on the guild's list of interests. Gregory was now sitting in an overstuffed chair in his office, smoking a cigar and staring intently at the man in front of him. He's the rumored Nighthawk guy. He knows it. He disappears into the darkness without a trace when the work is done. That's why he got his nickname. It's damn fast and awfully quiet. A killer with a royal warrant. Arsvilzard calmly replied that, indeed, they call him that, Nighthawk, but he does not really like this nickname. A really good assassin does his job in complete privacy. And as soon as he got that nickname, he realized that he was still too green. Gregory Scanner held up his hands and said that he had heard that the Nighthawk was killing its victims in an instant. He suggested that the killer get it over with faster. Gregory Scanner knew that Nighthawk had come to him and that this was bad luck. That was the end of his luck. Meanwhile, Ars had a bad feeling. It had been on his mind ever since he'd first entered this room. Gregory Scanner is a nobleman noted by the organization. Then where are all his guards? This person likes to act out dramas. It feels like he's trapped him. As if listening to his thoughts, guards armed with revolvers burst into the room from 4 directions. They couldn't let their master die. The cunning nobleman hid his guards for the time being. A thin smile touched Vilzard's lips. Strengthening magic and steel skin helped the young man instantly deal with the bodyguards of Gregory Scanner. After all, it is not necessary to use mega pretentious magic in order to kill a person. Just 9mm of lead does a great job. Gregory Scanner was not at all impressed by the deaths of the 4 guards. He leaned back on the couch and said it looked like it was all the famous Nighthawk could do. What a shame. Suddenly, a flat gun appeared in his hands, but Ars was prepared for such a turn. If a trap of this level could kill him, then he wouldn't be able to survive in this world for 10 years. Gregory Scanner's weapon was improbably in the hands of Nighthawk, the barrel of which he placed against the noble's forehead. The nobleman hissed angrily that Ars was just a brat. The young man agreed with him. He said that it was so. Gregory Scanner's head, shot through, fell limply back on the expensive sofa. The innermost secret of this world is that only the chosen of the bloodline can use magic. The poor never even hope to use it, but the cursed bloodline is an exception. The dry sound of a gunshot rang out over the deserted street of Parakinos. It marked the end of Vilzard's mission to the Gregory Scanner mansion. Ars lowered the gun and thought that he was done here. It only remained to quietly leave here. Suddenly, he felt the presence of magic. Reinforcements arrived in the room. It was a member of the Wizard Guild Sayaka, nicknamed the Buffalo. Ars stated that this is not necessary. They're leaving. The dark city of Parakinos was a special city. The crowds that persist even in the dark have given this city another name, the city in which there is no night. In this black-painted city, anyone can live as they want. The dark city of Parakinos has become a kind of anomalous phenomenon, magically permeated with the essence of darkness. This is a place where the hustle and bustle persists even in the darkest hours, as if the inhabitants of the city have signed a contract with time, making it impossible to slow down. This city knows no night. Its streets are lit up with pale lights and the ominous flickering of lanterns that cast their shadows on the facades of buildings. There is an atmosphere of freedom and selfless self-expression. Parakinos became a refuge for those who rejected conventional norms and resolutely chose the path of individualism. In this city, race, nationality, or age don't matter. Here, everyone can dress up in their own mystery costume, blending in with the overall mask of the dark city. Nightclubs and mysterious bars attract freedom-loving souls with their magnetism, giving them the opportunity to get lost in the shadow dance and enjoy the moment of eternity. The dark city attracts artists, philosophers, and those who seek inspiration in the depths of their soul. However, there is a danger behind all this freedom. The Lords of Darkness can find their adherents among those who seek to live outside the social bonds. The Wizards Guild, under contract with the city government, ensures that dark passions do not go beyond control, and that everyone can enjoy their freedom without becoming a toy in the hands of darkness. Vilzard and Sayaka were moving along the street of this city after leaving the murder scene. Bible asked Ars why he still uses firearms. Wouldn't it be easier for a wizard like him to finish them off with magic? The young man replied that for him, weapons are nothing more than trash, but using magic, he leaves traces wherever he uses it. Vilzard said that he also finds magic very practical. All you need is your body, and after a few training sessions, it will become much more useful than any weapon. Magical energy is a concentration of personal information, so he'd better leave it as little as possible. Besides, relying on magic to commit murder is a thing of the past. Modern magic research for killing is now more like the devil's whisper. Just then, Sayaka saw strange metal birds in the air. He said, "What the hell is this?" Vilzard replied that it was an advanced magic weapon. Automatic tracking device. It looks for traces of magic and pursues the target with restraint. He suggested that this device follows the magical energy of Sayaka. Bible said that no one would care if he just shot them. Vilzard noticed that this statement was expected from someone who joined the guild at such a young age. The magic energy of the fire bullet flew towards those birds. However, some were able to evade Magi Sayaka. Vilzard noticed that they wouldn't get far if they just continued to attack them head-on. Sayaka asked how the hell he was going to get rid of them. Ars replied that it didn't make sense, they could feel their magical energy. If this continues, he will never hit them. Then the fastest way is to just use their abilities against them. The target is about 100 meters away. Ars Vilzard pulled out a gun and said that this is the most reliable method. The first 2 bullets were filled with magical energy. They were needed to make the target move in the direction he needed it to go. Such weapons are very sensitive to magical energy and can easily dodge magical attacks. But without it, they turn into stupid garbage. The other 6 are ordinary bullets fired to kill. Sayaka happily exclaimed that it was just amazing. Ars Vilzard destroyed all 6 birds at the same time. The young man lowered the gun and said that this pathetic farting has the right to exist. Hidden deep in the alleys of the Dark City, the Yggdrasil Tavern for Travelers has long been popular with many guild members. Inside, the atmosphere was noisy and fun. Ars Vilzard was sitting at the table with his father. The old man said, looking lovingly at the young man, that he was getting better and better lately. Ars noticed that Dad was already well drunk. His name was Genos Vilzard. He patted the youth on the shoulder and said that even the higher-ups were confused about today's goal. He expressed confidence that they will be delighted. Genos Vilzard worked as a liaison between the organization and the state. He also once worked as an assassin under the name Golden Lion, but he decided to retire to train Ars Vilzard. Genos had told him that it had been 10 years since he'd started working. Aristocrats, royalty, magicians, and even holy knights. He's killed so many people in these 10 years. In a drunken voice, the old man asked if he remembered how many people he had already killed. The young man replied that he had lost count for a long time and asked when the next job was. After taking a sip from his glass, Genos stated that he was considering giving up orders for a while and sending him to school. Ars Vilzard was surprised to ask why he decided to do this. The old man replied that there was nothing better than being qualified as a sorcerer if he was going to live in this city. Reputation is the key to success, according to large companies. By the way, Sayaka has already received a license. He's a licensed magician now. It also means that they believe in him even less than they do in Sayaka. The old man said that after that incident 3 years ago, it was getting harder and harder for them to find a job. The biggest anti-government organization in Dark City is Reverse Crown. The anger born out of their actions 3 years ago still lingers in the hearts of many people. After the incident was resolved, the Reverse Corona slowly began to disappear until it completely disappeared, which in turn helped improve security inside the Dark City. The world is getting closer to the long-awaited calm. At this rate, unlicensed mages like him might be left penniless. Ars Vilzard said that he refuses. He had already forgotten that he was only 15 years old and most normal children at his age went to school. The old man looked his son in the eye and said that this was not a request, it was an order. He can't refuse. Ars closed his eyes. The main drawback in the organization. Orders are absolute and not discussed. At this time, Genos began to molest a customer. Ars Vilzard thought that the old man was already drunk. He'll have to take care of this drunk. The waitress pointed out to the old man that he was bothering other customers with his behavior. Genos jumped up from his seat and slapped the girl's face. He shouted that no matter where he went, they looked down on him just because he was a commoner. Isn't she also a commoner? He can't even get proper service because he's not an aristocrat. The girl tried to justify herself, but the old man did not listen to her and ordered to bring him more drinks. Ars Vilzard thought that here was another one who was not happy with his status as a commoner, such as it is often found in such places. This world is unfair. However, he is well aware of how he feels. He knows that there is no excuse for him for taking out your anger on others. The old man continued to brawl. He said that their job is to keep the peace and quiet in this city. Then he grabbed a bottle and smashed it on the edge of the table and threatened everyone. Ars Vilzard was forced to use magic school skills, arm strength to knock the old man down. He laid him down on the floor of the establishment and twisted his arm behind his back. The old man praised him and said it was a good job, even outside of working hours. Then he told the young man that he had left some papers at home so that he could look at them carefully later. This is a list of schools where he has a good chance of passing the entrance exam. Meanwhile, the girl thanked Ars for his help, and the young man said thank you for the food. He thought that his old man was interested in his son's future, but he was already getting a headache just thinking about starting school or taking exams. It's been 2 months since Genos Vilzard gave Ars the assignment to enter the school. The real spring has come, the time when a new life blooms. Ars Vilzard arrived in Midgard, the royal capital located near the Dark City. It is the largest city in the entire country. Ars Vilzard strode through the cobbled streets of the capital, heading for the monumental building of the Royal Academy of Magic. With every step he took, he felt a magical energy floating in the air, like a harbinger of mysterious knowledge and unknown forces. The main facade of the academy towered in front of him, as if inviting him to step inside and immerse himself in the world of magic. The Royal Academy of Magic in Midgard was famous for its unique training program, which included ancient rituals and modern techniques. It was a place where magic became an integral part of student life, and students gained not only knowledge, but also the ability to apply it in practice. He arrived at the Royal Academy of Magic building. Among all the possible options, he chose this particular magic academy, and there were 2 reasons for that. The first is the price. Education here is 10 times cheaper compared to other schools. For a school that only the rich attend, it's ironic that all the facilities are funded by taxpayers. Outside the academy building, the young man noticed a large crowd of candidates who were nervous and worried about the upcoming exams. The second reason is placement. Perfect location, walking distance to the capital and only 10 minutes walk from his apartment in the slums. This school, with all its advantages, undoubtedly attracts a large number of promising students. It seems that almost all the big shots of high society are gathered here. Arsvilzard, looking at the large crowd at the academy's gates, thought, so everyone else here is an aristocrat. It is very easy to distinguish an aristocrat from a commoner. Those who have medals near their collars are aristocrats, while those who don't have them are obviously commoners. Of course, there are those who choose not to show them and just blend in with the crowd, but such people are usually associated with the underground world. Suddenly Ars heard that some kind of scuffle was being planned. He had heard someone brawling about the low status of a student. He reflected that he hadn't been eager to get into trouble from day one. However, he came to the scene of the quarrel. The participants were a young man and a girl. The young man accused her of being a 1-star. The girl objected to him. What is this supposed to mean? Do 1-stars not have the right to attend the academy? Where is this written? An aristocratic-looking youth shouted that it really wasn't written anywhere. But she must consider one point, the reason for the existence of the aristocrat class. They are elite 3-star hotels with their own territories and trade connections. Then there are 2-star hotels, like the middle class with their own land. And at the very bottom, they are 1-star aristocrats with no land at all. Of course, everyone here is a 2- or 3-star hotel. And he added that this is much more than just written rules. This is the meaning of the noble duty. A 1-star can't cross Lord Deluc. She must know her place. Let him remember that and get out of here. Deluc came close to the girl and said that in this society, the stars mean everything. Those with few stars will always be under those with more. He was surprised that something so basic had passed her by. Arsvilzard modestly approached and asked what had happened. And the Lord thought smugly that it was the girl who had already completely closed in on herself. Arsu was answered by the girl's friend. She said she was molested as soon as she got here. The selfish blonde Deluc was especially good at it. Arsvilzard understood that such people think that the world revolves around them. For aristocrats, this is a common train of thought. Meanwhile, the impudent lord continued to pester the girl. He told her that defying a 3-star would get out of her way, but if she became his woman, then maybe he would come up with a plan. A friend thought that this impudent guy picks up girls right before the exam. How much he takes on himself. Arsvilzard apologized and asked her to step aside. He didn't want to waste time on love fights. At this time, one of the nobles noticed the young man's collar. It has no stars at all. The students were surprised. What is a commoner doing here? Arsvilzard was forced to stop. He asked, is a commoner really that rare? Frankly speaking, he thought that all these aristocrats gathered in one place was a more outlandish phenomenon. Deluc glared at Arsvilzard and said that even a starless commoner dared to cross him. He must know his place. What the hell was he doing here anyway? Ars replied that he just came to take the exam, that's all. How could there be any other reason? Many people were outraged. Is this guy really serious? A commoner is going to take the exam. Is this even legal? He thought that it wasn't their fault that they were at a loss. The Royal Academy does not have a class distribution. This is one of the few schools where the entrance is open to all comers. On paper, this is true, but in reality, not a single commoner has entered here yet. And now, a commoner is taking the exam. Deluc said angrily that he had never experienced such humiliation before. Did he really think nothing of their holy academy? Arsvilzard replied that this is what he calls humiliation. He definitely lived his life in an incubator. Deluc said he would teach him to respect the power of the aristocracy. Then he drew his sword. The entire crowd supported the lord and asked him to punish the impudent man. How dare he challenge the aristocracy? He doesn't belong here, let him go. Arsvilzard looked the evil lord in the eye and said that he should know that drawing a sword in the middle of the street is dangerous. The luck told him not to tell him anything, because he was a commoner. He would end it right now. Ars asked him what he didn't start with. Had his legs gone numb from fright? His threats, without any particular intent to kill, are simply ridiculous. The moment the enraged lord charged at the youth with his sword at the ready, he activated the enchantment magic, endurance spell. Arsvilzard took the exam invitation card with 2 fingers and held it up to meet the attacker's blade. Deluxe's punch was stopped by this small piece of paper. Ars calmly said that this noble academy really has high-quality paper. He thought that his magic still had a long way to go. He asked the lord what had happened. Didn't he just want to end it? Deluxe's anger deepened. He asked how much longer he was going to make a clown out of him. The girl who was molested by Deluca couldn't understand what was going on right now. His sword strikes are in the air. There were many things she didn't understand, but one thing she was sure of was that this guy was the strongest. Deluxe wondered why he couldn't do anything. This commoner leads in this game, and looks like he's holding back. What is he so afraid of? But there is no point in dragging out this fight. The lord launched a deadly attack. Arsvilzard performed a finger-strengthening technique and hit his opponent in the ear. Deluxe fell on his back, his blade flying far away. Holding his head in his hands, he asked Ars, what did he just do? The young man replied that he just gave him a click. Deluxe tried to get up, but found that he couldn't move. Arsvilzard calmly said that it simply paralyzed his semicircular canal, but it will recover soon. After that, the young man thought that this problem was over and there was no point in lingering here any longer. He wanted to leave, but was caught up by the girl Deluxe was bothering. The area where Arsvilzard and the girl were staying was called the assessment area. This area was intended for training. The girl apologized and asked the young man to give her a minute of his time. She said her name was Rena and she would like to thank him for what he did earlier. Ars looked into the girl's eyes, and it seemed to him that he had seen her somewhere before. He told Renee not to worry about it, he was just a better target, that's all. At this time, Rena's friend, whose name was Ryua, came up to them. She asked the young man to tell her his name. He introduced himself and asked, aren't they both one-star aristocrats? Ryua replied that the truth was that they were both very excited. As one-star students, were they really allowed to take the exam? But when they saw him, they were able to muster up their courage. Arsvilzard asked if one-star students are put in a worse position on the exam. Rena replied that it was true. Only in very rare cases were one-stars able to pass the exam. This means that in order to pass, they must show stunning results. At this time, there was a loud call for the examinees to gather in the central square. It was Professor Bubahara. He addressed all the applicants and said that he would be their examiner, and looked forward to their success in the academy. This academy was built on the principles of meritocracy, the principle of management, according to which leadership positions should be occupied by the most capable people, regardless of their social origin and financial wealth. Therefore, he is not going to load them with written tests. Whether they pass or not will depend on the results of 2 practical tests. The examiner asked them to pay attention to what he had prepared for them. If they manage to hit the magic target, then they have passed. If not, then you failed the exam. The old man pointed to 2 targets that were placed on stone bollards. Arsvilzard wondered if this test was too easy. Bubahara continued, everyone has 3 attempts, so they must try to activate their magic and hit the target. He is sure that every examinee can get in. At his words, many nobles reacted with dissatisfaction. They said that the target is very far away and the concession exam is just hellishly difficult. Arsvilzard wondered what kind of nonsense they were talking about. In real combat, there is no such thing as a standing target. What's the point of hitting a target that doesn't move? In the world of real combat, where dynamism and unpredictability become key factors, there is no place for standing goals. In this harsh environment, where every second can mean the difference between life and death, a static target becomes a dead target. In combat environments, survival often depends on the ability to adapt quickly to changing environments and respond effectively to new threats. Hitting a moving target requires a fighter to be able to detect, assess the situation, and react quickly. He really didn't understand what was going on in the minds of these aristocrats. However, the exam has begun. Arsvilzard was surprised by the poor preparation of candidates. Besides the fact that very few people hit the target, it still takes them about 20 seconds just to place the magic circle. In a real fight, this means giving your opponent 20 seconds of preparation. It turns out that he overestimated the abilities of his peers. The mages of the dark world he grew up in were true professionals who were hired by high-ranked nobles. The combat abilities of these children, who grew up without knowing adversity, can only be equated to the initial stage of magical training. The two most marked girls were Rinne and Ryua. Vilzard thought that only these two could be considered acceptable. Examiner Bubahara praised them and expressed regret that such talents were 1 star. Examinee number 398 was the last examinee. Bubahara grimaced as Vilzard stepped into the firing position. He whispered angrily that it was that imbecile commoner who dared to put his foot on the ground of this academy. He told the young man that he had 1 shot. If he wants to pass the next stage, then he only has 1 chance to pass this test. Bubahara warned that it wasn't too late for him to drop out of the exam and leave. The young man thought that if he just hit the target, then all this harassment would never stop. At the same time, he knew better than to stand out too much because of his work. But if he wants to pass, he has to show them a staggering amount of strength. He concentrated and released a fireball. Everyone was truly stunned, and only the unflappable and powerful Vilzard stood proudly, looking at the place where there wasn't even a sign from the magic circle left. There was a murmur of surprise among the entrants. What the hell was that explosion? Was it a fireball? Has anyone ever seen the magic circle? Is this lawless magic? But this is not possible. Isn't that just an urban legend? Vilzard thought that this was indeed non-spellcasting magic. As you can see, this is magic without using a magic circle. But unfortunately, it doesn't have something that impressive. It's just a normal magic that is activated by a normal magic circle, although its activation time takes only 1/10 of a second. As a result, this student with no combat experience feels as if magic appeared without the magic circle. Bubahara's examiner sternly asked the young man what he even allowed himself to do. He won't just cheat him. Even the fact that he uses such magic without a magic circle is impossible. He must have used some ruse. Vilzard replied that even if it were so, he does not see anything shameful in it. In the end, he completed the task. He believes that this fixation on the method, rather than on the result, is a sign of nobility. The old examiner had ordered him to use magic properly this time. Otherwise, he would be disqualified immediately. Vilzard realized that this guy wanted him to build the magic circle properly. Well, then, it was his duty as an assassin to meet his client's request. First, it will draw the base circle of the fireball as a base. This magic circle is a simple shape that beginners often learn. It will set the charge speed to maximum. With the foundation set, it wouldn't be a problem for him to put in a few more spells from above. Maximum power, spell form, spear type. Someone in the crowd urged the others to pay attention to this magic circle. How big will it get? Vilzard asked the examiner, is the circle big enough now? The old man said he was bluffing. This circle must be full of mistakes, and he'll end up missing. The youth thought with annoyance that this examiner wasn't going to concede no matter what. But since he insists, he decided to show them the ultimate magic, Gungnir. The explosion was so strong that all the examinees were on the ground, and he still managed to avoid a catastrophe, thanks to the fact that he rewrote the formula at the last second. But if he hadn't done so, there would have been numerous casualties. Bubahara was so surprised that he couldn't say a word. Was this guy really a commoner? At this time, the young man approached the old examiner and asked him if he was able to enjoy his magic. The old man was forced to admit that examinee number 398 Vilzard had successfully passed the first test. In the second test, came face to face with the look again. After passing the first test, Vilzard went down to the basement of the academy. The first test led to the fact that out of more than 400 applicants, at least 100 remained. There was an underground duel arena in the basement. No one would have thought that such a structure was hidden right under the academy. Bubahara announced that the second test will focus on fencing. This time, they will use pre-prepared weapons for them to fight among themselves. The examiner offered to look at the results of their many years of training. Then he ordered everyone to get their weapons, swords. The old man turned to Arsu and said that in the last test, he had the audacity to mock him. He imagines how he trained furiously to turn fire magic into his own little trick. He had seen quite a few infirm mages like him who were only good at one thing. Bubahara expressed the hope that he would not disgrace himself on the spot. In this world, there is no commoner who is superior to an aristocrat. They shouldn't exist. Vilzard had to admit that his words were not far from the truth. After that, the old man announced that he would now start announcing the opponents. He said that those students whom he will now name should take a step forward. He announced that number 398 and number 4 would fight first. Number 4 was Deluck. With a nasty smile, he approached the young man and said that he was very happy to see him in this arena. He never thought that he would be able to restore his honor so quickly. Looking at the arena, Yubahara gloated as he waited for this brash commoner to be put in his place. It was immediately clear to Arsvilzer that Deluck had something to do with this examiner. From what he could find out, it seems that there is a loophole in this school, thanks to which many students were able to enter with the help of bribes. He was 100% sure that the two of them were in cahoots. Meanwhile, the old man declared the battle open. Deluck immediately charged. Ars noticed that the swords were heavily blunted, so they couldn't be killed, but regardless, it was still a large piece of metal that the man was swinging. If he overdoes it, he may have serious problems. Deluck invited the young man to draw his sword. Arsvilzer guessed that this was an obvious attempt at provocation, but he had to play along. This is a swordsmanship test, so he'll have to draw his sword. Ars dodged Deluck's blow, but his own sword was broken. It seems that his sword doesn't quite meet the standards. No matter how you looked at it, this blow wasn't strong enough to break his sword. Just as he thought, Deluck knew from the start that this would happen. He was working together with the examiner and damaged his sword. An insidious trick to beat him for sure. A proud aristocrat threw in the young man's face that he had been practicing swordsmanship since he was 5 years old. Arsvilzer remembered that when his father picked him up on the street and started his assassin training, he was about the same age. Ars had to maneuver to avoid being hit by Deluck. He was egging him on, was running away like a rat all he could do. Did he lose his courage at the sight of real skill? Arsvilzer thought that it was true that he had something to brag about, but all these techniques from books would be of little use in real combat. Deluck informed his opponent that he would finish him off right here and now. Deluck threw himself into the attack. He thought he had chosen a good moment. Ars knocked Deluck's weapon out of his hands with the broken piece of his sword and landed a heavy blow to Deluck's jaw. The sound of the impact reverberated over the arena like a nearby thunderclap. Deluck, under the impact of the powerful blow, staggered back, reeling from the force of the blow. His jaw was throbbing with pain, and his eyes were filled with anger and confusion. I could hear his heavy breathing. For the next move, he said, this is what it means to end someone. If it finally dawns on him, then don't let him repeat those words again. Yubahara thought angrily that this guy didn't need an eye-popping weapon to defeat an opponent. If even with a broken sword, he made the opponent feel his killing intent, then most people would just freeze in place. The old man was forced to announce that Deluck was eliminated, and Arsvilzer became the winner of the duel. He was glad that he had passed the test now, but would he really be able to enter the academy? Of course, he had proven his abilities, but there was still a shadow of doubt in his heart. In any case, the problem exams have finally come to an end. Chapter 9. 5 hours after the entrance exam, a meeting was being held in the conference hall of the Royal Academy of Magic. Liara, a teacher at the Royal Academy of Magic, who was reviewing Arsvilzer's personal file, said that having such magical abilities, despite her position, is simply amazing. Yubahara said irritably that this was absurd. Would they allow a commoner to attend school on an equal basis with their children? This will have a detrimental effect on their own. They just can't accept such a student. Liara contradicted him. People like him can breathe new life into the academy. They must accept it. Still, the forum came to the conclusion that this dispute will lead to nothing, since they could not make a general decision. According to the school's rules, they are required to hold a vote. 4 members of the meeting were in favor and 5 against. It looked like the matter could be considered closed. Yubahara seemed pleased. Even just imagining a commoner studying at this academy is simply absurd. Liara thought that the ones who were against it were the conservative old school of the academy. She had heard that some of them helped students enroll for bribes. At that moment, Yubahara breathed a sigh of relief and declared that everyone would only benefit if everything remained as it was. But then Liara turned to him and said that there was another person whose opinion they did not listen to. She turned to the director with a request to express her opinion. He is known as a member of the Royal Knights, a peacemaking organization that is run by the royal capital. As an underground magician, he has considerable influence around the world. Right now, everything depended on this person. Headmaster Duke of the Royal Academy of Magic frowned and said that it had been a while since he had heard the name Vilzard. Genos Vilzard, the Holy Knight, is known for his legendary exploits. Some say that he single-handedly defeated an army of more than 100 mages without taking any damage. Others still say that he killed a colossal dragon with a single spell. And there are too many such stories about the power of Genos to count. But even so, one day he just disappeared. Based on one theory, he was ordered by the government to start working underground. Many people believe this is true, although there is no evidence for this. The director thought about it. It seems that they will have to reveal the real identity of this boy, because Duke and Genos were old acquaintances. They joined the ranks of the Holy Knights at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they became rivals. Everyone honed their skills in the hope of surpassing each other. Duke shifted in his chair and announced his verdict. Except, before Arsvilzard could break the news to his father, he found himself in Parkino's private club, which Janice Vilzard had dragged him into. He really wanted to drink to his success. When they sat down, the old man said he was surprised. I didn't think he could get into the Royal Academy of Magic. The girl serving snacks was also surprised. She never thought that Nighthawk would become a student. She assumed that all the higher-ups in the guild would fall out of their seats when they found out about this. This girl's name was Marion. She was another guild assassin with even more experience than ours. She once worked under the name Leopard, but she recently retired from frontline work, instead going into espionage. This girl helped Ars Vilzard as a child. Since her father was busy working, she taught him the basics of magic. Janice said to Ars that there was nothing wrong with brute force. The days of fancy tricks are long gone. It doesn't matter if he's underground or not. He needs a qualification. This is a trick for a calm and peaceful life. Marion noticed that after everything, their work had also changed a lot. Even the Parakinos had cooled down from what it had been before. Ars Vilzard remembered that when he first joined the guild, Parakinos was a place of lawlessness. There is a saying that some people cannot live without darkness. The villains of society began to escape from the capital's strict rules and settled here. And so, this city has become a hotbed of crime. What led to the birth of the organization now known as the Guild, created to take care of jobs that are too messy for the Holy Knights. The Guild is also known by another name, Royal Decree, which indicates its state origin. For the past 10 years, the Guild has been working covertly to exterminate the most dangerous inhabitants of Parakinos. Now, most people feel fear at the mere mention of their name. Thanks to this, the number of people doing rash things has decreased. At this time, an explosion was heard and a group of people entered the restaurant through a broken hole in the wall. The chief among them said that everything here is now owned by the Bruno family. He knows that this club has money. They told all the customers to be nice and put all their fucking shit in their bag. Janice Vilzard calmly told his son not to let himself get stressed out about it. Ars Vilzard thought distantly that any time of peace might one day be pointlessly interrupted. In addition, they were very unlucky. He doubted that they expected there to be guild members on the second floor. It looked like the attackers were some of the new color gangs. Color gangs, this term is given to various groups of delinquents who roam around the Black City. Each group works under a different color, often dressing in clothes of the appropriate color. Apparently, Bruno's family chose blue. Rising from his seat, the father asked if he needed help. Ars Vilzard put on a mask and said that he could do it himself. Chapter 10. Ars Vilzard asked Marion to put the renovation of the restaurant on his account. The girl replied that she would do it, but only today. After that, the young man began to deal with the violators of the order. They didn't understand where this kid came from. In the first few minutes of the fight, Ars realized that these guys were too strong for ordinary people. It's probably because they're on drugs. It seems that they also boost their combat abilities, among other things. Ars Vilzard continued to beat up the bandits, destroying everything that came to hand in his path. Even if they're drugged, these guys are still ordinary civilians, and they don't deserve to get their guns dirty. It was controlled by fists and improvised means. The bandits noticed that this man was wearing a mask and in the compartment with such force that it must be him. It's a Nighthawk. The chief raider said that with the power they were given, there was no way they would lose. Ars Vilzard was surprised. What was provided to them and by whom? It turns out that some more serious organization is behind this punks. The leader exclaimed that there was only one enemy, and if they circled him, he would be finished. He charged at the youth and shouted for him to taste death. Suddenly, the bandits saw that Black Hawk was missing. Ars realized that a few of these hoodlums could use magic, but they were still just third-rate magicians. Finally, the bandits realized that they couldn't defeat this man. They decided to retreat. Marion was in shock. After what they've done here, it's going to take a long time to clean up. Ars shouted after the fleeing bandits that they should not think to just run away. He didn't spare their lives out of kindness. He had to find out who was behind their invasion. The girl asked, would this monster be okay if he lived the life of an ordinary student? The old man replied that he was getting a little worried. This guy is a real man. Ars whispered in surprise, so this is what he looks like, the Raven from Brave Stars. Chapter 11. The morning after the incident in the Dark City, it was time for the Royal Academy of Magic's entrance ceremony. Ars Vilzard carefully tied the tie on his uniform and thought that after all, he really was going to attend school. After a long climb up the hill, he passed through the academy's gate. When he entered the hall where all the students of the academy were gathered, He noticed that the air was overly pompous. He began to search for his place. A girl waved at him, and he recognized her as Ryua. It was Rena's friend. The girl was very happy that Ars also passed the entrance exam. Rena was here, too. Her red hair was pulled back in a beautiful hairstyle that stood out among the students. Ars Vilzard noticed that there were an awful lot of people in the hall. Ryua replied that it was because there were other invited people present besides the examinees. The young man asked who the guests were. She replied that these were students who had received an exemption from the entrance exam. They are the ones who have power and power at the same time. The true elite, simply put. Many of the examinees were already high-ranking aristocrats. Ars Vilzard had no idea that there were people above them in rank. He realized that he stood out even more now. Suddenly, trepidation, fear, and anxiety filled the hall in an instant. The reason for this anxiety and strange emotions was the footsteps of a single person, Director Duke Academy. He addressed the students and said that he was grateful for the opportunity to welcome them all. Looking at Duke, Ars guessed that the man must be somewhere in his 40s or so, about the same age as his old man. Just one look at the way he walks is enough to tell you what a powerful wizard he is. His muscles are like steel, tempering, which can only be obtained by going through real battles. The magical energy flowing out of his body is always smooth and stable, so there are a few people in this academy who can fight after all. Ars Vilzard heard Director Duke's voice again. He said that there was one unchanging phrase known as the aristocracy's commitment. Today, the term is easily misrepresented and misused by many, but those who are born with the ability to wield magic must protect those who are born without it. Here is his original knowledge. The director stressed that these words have become one of the rules of this academy. They, 150 people who are chosen to protect the weak. The headmaster stated that he would like them all to remember this when they devote themselves to studying at this academy. He once again recalled the 7th rule of the Royal Academy. Those who are born with the ability to wield magic should do everything to protect those who are born without it. The audience burst into applause. That was the end of the director's speech. Arsu, as a commoner, found all this hypocritical. The young man listened to the conversations in the hall. Those present talked about the fact that the headmaster was a knight commander. Ars Vilzard understood the reason why Duke left such a strong impression after his performance. That's because he's a former knight. Knights and guilds exist as two sides of the same coin. They were founded to carry out the work of knights, which is too dirty for them. No wonder such a banal phrase came from a guy like him. Ars knew that with the end of the entrance ceremony, the division into classes would begin. New students will be divided into 5 classes, from A to E. After this happened, it turned out that his familiar girls Rena and Rue were in the same class as Ars. Rene exclaimed that she never would have thought that they would end up in the same class as this young man. Rua added that it's really cool to be together with Ars, and the young man thought that he kept bumping into these two since the entrance exams. After that, the teacher suggested moving on to dating. She said her name was Liara. She's going to be their homeroom teacher for the next few years. Ars was happy to think that their teacher wasn't like Babuhara, and it even looked like some of the teachers were actually looking after their figure. Then the teacher went on to explain the academy's basic point system. She suggested that everyone check their student cards. Ars Vilzard obediently took out his card. Liara said that the letters SP represent the points of their grades. This means that from now on, each of them will compete with others, putting their SPS on the line. Ars sighed and thought about how the survival of the fittest was beginning. Chapter 12. Liara thought for a second and apologized for the previous phrase, which seemed rude to her. She said she should rephrase it. She didn't recommend that they fight each other. Their JV is a numerical representation of their scores. Their advancement in the Academy's career ladder will depend on this number. Moreover, those with high grades will be given special privileges. All of them should try to get them in any available way. Ars Vilzard thought that this system is very much to his liking. He only hopes that the nobles don't get more benefits here too, although perhaps this is just wishful thinking. But regardless, his school life has already begun. There were still a few things to get used to, but once he got his hands on it, his school life became quite comfortable. During the day, he was in class, and at night he worked for Parakinos. Even after that last incident at the club, he was very busy. The leader of that gang was found with the remains of a drug called DD. On the one hand, the user of these drugs feels an extreme degree of euphoria, and on the other, it makes it possible to use the hidden combat abilities of the user. All these qualities help DD earn a reputation as the most dangerous drug in history. If there's one thing he complains about at the academy, it's the lessons. The professor's speech at lectures drives him to sleep. He didn't have time to take notes on the teacher. His friends also said that the lessons here are on a different level. Ars Vilzard was of a different opinion. He didn't think it was because there was a high level of training. It's just that Professor Bubahara doesn't have the slightest desire to teach anyone. The young man was terrified that he would actually have to endure this for 3 years. It's just awful. As Vilzard was sitting at Professor Bubahara's lecture, he suddenly heard him talking to him. Bubahara told him to go down to the blackboard and solve an example. The young man thought that he had called him to the blackboard, as he noticed that he wasn't paying much attention to his speech. Meanwhile, the teacher pointed out a question to him and told him that he should put his joint venture on the line. If he answers it, he will earn him 100 SP. However, if he fails to answer it, he will lose 100 SP. Simply put, he will be on the shortest path to failing this school year. Ars understood now what Bubahara's purpose was. He read the problem and realized that it was definitely not something that could be found in their textbooks. He was sure that the professor thought that no one in this class would be able to solve this problem. However, Ars Vilzard solved this problem very quickly and thought that for him such a question is no more difficult than a walk in the park. In addition, the young man pointed out to the professor that in his task, the magic circle had several shortcomings, and he corrected them. Bubahara was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He forcibly praised Ars and allowed him to return to his seat. The professor tried to hide his emotions, but it was written all over his face. Bubahara was forced to give the young man 100 points and his rank was raised from F to E. As Ars made his way to his seat, he noticed a few sidelong glances from fellow practitioners cast in his direction. But he couldn't blame them. He doubted that they would be happy for a commoner who was able to take first place. Chapter 13. During the lunch break, Ars Vilzard went to the underground canteen of the academy. For lunch, there was baked duck with red wine sauce. Whatever it was, the lunch break was the most anticipated event of his school life. The huge amount of food that was served for a regular school lunch was simply shocking. As he was serving the dishes, he heard his students whispering about him. Ars Vilzard is already used to this kind of treatment. Although, considering that he doesn't make many friends, it's good for him. Just as he was about to start eating, Rena and Rua came up to him. They asked to sit down with him. Rena sat across from him, and Rua sat next to the boy. Ars was surprised by the huge size of the portion of noodles that Rena had. He asked her about it. The girl replied that there was nothing she could do about it. Brain activity requires a lot of energy. Ars Vilzard thought that now he understood the reason for her good shape. Again, it seemed to him that they had met somewhere before. But he couldn't remember. He was afraid of being left with this annoying feeling of déjà vu. Out of the corner of his eye, Ars saw 2 students looking at him jealously. It seems that he has become the envy of the male half of the students. This doesn't make any sense, considering that Rena's appearance seems to be the only refined trait she has. Roy, meanwhile, said that he was absolutely amazing in the last class. Then she asked him where he had learned such magic. Ars Vilzard bluntly replied that it was none of her business. The girl asked him not to be so mean. After all, they were in the same class. This must be fate. Ars thought that this girl, Rua, was quite annoying despite her appearance. Then Rena turned to the young man and told him that she and Rua were going to form a group to complete tasks. Would he like to join them? The young man was surprised. He asked Rena what tasks he was talking about. She replied that the Royal Academy of Magic accepts various tasks outside. If students can complete a difficult task, they will be rewarded with a large number of SPS. There are different ways to get a joint venture. Ars happily thought about what it meant. There was a way that he could successfully finish school without even taking these useless classes. Rena added that completing such tasks is mandatory for getting high grades, and they're going to start today. Rua immediately laid out a list of available tasks in front of him, and invited Ars to choose what he liked. He looked at the list and realized that most of the tasks were focused on hunting monsters or catching criminals. All of them are forced to put their lives on the line. After Ars reviewed the list, Rena asked him what he thought of it. The young man told them to just give up. Attempting to complete these tasks with their power level will be akin to suicide. It's like letting out a couple of sheep to catch a wolf. The outcome is obvious. Rua resentfully asked him, does he mean that they are just sheep? Ars Vilzard replied that their lack of self-preservation makes everything worse. None of these tasks are even close to being suitable for novice magicians, and this criminal hunt is especially terrifying. If the girls took on this task, they would undoubtedly be eaten alive. He couldn't let that happen, he thought. Rena, meanwhile, whimpered and said that he didn't know anything about them. Then she turned to her friend and said they were leaving. She supposed counting on a stranger was a bad idea. Ars whispered after them that he would definitely make amends. He was sure they had their own circumstances, but he didn't care. He was already busy with his work. He doesn't have time to pank with his classmates. Work comes first. Chapter 14. Rena and Roy were disappointed with their recent meetings with Ars Vilzard. What a callous man he was. Rena thought about showing him that they could do this task themselves, except that he refused to work with them, so he immediately disappears as soon as the lesson ends. Where the hell was he going? In the casino, there were two people sitting at the gaming table. They were playing poker. The young man raised the bid, and the elderly man sitting next to him supported him. When the cards were revealed, the old man screamed. He, the king of poker in the Night City, had lost again to that black-haired kid. He thought furiously, isn't he still a child? At this time, a young man named Vilzard gathered up his chips and got up from his seat. He said that was the end of their little game. He thought that any attention in any direction could interfere with his work, and he would spend the money he won on paying for school tuition. On the way out, he met his partner and asked how things were going, and he said that so far nothing out of the ordinary. He just eats a little booze and doesn't push it. Today's work was related to a new drug that is gaining momentum in Parakinos. Their target had been on alert for about an hour in the bar. As soon as they see any evidence of the exchange, they will immediately make their move. Just then, their partner quietly said that their subject was getting up from behind the bar. Two men with a suitcase walked towards him. Ars and his partner rushed towards them. The young man pointed a gun at them and ordered them to show them what was inside the suitcase. One of the men dropped the briefcase, and it immediately caught fire. There were no traces of magic around these people, and the suitcase was equipped with a device for immediate destruction of evidence. All their efforts were in vain. Vilzard thought for less than a second. A truly great wizard should be able to adapt to any situation. He fired an ice bullet into the suitcase and told Sayaka to check what was inside. The drug dealers were very upset, and the man who carried the suitcase was a wizard. The similar effect of this drug is greater than one might have imagined. The man used magic. He was using fire magic even though he was in a closed room. But it doesn't matter how strong the magic is, because it becomes useless if you don't have time to activate it. The drug dealers couldn't believe the incredible strength this guy possessed. He's probably nuts. The bandits decided to retreat. Ars realized that they had noticed a difference in strength, and of course, he must not let them get away. If he used a gun, it would only lead to more chaos. He grabbed 2 cards from the table and decided that was enough. He cast enchantment magic, durability spell, and mass cast. The bandits fell to the floor. All the casino patrons clapped their hands. Cool them, attach this kid. Vilzard thought wistfully, why all this farce? Their work is not just a performance. Suddenly someone called his name. He saw Rua carrying drinks. Chapter 15. Ars asked his partner Sai to leave them alone with the girl. What a surprise. He would never have thought that he would meet a student working in such a place. Her reputation as a problem girl is becoming more and more confirmed. This casino, even by the standards of Parakinos, is quite a dangerous place. It's not a place where townspeople usually have fun with their own kind. The girl said that she had more or less figured out what he was doing here. Ars thought about it. How was he supposed to deal with it now? He can't let anyone find out about his work for the guild. Leaking this information can lead to too many risks. Rua approached the young man and asked, isn't he on an escort mission? Was she wrong? Ars was relieved that his fears were unfounded. He usually wears a mask at work to hide his identity, so his current appearance can't possibly be related to the guild. He told the girl that she had hit the nail on the head. Come to think of it, there were a few tasks for bodyguards in the academy. He'd better agree with her on everything now. Rua said admiringly that she had heard that escorting tasks weren't given to everyone. He's really an amazing guy. Then she asked him how he got approved. Vilzard replied that he was just lucky. The girl accused him of evading the answer. She persistently asked Ars to tell how he did it. Sayaka asked Ars if he had sorted out his question. He noticed that his girlfriend is really cute. Meanwhile, Rua came up to them. Sai, having assessed the situation, quickly retreated, saying that he still had some business to attend to. Ars thought that he had already learned how to handle tasks on his own. The girl looked thoughtfully into Vilzard's eyes and said that she would never have thought that she would meet him somewhere other than school. Ars thought that he didn't want to have any relationship with her at all, but circumstances forced him to. He decided that he would just answer her until it was too obvious. He told Roy that he was as surprised as she was to see him. He never would have thought that he would meet his classmate in such a place. The girl noticed that he could meet her not only in this bar, because she works 7 jobs. She tries to combine several works at the same time. He was surprised to find that the girl was talking about it like it was nothing. He asked the girl what an aristocrat like her does on a part-time basis. Roy, laughing, replied that it was for family reasons. Her family is not so well off, so she has to cover her own expenses. Ars thought that he must have been mistaken about something. He thought that everyone who was born into a noble family was meant to live a life of ease, but he was wrong. In reality, the life of a one-star isn't too different from that of the same commoners. Then he asked if Rina knew about it. Rua replied that her friend didn't know about it. Rina is a very serious girl and she can't tell her about it. Ars was once again surprised that his childhood friends were so different from each other. Rina is so serious, while Rua is more pliable. Rua glanced at the young man and said they were in a bar. Why didn't he order something? He agreed with her and said he wanted warm milk. The girl offered him a cocktail. Ars, however, said that they were still minors. Rua agreed with him with a sigh and said that she just wanted to show off. It seems like she has a devious side too. She seems more sincere, unlike her impulsive friend. It's better to be more careful with her. The girl brought the milk and said that now it was his turn to talk about himself. Instead of answering, the young man praised the milk she brought him and said that perhaps he would take another cup. Roy said resentfully that he was just changing the subject again. Meanwhile, the night was ending and everything was going back to the good old student life. Chapter 16. After school, Ars Vilzard was given a note. An unknown person called him to meet him on the roof of the academy. He headed for the stairs that led up, and he had a bad feeling about it. Two girls, Rina and Rua, were waiting for him on the roof. They were brief. Their request was for him to become their coach from today onwards. Seeing the bewilderment in the young man's eyes, Rina explained that he himself said that with their level of strength, completing tasks would be very dangerous. That's how they came to the conclusion that it would be best if he started training them. Ars Vilzard said that he understands their logic of the proposal, but there is one thing that they did not take into account. He doesn't care about them at all. Besides, he happens to be quite busy at the moment. Why don't they ask someone else? Rua asked him not to be such a pushover, because this deal would benefit him as well. Apparently, the academy conducts group exams with credits at stake, so if he could help them become stronger now, it might help him in the future. Ars realized that it turns out, for him there really are several advantages. The girls kept begging him. They told him to think of it as helping his friends. Ars Vilzard realized that these two girls were a bit of a pain in the ass. He thought about the fact that Rua had recognized him while he was at work, and if he turned her down, it might get out of hand for him. He decided that he should play with them for a while, at least until they got bored. Ars finally made up his mind and said that he agreed. If they were so insistent, he would give them a helping hand. But first of all, they should know that he is not a very good teacher. His methods can be a little harsh. Do they agree to this? Rua replied that of course they agree and will do everything exactly as the coach says. Ars shifted his gaze to Rina and asked, what about her friend? She said she hadn't decided yet. In any case, whether she follows it or not will depend on the content of his lessons. Ars Vilzard thought that it looked like Rina would be the first candidate to be relegated. Then it's better for him. He sighed and said that then their training would start right away. However, today they have only one task. Ars approached Rua and kissed her. The girl in confusion asked why he did it. The coach replied that she would soon understand. It's a little disorienting at first, but let her try to get over it. Rua groaned and said her body was on fire. She turned to the young man and asked him what he had done to her. Ars Vilzard asked her not to worry. He just shared a bit of his magical energy with her. Her temperature must have jumped a lot when she took in his energy. He said that this is the first stage of training. He will try to amplify her magical energy with his own. The most effective way to increase the amount of energy is to get it from an external source. This method of training was known in the underground as mana transfer. He was about 5 years old when he first went through it. It reminded him of his training sessions with Marion. Ars Vilzard also heard that it works very effectively with members of the same sex, but his old man advised to do it better with a woman. He assured me that it would be much more effective. Besides, shouldn't such things happen between a man and a woman? Rina was aggressive. She said that she didn't believe Ars and she had never heard of something like this. The youth calmly replied, it was only natural that she didn't hear. If it was used by all sorts of amateurs, then this method would become deadly. Suddenly, Rua felt an amazing surge of strength. She realized that it was Ars' magical energy. And the young man realized that she got used to it so quickly because she still has potential. At this time, Rina urgently called her friend to go home. Kissing girls under the pretext of training is a real perversion. She knew there was something wrong with this guy. He just went crazy. However, Rua replied that she was staying. Now she was convinced that Ars was truly amazing. They would definitely become stronger if they were together with him. Rina considered it a betrayal and left. Rua said it was fine. If they succeed, she's sure Rina will change her mind. After all, they share the same goal. Ars nodded in understanding and said, well, then it's time for an unusual intense workout. I wonder if everything will really go so smoothly. Chapter 17. It's been 3 days since Ars Vilzard became Rua's personal trainer. All he did was just share his magical energy with her once a day. During the lunch break in the underground dining hall of the academy, Ars was looking at today's dish that was served in the dining hall, mopo tofu, and it was the kind of food that he had never heard of. He assumed it was a common dish for nobles. I wonder what the name of this dish means. At that moment, someone called out to him. It was Ryua. She asked him to step back for a second. The young man replied that he was a little busy right now. Can't it wait? The girl insisted that he go with her immediately. She turned on his men's room and kissed him passionately. Ars sat down on the toilet in surprise. Ryua asked him what was going on with her. She just wants him to give it to her, and she can't take it anymore. Ars Vilzard calmed her down and said that she was suffering from a lack of mana. Right now, her magic channels were being forcibly expanded by his magic energy. However, energy from an external source cannot remain in the body forever. Natural energy dissipation starts in her body, causing a lack of mana. There's nothing to worry about. Symptoms will subside within a day. If they do a mana transfer right now, they should calm down. This transfer of mana back and forth increases and enhances its channels more and more each time. So, don't worry so much. She kissed him again. Ars Vilzard didn't think that all the energy would come out of her so quickly. He supposed he'd already given her more than enough. It meant that her supply might be much larger than he'd expected. Ars Vilzard heard footsteps and asked Ryua to stop, but realized that she wasn't even listening. They were in a booth. Then he heard two people enter the bathroom. One of them said that there wasn't a single girl here, it was all a false rumor. However, the second suggested looking in the booths. Ryua thought it was too late to retreat, but Ars activated the illusion spell, blindfold. When two people looking for a girl in the men's room opened the door to the stall, they saw that it was empty. They seemed disappointed. One of them said that he probably just imagined it, or at least the two of them have already gone. After that, the girl attacked Ars with renewed force. It was a top secret, special lesson. Chapter 18. In Rena's residence at the training ground, the girl was cultivating. She was practicing the fireball spell by setting a target in front of her. When she finally hit the exact center of the target, she was ecstatic. It was the purest and most powerful fireball of all. In addition, it is also the fastest cast of the magic circle. She was sure that she didn't need anyone else's help. She thought of her friend Ryua and imagined how tomorrow she would be surprised to see what she had achieved. In the Royal Academy of Magic's underground training complex, the final classes were coming up. Ars thought that the lesson was finally over. He was about to leave when Ryua called out to him. She asked him to stay a little longer, but the young man said that excessive use of magic is a double-edged sword. She noticed that it had already been 2 weeks since he became her coach. She was able to understand how amazing he was. With someone like him spending so much time teaching her, she's very comfortable. But if she couldn't get any results after all this, it would be a disaster. Ars Vilzard reassured the girl and said that tomorrow she would see the results of their classes. The next day, one of the monthly exams was scheduled to take place at the academy. Liara turned to the students and said that the result of this exam will fully affect their joint venture. Therefore, it will also affect their future at school and at work. She stated that she wanted to see the results of their training sessions. Roy went up to her friend before the exam and asked her how she was feeling. Rena replied that she was feeling great and had a secret plan especially for today. Ars, hearing this, became interested. This girl had piqued his curiosity, so she was continuing her training routine. Rena turned to her friend and said that she was offering her a fair fight and decided everything today. Rena said while looking at Ars that she didn't know what kind of brainwashing he used on her, but she would be the one to open her eyes. Liara, the homeroom teacher, asked for silence because she would be explaining to them how the exam was going to take place. Ars Vilzard thought with satisfaction that Liara would be the main examiner this time. Unlike Bubahara, she's not biased, so they don't have to worry about breaking the rules. Lyra pointed at the target and said that it was a special tool known as the stone tester. When it is hit with magic, it is able to absorb it and display a digital value. Their score will be determined by this number. Ars noticed that while just hitting a target was enough for the entrance exams, this time the power of magic would also be taken into account. He was satisfied that it might not be much, but the difficulty of the trials had definitely increased. Liara continued to explain. After that, they should start shooting one by one. Then she announced the name of the person who was going to shoot. She gave the number 2128, under which the name Ars Vilzard was written. Chapter 19. When Ars went to the firing line, he suddenly saw Lord DeLuca in the crowd of students, who called him a slave and said that he had a chance to escape now. Deluxe stated that he is willing to bet that inside Ars Vilzard is going crazy. He got so close to that one-star girl that he just didn't have time to study. Ars thought that this guy would never change. But from the looks of it, he's not just a pompous aristocrat. Ars was well aware of the strength of his classmates. All of their scores were between 5 and 20 points. Deluxe had just been called up to the line, setting a new record of 23 points. He proudly said that this once again proves that 3-star people like him stand out above everyone else. He approached Ars and asked if he had seen his magic. Deluxe said he couldn't let him think the academy was a joke. People like him just can't stand at the top. He pointed to the 3 stars on his tunic and said that they were not just for beauty. Liara announced that at the moment the record belongs to Deluxe. He scored more than 20 points, and relatively speaking, he is an outstanding student. Ars thought about it. What should he do? If the goal is not to stand out, he should just score up to 20 points. However, if he was too careless and ended up failing, it would negate the whole point of him coming here. He decided to hold back partially. This will be enough. His fireball hit the target accurately. The result was stunning. No one could believe their eyes. The stone showed 185 points. Everyone couldn't believe this record. What's wrong with this commoner? Deluxe asked. Do they mean to say that this commoner is almost 10 times stronger than each of them? Ars chuckled. He couldn't help but think that he had been underestimated too much. At least he finally understood his role. Then it was student number 2182's turn. Ryua. Chapter 20. Ars Vilzard approached Ryua and asked her to do what they did in training. The girl looked into Arsu's eyes with confidence and nodded her head. Then she went to the firing line and activated the ice arrow. There was an exclamation of surprise from the crowd of students. Ryua scored 102 points and hit the target. She happily ran up to Arsu and said that she had done it. She thanked him for the training sessions he spent with her. Ars Vilzard thought that the main factor of her success is still her talent and diligence. Even with the ability to transfer mana, there is still a huge chance of failure in terms of growth. Lord Deluxe was restless. He couldn't understand how a 3-star aristocrat like him could lose to such low-ranked scum. Ars thought that in spite of everything, Deluxe had done well. After that, the next student was announced at number 2183. It was Rena. She turned out to be the last student to attend the exam. The girl looked proudly at Ryua and Ars and whispered that they should look at what she had achieved. Ars Vilzard looked at the girl curiously. How much has she improved in the last 2 weeks? He wanted to see what she was capable of. Renee cast the fire bullet spell. Ryua whispered, so that was her secret plan. Take a normal fireball spell and add a power boost layer on top, after which you will get a fire bullet. This is a highly effective spell, often used in battles between wizards. However, Rena only scored 32 points. Ars thought afterwards that when the girls first entered the academy, they were about on the same level. At that time, Rena was only slightly better than her friend. However, it seems that the gap has increased so much that her current strength is 3 times that of Rena. Rena knelt down in annoyance and wondered why this had happened. Although the reasons for its defeat are obvious: lack of equipment and low amount of mana. Rena hasn't reached the level where she can work with middle-grade magic yet. She pushed herself too hard and overdid it. Ryua came up to Renee and said in a low voice that maybe they should ask Ars to train them. After all, she was able to achieve such a result only thanks to him. She is sure that she will do even better if Ars Vilzard trains her. Renee glared at her friend and ordered her to shut up. Let her not be conceited. Just because she did something right, she'll show them more. She will become stronger in her own way. Ars, watching the girls, thought that Renee had misunderstood her friend. It looks like this situation is turning into a headache. Chapter 21. Liara in her speech to the students said that they all performed well in the monthly exams. She is sure that they all had very different experiences of passing the last exam. However, they won't have time to gloat or sulk. She recommended that everyone think about what they will do in the future. After this short introductory speech, the homeroom teacher decided to announce the results of the exam. She explained that the results of the top 3 students from the class she will post here for everyone to see. She's sure everyone else has a lot to learn from them. First in the ranking was Ars Vilzard, a commoner from Parakinos. He scored 1,100 points and received the rank of D. Ars was certainly happy about it. He knew that those who reached B rank and above would automatically move on to the next year of training without any difficulty. He decided that he should earn as much SP as possible, even though he was already at the top of the flow. Second in class was Ryua. She had 350 points, rank E, and the 18th ranking spot. Ars Vilzard was happy to congratulate the girl on an amazing result. Lord Deluxe gritted his teeth, unable to believe that these commoners were above him in the rankings. Rena was 4th in the class with 200 points, an E rating, and a 32nd ranking. Ars Vilzard thought that even though the gap between the 2 girls had widened, Rena was still doing quite well on her own. It's just that the problem lies in her choice of training method. Usually, after school Vilzard went straight to his home, but today he was followed. There were two of them. The first one was a beginner, but the second one was definitely a professional. Vilzard specially went through the abandoned streets of the capital. Then he made a maneuver and went to the backs of the spies. They hid around the corner. Vilzard, leaning against the wall, said that he knew their location and they had better show themselves. It was Lord Deluc. His gaze was piercing, like a blade ready to cut through all obstacles in its path. Lord Deluc's hair fell like white water over his shoulders, creating an air of authority around him. There was no doubt about his intentions. He chased after the youth to kill him. This he frankly stated. His intentions were clear and unyielding. Lord Deluc was determined to destroy ours, and his face reflected his ruthless determination. The Lord's gaze was filled with anger, like dark storms about to erupt at any moment. Deluc said that he would finally put an end to his shameful existence right here. Vilzard, watching this man, realized that he was not quite normal. He really only came here to kill him. His bloodlust level is completely abnormal. He noticed that there was a stimulating effect in the Lord's aura, an increase in physical strength, and an increase in magical power. In addition, it has Berserk mode activated. These were effects that were 100% similar to the symptoms from the use of the drug DD. Deluc lunged at the youth, sword in hand. Dodged the Lord's first dose and thought about how the drug had even slipped into the academy. The situation might be even sadder than he thought. Of course, it won't be difficult to defeat Deluca. However, if his intuition is correct, there must be another person lurking nearby, and he had to lure that person out. If he blinks again, he'll be screwed. So he needs Deluc to take a short nap. Chapter 22. Deluc asked sarcastically, "Is this really all he can do?" The young man thought hard. If you leave the fight with Deluc for later, before he finds a second person, this is unlikely to be a problem. Took advantage of his magical abilities, using the body enhancement skill to open the gate to the world of magic. Thermal vision and enhanced normal vision became his virtual wings, allowing him to view the world around him at a level inaccessible to ordinary senses. Due to the use of thermal vision, noticed thermal traces, expressed in a color scheme depending on the temperature, distributed around. This allowed him to see a second person standing on the roof of one of the buildings. The man stood out with the thermal imprint of his body towering over the environment. Could clearly distinguish details and contours even at a considerable distance. The second man on the roof began to take shape and form, and could see his movements and posture. The second person on the roof could sense Ars's approach. Vilzard was surprised to realize that the man had used advanced optical illusion magic, and without amplification magic, it would be difficult for even him to detect it. At this time, Deluc made another attack on calling him trash. The youth calmly replied to the proud nobleman that the only trash here was him. After that, Vilzard hit him, after which he could not get back on his feet. Then he pulled out his gun and decided to go for the second one. He caught up with him on one of the squalid streets, forcing the criminal to stop. With an icy expression on his face and a gun pointed straight ahead, demanded an explanation. Pointing the gun at the criminal, Vilzard demanded to know what his purpose was and why he was following him. In response, the criminal pulled out a knife, its blade glinting against the flickering lights of the city. He said with a cold expression on his face that he couldn't say it. Let him ask him about it again when they meet in hell. Vilzard was surprised that this man still wanted to fight while in such a terrible state. After that, the man rushed at with a knife, but the young man, without hesitation, shot him. He stood over the body and thought about how the man was afraid of being questioned, talking about loyalty. At first, thought he was Deluc's bodyguard, but now, he would bet that he was here to keep an eye on Deluc after he took the drugs. Was also sure that this person was connected to the incident 3 years ago. A vague guess flashed through Vilzard's mind, and this guess was connected with a nice organization that caused a lot of trouble in its time. But this could not be, because society is getting closer to peace and they were eliminated 3 years ago. Is the banner of rebellion rising again? Is this the reverse crown? Chapter 23. Vilzard was lying naked on a couch, with women's underwear lying next to him. He didn't remember when it all started, but if Rua really wanted to become stronger, then there was nothing he could do about it. He looked at the girl who was lying with her back to him and asked, "Is she calmer now?" Rua turned to face him and apologized for forcing him to do this. Vilzard told her not to worry about it. This is simply the most optimal method. The girl began to dress and said that he was right, no one noticed anything. Explained that it was because he used magic to make everyone leave. Detecting them right now will be unimaginably difficult. The process of transferring mana in an empty classroom had become routine for them. Rua asked the young man not to think badly of Rena. Vilzard asked what she meant by that. The girl replied that Rena wholeheartedly hates what she thinks is immoral. She could never turn a blind eye to any wrongdoing, no matter how minor. Rena is not like her. Her friend has always been an innocent girl. Vilzard hadn't expected to hear this from Roy. His mind drifted back to 3 years ago. The Oswald incident. A 3-year-old incident that occurred in the royal capital of Misgard. It is considered the most horrific incident in history. Then they received an urgent task from the government. Same as last time. The organization, which has recently been actively building up its power, is commendable. Vilzard didn't exactly have anything against her. Suddenly, as if hearing his thoughts, Rua asked if he knew about the Oswald incident that had taken place here a few years ago. Was it a reverse crown? Replied that it was indeed the reverse crown, a group of radical extremists who treated the nobility with a noticeable degree of hostility. The situation in question took place at a party hosted by the 3-star aristocrats, the Oswalds. At that moment, the reverse crown mage was holding the guests hostage. The number of hostages is 80 nobles. As for their demands, they wanted the structure that runs this state, the nobility, to be eliminated. The government didn't even consider it a solution. That's why they were assigned to clean it up. They were ordered to move out immediately and deal with it as soon as possible. The terrorists, accusing the nobility of tyrannizing over the weak, took hostage 80 innocent people who decided on this desperate act to draw attention to their beliefs. In their eyes, the nobility became a symbol of inequality and social injustice. However, despite the demands of the terrorists, who decided to punish those who, in their opinion, allow tyranny, the consequences were extremely tragic. 70 of those taken hostage were mercilessly killed by the terrorists during the liberation attack. This act of brutality left Ars's heart aching. Society was shocked by this act of violence, and social justice issues became a central topic of discussion. The nobility found themselves at the center of controversy, and public reactions ranged from denouncing the methods of terrorists to brooding over the causes of social inequalities. The state has taken on the task of unraveling the mysteries and motivations of this terrorist attack in order to prevent future violence and put an end to the problems that led to such extreme steps. Most people are still afraid to even mention this tragic incident. Ryu addressed and looked Ars straight in the eye, telling him that Rena was one of the victims of the Oswald incident. Vilzard immediately understood why he felt a sense of déjà vu when he first met her. That's because he had already met her 3 years ago. Rua explained that someone had saved her that day. It was a man whose name she didn't know. The reason she's trying so hard to get stronger is because she's trying to get closer to him. Vilzard was starting to slowly remember, and he thought that the man who saved him might be himself. It looks like he has an urgent job to do. Vilzard went to the door and told Roy that he had some business to attend to and couldn't stay here any longer. The girl asked him not to worry. After all, he spends his time for her training, although he is very busy. After leaving the academy, Ars thought about how these clashes between the organization and the one behind DD were getting more intense. Looks like today's battle is going to be more difficult than usual. Chapter 24. Vilzard had a strong premonition that today would be very difficult. They met Sayaka on the roof of one of the houses. Ars asked his friend to report on the situation. He said nothing out of the ordinary. Everything is quiet and peaceful. They got a tip from Bruno's family, who they had recently caught, that there would be a DD broadcast tonight. The reverse crown is offered to customers. Vilzard couldn't stop thinking about how they were able to recover. He knew that this assignment might help him find out the answer to that question. He advised Sai not to let his guard down. There is a possibility that the situation with the reverse crown may develop into a full-scale war. The military power of this organization is incomparable to that of a guild. However, most of their members are commoners with a great hatred for the aristocracy. The destitute are the most unpleasant enemies. Sayaka confidently said that as long as they were here, it would still be easier than a steamed turnip. Not such a big problem. Vilzard said thoughtfully that he would like to believe that too. But at the dawn of their powers, the reverse crown was able to kill about 1/3 of all guild members. If you underestimate them, they can bite very painfully. At this time, Sayaka warned the young man that there seemed to be a target on the horizon. When they saw a man among the piles of metal containers, they looked closely and realized that it was a girl. She was too young for a drug dealer. Sayaka saw that this girl was wearing a school uniform. Vilzard cautiously approached the place where the girl was and, with bewilderment and horror, saw that it was Rena. Just then, the figure of Bakraj Ackerman, wanted for threats, armed assault, theft, and 5 other crimes, appeared between the containers. He walked confidently towards Rena. Ars immediately recalled the conversation with Rena, and Rua in the student cafeteria when they decided to complete the task of catching the criminal. Then he pointed out to them that trying to catch him at their level was akin to suicide. Rina, meanwhile, peeked out from behind the container and thought that her magic should work in real combat too. 3 years after the Oswald incident, she devoted herself entirely to learning magic and swordsmanship. To get closer to the person who saved her. She hadn't been able to see his face then, but he had joined the fight faster than anyone else. Any wizard of his level must be connected to the government. If she becomes stronger as a mage, she is sure that she will have a chance to meet him again. This is what keeps her going. For this reason, she endured such heavy training. And now, all the results of her training have sunk into oblivion. After the last exam, she began to doubt everything she believed in. Had she gotten any closer to him? But she will still prove that all her efforts were not in vain. If she caught this criminal, she could get 2000 SPS in one go. Then she can jump over Rua in the rankings. The girl had been following Bakrai Ackerman for quite some time. She wondered how much longer he was going to go. It seemed to her that they were already far enough away. Suddenly, she found herself in a dead end between containers, and the criminal she was chasing disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, a group of bandits appeared in front of her, laughing and asking her if there was anything they could do to help her. Chapter 25. Rina found herself trapped among the metal containers by at least a dozen bandits. The girl used her signature move, a fire bullet. However, one of the attackers laughed and said that it was too slow. Very slowly, he gave her a painful kick. Hidden among the metal containers, Rina could feel the trap tightening around her. The dark figures of the bandits surrounded her, making any attempt to escape impossible. The vague outlines of metal seemed to flash in the flickering light of the lanterns, creating a dark, remote environment. While Rina was still trying to make sense of the bandits' words, he approached with the agility of a predator, his grin fading in the dark glow of his eyes. With a sudden movement, he leaned over her, causing her to jump wildly. Rina realized that to get out of this trap created by numerical and cunning enemies, only a miracle can help. She remembered Vilzard's warning that they should not try to catch the criminal because of their lack of experience and skills. The bandit edifyingly said that if she couldn't activate magic, then she didn't mean a damn thing. Model students like her who pretend to be real magicians are the easiest targets. The girl thought with indifference that all the effort she had put in had been wasted. She fell on her back and prepared to die. One of the bandits leaned over and said that's how they got it. Her eyes are driving him crazy. Another person reminded him of what they were meeting for tonight. And this girl saw the place of the transaction. They need to make sure they take care of this girl. They should definitely have a good time with her before doing anything. The girl screamed hopelessly for help. Suddenly, all the bandits surrounding the girl felt something incredible. They couldn't understand what had happened. It looked like they were being attacked. They anxiously scanned the perimeter. Finally, they saw a guy who was as fast as an arrow. He was also armed with a pistol. The bandits wanted to stop him, but they clearly couldn't keep up with his actions. In the end, the young man scooped up Rina in his arms and soared up to the roof of the container. The bandits just watched him go in disbelief and wondered who it was. Chapter 26. The bandits prepared their weapons and the main one shouted to Ars, "Is he really looking for a fight with the Bruno family?" Ars Vilzard left the girl and said that he was getting tired of it. Rina asked the young man why he was here. He replied that it was nothing special. He was just doing a task from the academy, just like her. Ars Vilzard was almost convinced that Rina had actually seen him 3 years ago, like a nighthawk. He would rather avoid unnecessary trouble, so it's best not to put on a mask for now. Ars immediately assessed the situation. There were 11 enemies against him, 3 of them magicians. Not a bad lineup for a gang of thugs. Ars Vilzard activated strength enhancement and enchantment magic. After that, with Rina in his arms, he jumped and began to float in the air. The girl asked in surprise, "Are they really flying?" The bandits randomly shot at him, but they couldn't hit him. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. The boss carefully looked at this youth's black cloak and thought that it looked like the legendary Nighthawk Slayer. Ars Vilzard also thought that there were a few people here who could recognize him without a mask. He decided to make a note for the future. Then there was nothing left for him to do but settle accounts with these people. After a few minutes, Rina looked in surprise at the battlefield, where bandits were scattered in disarray. How did he manage to defeat all these people by himself? She asked Ars who he really was. The young man replied that she had asked a difficult question. He thought he should probably keep quiet about the fact that he had saved her life 3 years ago in the Oswald incident. And then there's the strange fascination she feels for the underworld. It won't end well in the future. The girl carefully looked at the young man's face and asked if it was possible that they had already met somewhere. At this time, Ars was subjected to a powerful magic attack by a certain person. The young man barely managed to dodge and cover the girl. The man laughed and asked in surprise, how was it that he was able to dodge? It looks like he deserves to die at his hands. Vilzard recognized the chilling enemy. It was the Reverse Crown. Chapter 27. The enemy who attacked Vilzard asked him who he was. Realizing that this was the leader of the Reverse Crown, told Renee to get out of here immediately. The girl replied that she could also fight with him. They just caught her off guard that time, but she can now put up a decent fight. Why is he stopping her? Vilzard thought that no matter how you look at it, Renee wouldn't even scratch such an opponent. The young man could feel the power of the enemy far exceeding the power of all those thieves combined. There's no doubt, even among the Reverse Crown, this guy definitely holds a high position. Meanwhile, the Reverse Crown fighter asked, what happened here? He heard some strange sounds from here and couldn't stay away. Vilzard asked Sayaka if he could take the girl with him and run away. His partner assured him that he could rely on him. When Sai disappeared with the girl in his arms, Ars's opponent told him to relax. He doesn't care about small midges, but still, he came here to buy some drugs and instead met a very interesting person. This is his first fight since he was released. He expressed the hope that Ars will make it unforgettable. Vilzard, noticing how quickly his opponent activated magic spells, thought that this guy was definitely above all these bugs. It's best to end this battle as soon as possible. He decided to end it all in one shot. Ars used enchantment magic and projectile acceleration. The bullet knocked out a representative of the Reverse Crown of the Eye. The bandit admitted that it hurt. He covered his forehead with ice right before the impact to avoid fatal consequences. The bandit recalled that these movements and skills that this guy had clearly belonged to the traitor Nighthawk. Ars realized that the man knew his name. The bandit meanwhile said that the commoner had taken the side of the aristocrats. For that, he would kill him today. He's just a sneaky little traitor. Vilzard replied that he would not say so. Most of the members of the Reverse Crown are commoners with magic abilities like him. In other words, people with a cursed bloodline. For them to take the side of the aristocracy is an unforgivable crime. Meanwhile, the bandit showed the boy the scar on his temple and asked him if he remembered it. The same scar he left him 3 years ago. Vilzard realized that he was probably one of the survivors of the Oswald incident. The bandit's fingers rested on the scar that time and fate had carved like a knife. Vilzard felt these words seep into his mind. The events of 3 years ago suddenly came to life in his memory very clearly. He remembered the moment when everything around him exploded with bright lights and screams, when the world he knew collapsed. The scar on the man's temple was a physical reminder of that Oswald incident, which was already beginning to fade from his mind. The bandit's words were like an ominous key in the door to the past. Realized that this man was one of the people who had participated in the Oswald incident, taking hostages and killing almost all of them. There was a moment of struggle in his eyes, a flash of memories, and a determination not to let the past repeat itself. The representative of the Reverse Crown said that he would repay him for that humiliation 100-fold. Noticed the magic circle that his opponent had created. It was different from the others. It was forbidden magic. Indestructible ice armor, ice armor. Chapter 28. The Reverse Crown leader asked Vilzard, does he really think he can stand up to him? Knew that, as a rule, the human body is not capable of prolonged contact with ice. Even if you enchant your body with magic, it won't change much. There's a limit to what you can do. Most likely, he just has an exceptionally hardy body. The enemy angrily shouted that Invulnerable Jack is the name of the one who will kill Ars. After the ice needles hit the young man, he lost the gun. Jack seemed quite pleased by this. Vilzard, meanwhile, asked him if he wanted to know why he was using the gun. Because he doesn't know how to hold back. Invulnerable Jack noticed that the guy was talking some nonsense. Just as he thought about it, his ice armor shattered into small pieces. He couldn't understand what had happened. This attack wasn't even magic. What Ars used was just a pile of mana, not even fully formed. To conduct a surprise attack without having a significant difference in strength, this is just the right option. This attack didn't have the brilliance of magic. Instead of resorting to complex spells, Vilzard used just a drop of his inner source of power, unformed mana. It was raw, indomitable energy that was just beginning to take shape. In the blink of an eye, he released a wave of unbridled mana that engulfed the area around him. The bandit, unprepared for this sudden attack, flew off like a tree leaf in a storm. What seemed like just a bunch of energy turned out to be an amazing way to give Ars the advantage of surprise. Then, as he felt his power becoming more stable and controlled, Ars focused his energy, creating a fireball in front of him. The glowing sphere of flaming flames took on a violent glow. When the fireball erupted, the force of its explosion knocked down even those who considered themselves invulnerable. The invulnerable Jack was exposed to this power. His strength was lost in the rays of fire, and he was knocked to the ground. Vilzard stood over his opponent, and the very air around him seemed steeped in triumph, while his indomitable energy shone like a bright star in the night sky. The explosion was extremely powerful. Closing his eyes, invulnerable Jack hissed angrily that he would still take revenge on Ars 100-fold. Vilzard had a spear in his hand, and he calmly said that he didn't think he could do it. Still, it was quite unexpected to think that a member of Reverse Crown would wreak havoc again. It seems that the Black City is once again on the verge of change. Besides, not exactly good ones. Chapter 29. Soon everything was back to normal. Janice Wilzard was sitting at the bar with Ars at the club. The old man said with a sad voice, "So the Reverse Crown has resumed its activities." Ars asked him if he should drop out of school to take this job seriously. It's something that's been running through his head ever since the DD problem started in Dark City. A guild is a combat organization made up of a small number of elite mages, and just because of this, his absence can seriously affect the state of affairs of the guild. Janice thought for a moment, then said that there was no need for that yet. Now, as before, his priority should be the school. He has nothing to worry about. Then he sighed heavily and said that this time it was such a case that he decided to return to the ranks. Vilzard couldn't even remember the last time the old man had personally taken on a case. He asked him if it was really such a serious job. Janice said it wasn't that serious. He just thought that if he stopped exercising, he would completely rust. Vilzard couldn't stop thinking about why the Reverse Crown decided to show itself again. Of course, this is not something that an ordinary performer like him can know. All he can do is complete his assigned missions. I took a sip from my glass and asked Ars if he was having fun at school. The young man replied that this was true to some extent. The old man hugged him and asked him why not tell him everything while they were here together. He is very interested to know how his life is going there. Then he invited Marion to join them, to listen to what the kid had to say. Vilzard was surprised to think that this was probably the first time he had spent so much time talking to his old man about anything other than work. Roy was talking animatedly to Renee about how Ars had set aside a special time for her in his busy schedule. She should thank him properly. The friend replied that she already knew about it. She is looking forward to working together. Vilzard noticed this change. Before that, she was against this idea. Apparently, there were some changes in her heart. She must have sensed the limitations of learning alone. Perhaps the incident at the docks had also changed her way of thinking a little. Vilzard didn't mind having another student, but was she willing to go through with it? Renee replied that she was ready for anything. She just needs to do it. But Ars had the feeling that Renee had absolutely no idea what was going on here. To begin with, he gave the girl a lollipop soaked in magic from the underground world. Vilzard replied that if you lick it, it will produce a similar effect to transferring mana. However, the effect is not that strong. In the end, it turns out a product aimed at those who are just starting to learn magic. Her current mana pool is much lower when compared to Ryua. That's why they start with lollipops. Renee asked the young man why he had to play with the girl's heart. Ryua tried to calm her friend down. She had promised that she would listen to Ars. The young man felt a mystical presence up close. He wondered if this was a friend or an enemy. Then he turned to the girls and said that they should go back to training. Chapter 30. It's only been a month since Vilzard entered the academy. He led a rather hectic lifestyle. The girls turned to him and said that today he should train with them. The young man apologized and said that his schedule was already packed. He suggested we do it some other time. Renee asked him if he was collecting glasses alone again. She wouldn't let him get ahead of them. Vilzard felt like he was completely trapped by these girls, Renee and Ryua. Renee asked him, did he take another quest? She asked him to take her with him. Ars thought about how this girl wasn't learning anything. He thought that after that incident, she would realize her limit. Ryua also asked me to take her with me. Thanks to him, she managed to score a lot of points in the monthly exam. But she is aiming higher. She needs to get stronger. Ars thought that it would be a pain in the ass if they got into trouble again. Therefore, he decided, in this case, to give new tasks to the girls, so that they would be distracted from various nonsense. He gave them notes filled to the brim with problems related to magic. Since their vacation starts tomorrow, let them use this time to their advantage. The girls thanked Ars and assured him that they would sort them out together. Even as they spoke, the young man disappeared. Renee and Ryua gasped in surprise. Where the hell did he go? Ars continued to work in the dark city of Parakinos. Where the walls stink of blood and smoke, he was just doing his job. The man with the blindfold over his right eye was cursing profanely. He couldn't understand why he couldn't fire a revolver at this masked man. For Ars, today's mission was to attack the secret hideout of gun dealer Tornio Sullivan, a man with a blindfold over his right eye. He was a dangerous criminal known for illegal arms trafficking on the black market of Paraquinos. If left alone, public safety will take a turn for the worse, and many innocent people will say goodbye to their lives. After shooting the masked man several times without success, Tornio finally realized that this was Nighthawk, a legendary assassin working for the nobles. The gun dealer raised his hands and asked for a pardon, because his wife and daughter are waiting at home, and his daughter's wedding is next week. Sullivan said he shouldn't die here. He asked me to give him at least one more week. Vilzard couldn't even count how many people had died in those 10 years for the taboos they had broken, and excessive pity was the most dangerous taboo of all. At this time, his partner Sayaka burst into the room. He asked Ars if he had finished the case yet. Nighthawk in turn asked Sai if he had completed his task. He replied that everything is clear. He found the list of customers he'd asked for. With this, they would be able to deal with them in one fell swoop. Ars looked at the list and realized that everyone on the list was quite insignificant. He thought he might be able to find information related to the reverse crown, but alas, Sayaka told a friend that he thought he didn't need to deal with it. He offered to entrust it to the knights. This time Vilzard agreed with Sai. They don't need to do it. Then he suddenly stopped and asked if he could take on the people on this list. Sai wondered why. Wouldn't that be a waste of his strength? Ars replied thoughtfully that he didn't think so. It looks like he can use them as training material for the academy. Chapter 31. Vilzard returned to the academy after a 3-week break. During this time, nothing has changed here. The students were preoccupied with normal school activities. Rena and Rua immediately approached Ars. Rena asked him where he had been all this time. The young man replied that he was just relaxing at home. Rena showed him the homework assignment he'd given her. She said she'd done it a long time ago. Ars was surprised to ask to look at the lists and was amazed. Even if you did everything as quickly as possible, it would take a month. The girl concluded that she needed his address, so that she can contact him even on weekends. Vilzard objected and said that if he gave her his address, he would have no privacy at all. A desire to learn is always a good thing, but an overly smart student is not easy to work with. At this time, Liara announced to the class that it was time for homework. She said that they are attending this academy for 1 month and now she intends to move on to the monthly announcement of grades. After this procedure, it turned out that Vilzard is again in the first place. Vilzard once again took first place, and his success caused bewilderment and surprise among his fellow practitioners. Many of the students from high social circles and the nobility were not just surprised, they were shocked. After all, no matter what the circumstances, seemed to remain out of competition, as if he possessed something special. Feeling the stares and whispers of discussion, remained unperturbed. Everyone around him felt that he wasn't just an ordinary student. His charm and magical prowess created an aura of mystery and power around him. The class, mostly made up of high-ranking nobles who were used to high status and leadership, couldn't comprehend how an ordinary student could end up at the top. Discontent boiled in their hearts as rose above their own self-image. Vilzard felt every gaze directed in his direction like a secret stream of energy. But instead of giving in to the pressure, he used this attention as an incentive to improve his skills even more. His success was a clear indication that in the world of magic, sometimes strength and talent can outweigh even status and background. He has now been promoted from rank D to C and needs to reach the next rank to advance. He's sure it won't take long. The girls were also surprised. They asked him how he managed to get so many points. Was thinking of something else entirely. He killed all the petty criminals on the list that he got from Sayaka, but he couldn't reveal everything here. The young man replied to the girls that during the break he was performing tasks. After saying that, thought that it wasn't technically a lie at all, and the girls were thrilled. First in class for the year. At this time, Liara turned to Rua and asked if she shouldn't pay attention to her grades. The next ones, those who have passed through the 10th place, who are in this category, should put in more effort. The girl was in the 11th place in the class. She couldn't advance by just 1 place. Rena was ranked 30. She failed the task the next day. It was a disappointment. She needed to start from scratch again. Vilzard looked thoughtful. So the top 10 is a barrier. There were 30 people in the class, which meant they were pretty good at everything, but not as good as he'd expected. The teacher asked who, in their opinion, can be in 2nd place. In 2nd place was Giborg Landstar with a rank of D, and the 17th place for the year. He whispered that they didn't think that a person like him would lose to such a simpleton, did they? He glared at and said that next time, he would take his place, he just needed to watch it. Vilzard thought that he had never seen this name in class lists before. Anyway, he only got 1,000 points for the first place in this exam. and now he has 4,000 points in his account. Of course, he has to perform some difficult tasks. Ars saw Giborg's gaze flick in his direction, and he had the feeling that he wanted to bore into it. He didn't care. His goal here was to exclude himself from these classes, among other things. He doesn't have time to play with their contests in class. At this point in time, Rua and Rina are far superior to him in terms of actual strength. Is there a secret behind it? Chapter 32. After class, Rina and Rua accompanied Ars to the training hall D. This training center was only accessible to students who were ranked D or higher. The girls were E-ranked and theoretically couldn't enter here, but if they were accompanied by Ars, then it was fine. The young man noticed that the girls were very happy about this. In the hall, Ars felt that this place made him feel uncomfortable. The girls, inspired by Ars's success and strongly motivated to reach new heights in magic, couldn't wait to start intensive training. The training hall, which was decorated to a high standard, was the perfect place for them to work hard. There was an atmosphere of concentration and energy in the hall. Everything you needed for high-quality training was at hand. Magic arenas that allow for a variety of exercises and battles have been set up for maximum efficiency. Special devices for measuring mana and its flow were ready to help the girls better understand and control their magic power. On the walls were diagrams of spells, instructions on how to improve one's magical potential, and portraits of great magicians who inspired them to work and improve. Ars, being an experienced mentor, has developed individual training programs for Rina and Rua, taking into account their unique abilities and needs. He stood by, motivating and guiding their efforts in the right direction. Rua set her own record of 138 points by shooting an ice arrow at a target. Ars Vilzard was pleased. In the last monthly exam, she was the only one who got a 3-digit score. She improves her grades very quickly. Rina's results also improved significantly. She had already scored 101 points. Finally, she was able to make a 3-digit score, and her score was less than a third of the Rua on the monthly exam. Ars noted that the speed with which it shoots is amazing, but it will take some more time for the girls' grades to compare. Rina turned to Arsu and said that she had managed to score more than 100 points, so she would stick to his promise. The young man was surprised. Did he promise something? Rina reminded him that he himself had said that if she scored more than 100 points, she would no longer need to use the lollipop. She is already fine and ready for the next stage of training. Ars wondered how much this girl craved a kiss, although that promise was just another pain in the ass for him. Ars Vilzard took out a lollipop and handed it to Rina. She asked resentfully why her training was so different from Roy's. That's not fair. The coach explained that at the moment the lollipop should work, so there won't be any problems. Then he informed his students that they would move on to the next task today. They will learn what enchantment magic is. He asked them if they knew what enchantment magic was. Rina advised Ars not to take her for a fool. Of course, she knows what it is. Enchantment magic is channeling mana into an object to apply certain properties to it. For example, sharpening a sword, strengthening a shield, and other properties. In addition, the owner of this magic can influence more specific properties, such as the change in bullet velocity. When it comes to magic, chart magic is the absolute foundation. This is the first thing anyone who wants to become a magician should learn. She has, of course, fully mastered it. Ars Vilzard chuckled and said that this is a bold statement. Best of all, it should be tested on the test. He asked Rina if she carried a sword. The girl replied that he had been with her since he was 5 years old. The youth took out a small piece of paper and asked her if she could use enchantment magic. Would she be able to cut through this piece of paper? Rina firmly replied that, of course, with the help of amplifying magic, she could cut even the thickest books in half. Ars replied that if it was a fair argument, she would have no problem cutting the paper. However, with a lack of experience, such assumptions are easily refuted. Rina noticed that he was looking down at them again. Ars Vilzard said it was a test. If she has time to show off, why doesn't she make the first move? He warned her not to whimper later. The girl threw herself at the target, but the piece of paper worked like a shield and even damaged her blade. Rina looked confused, and Ars said that enchantment magic can turn even a piece of paper into a reliable defense, although he doesn't recommend them to try it. It won't work without good skills. Then he announced his next assignment. If they can hit the target with a piece of paper, then they have passed the test. He warned that this was their first training session, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Then he decided to change the conditions and move away from the goal. The girls said in unison that they couldn't do it. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 33. After their first workout at Gym D, the girls seemed disappointed. They felt that this was the limit of their abilities. It was much more difficult than they had expected. Ars calmed them down and said that it probably took some time to complete the task at this speed. Their range won't improve if they don't condense their mana. They must interpret this material and direct the flow to the right place. It occurred to him that he might just drop them at this point, but he dismissed the thought. Ars, with confidence in his students, announced to them the upcoming tests and exams, which they will approach as a team. In his words, he expressed confidence that their training really brings visible results, and that with each new stage they will only strengthen their skills and become even stronger. He told them that there were important moments ahead. Exams are not just tests of their skills, but also an opportunity to show what they can do. Their joint training brings noticeable results, and he is confident that they will be able to achieve outstanding success together. Ars stressed that each of them plays an important role in the overall training, and their joint efforts will lead to better results. Ars expressed confidence that they will be able to successfully cope with any challenges they face, and that their joint achievements will be not only individual, but also a reflection of collective strength. He urged them to prove that their training is not in vain, and they deserve their place in this world of magic. Rua asked Ars if he had any tricks to keep him motivated during training. Completing these little tasks over and over again is so difficult. Ars thought about it. In the underground world, if you don't become stronger, you will die. He certainly saw that repeating the basic exercises could be difficult for them. He decided to motivate the girls. Ars Vilzard said that in this case, the first person to complete the task gets any training for the whole day. Any kind of training for one day. The girls clarified whether he really means that they can ask for any training they want. The young man confirmed what was said. The girls immediately stated that they could continue to train a little more. Rua asked her friend if she was ready for a break. Rena said she was just getting started. Ars was pleased. At least they are motivated now. 1 week of magic training has passed. Ars entered the empty classroom, where Rena was waiting for him. She said the boy was a full 2 minutes late. Ars was slightly surprised that Rena was the first to complete the task. This was unexpected. The girl asked him if he remembered the promise he had made. Then she wants to talk about the workout she would like to do today. The candies he gave her always tasted the same, so she was tired of them. So she wants to move on to the training sessions that he does with Rua. Ars thought this was absurd. Why didn't he pass the mana to Rena? Because for this girl, kissing carries some special meaning. Ars refrained from transferring mana to Rene, realizing that for her, kissing wasn't just a mechanical act of transporting mana. In his eyes, the magical energy transmitted through a kiss had not only physical strength, but also an emotional depth that he wanted to respect and understand. For Rena, kissing might have been more than just a magical transfer of energy. They were a symbol of intimacy and trust, and Ars wanted to make sure that if he decided to transfer his mana to her, it would be a conscious and mutual act, emphasizing their bond. However, for him, this is just an effective tool to speed up the training process. Any unnecessary feelings for another person are guaranteed to stand in the way of improvement. That must be why Rena offers her unquestionable attraction to a questionable character like him. He thought of how Marion had taken care of him. It was such a natural, necessary way to survive and become stronger. Back then, she treated it like her game. He then learned many important lessons necessary for survival. Rena was startled after her first contact training session with Ars. She could feel his magical energy seeping into her body like a flood of inspiration and power. This experience was amazing and incredible for her. For the first time, she realized how real and tangible magic could be. Ars seemed to have a power that she couldn't have imagined before. His magical influence gave the training something unique that went beyond normal physical exercises. Rena reflected on these impressions, realizing that a new world of possibilities and magic was opening up before her. Contact with Ars turned out to be not only a training session for the body, but also an immersion in the world of magic and unknown forces. Now she had the urge to dive even deeper into this amazing experience and learn more about what magic under Ars's guidance has to offer. Suddenly, they sensed someone's presence and decided to hide. They hid under the desk, and Ars activated the illusion just in case. Suddenly, they heard 2 people talking. A man's voice told her not to be so cold, that he was trying to give her advice on her own future. The girl replied that she was free and had the right to spend time with whomever she liked. She believes that they agreed to do everything on those terms so as not to interfere with each other at the academy. Ars recognized the voices. It was Giborg and Rua. Chapter 34. Giborg suggested that Rua think about who to be friends with, especially when it comes to him. Didn't she realize that he was laughing at her? Rua asked Giborg, when he says he, does he mean Ars? Landstar slapped Rua hard across the cheek, causing her to recoil from the unexpected blow. A sharp whipping sound cut through the air, leaving behind a tense silence that was filled with sinister emotions. The imprint of his hand was visible on the girl's delicate cheek, and at that moment, it was clear that injustice had swept like a whirlwind, breaking the serenity. He grabbed her by the throat and told her that she was his bride, in other words, his property. He wouldn't have her talking about him. Ryua's eyes showed not only physical pain, but also emotional trauma. She silently accepted this gesture of violence, trying to hide her inner storm. But there was a glimmer of determination in the depths of her eyes, as if a spark of resistance had been ignited inside her. Landstar, with a heightened sense of ownership, continued to dictate his rules, emphasizing his willingness to use force to crush any attempt at resistance. The scene, shrouded in heavy tension, was a real shock to Ars and Rina, who were watching it. When Ars and Rina left the academy building, the young man told her that he couldn't blame her for being surprised. He was also shocked when he heard this. Rina said that these aristocrats consider it shameful to treat one-star players on equal terms. How rough can it be? Does he find it embarrassing to talk to his future wife? And Rua agrees with that. Who knows, she's too cute to say anything. Ars said he seemed to remind her not to talk to him at the academy. Ars Vilzard reflected with sadness that all the trials began due to family circumstances. Even someone as strong as Rua has a lot to worry about. Her life looks cruel. He's not in a position to talk, but they seem to have complicated family matters here, too. Then he said goodbye to Rina and wanted to leave. However, the girl stopped him and asked if he could replenish her mana again before leaving. Ars thought that she was a spoiled little princess standing in front of him, but he promised her all the training she wanted for the whole day. For motivation, for future sessions. Their lips met in a kiss. Ars realized that the girl was waiting for them to be alone. It depends entirely on the transfer of mana. What a shameless girl. At this moment, he noticed that they were being watched, and this penetrating bloodlust definitely belongs to the reverse crown. Ars used an enchantment and silencer to block out the sound of a gunshot. When they came to the place where the surveillance was being carried out, they saw a large dead rat. But it wasn't just a rat. There is no doubt that this is a bloodhound rat summoned by a sorcerer. Deep underground in the black city of Parakinos, in a modern room equipped with the latest technology, footsteps rang out. A man in a white lab coat and glasses approached the cell where the bandaged body lay. The man laughed and said it was a disgusting sight. Of course, every time he looks at it, he knows that it is quite an interesting body. He is truly a lucky man. He would have died long ago if the ability hadn't been awakened in him. It's very strange. Who could the infamous immortal Jack lose to? Then the doctor said he didn't think he'd be well enough for the party. He should just sit back and watch him do his job for him. Chapter 35. It's been a week since Ars taught the girls enchantment magic. Their range and mana density increased. After a week of intensive training with Ars, Rina and Rua noticed a marked improvement in their skills in the field of enchantment magic. Under his careful guidance, they learned to control and channel mana with increased range and density. Their magical potential was fully developed when they were able to create more complex and effective spells. Ars paid special attention to ensuring that the girls not only mastered the technique, but also learned to hear the magic around them, recognize the subtle vibrations of mana, and use it to their advantage. During the week, they not only became more confident in their magical abilities, but also discovered new aspects of power and creativity. Ars, being a wise mentor, encouraged them to experiment, which helped them better understand their own facets and capabilities. The week of training turned not only into a period of intense training, but also into an immersion in the fascinating world of magic, where Rina and Rua discovered new horizons and the potential of their powers every day. The central area of the royal capital Midgard had the highest population density. It was a colorful and dynamic mosaic of urban life. With its grand buildings, shopping districts, and historical landmarks, the area epitomized wealth and diversity. In the heart of the district stood the royal palace and other important state buildings, decorated with tall towers, grand columns, and exquisite carvings. Around them were aristocratic mansions with beautiful gardens. Along the periphery of the central district stretched picturesque shopping districts, where cultures and trade pavilions from different parts of the world intertwined. Museums, theaters, and art galleries were located in this area, emphasizing the cultural heritage and creative atmosphere of the capital. Exhibitions, concerts, and theatrical performances were held here. Nightlife flourished with a variety of bars, clubs, and restaurants where people could enjoy culinary masterpieces and live music. In addition to the dense development, the central district also offered green oases, parks, and squares where citizens could enjoy nature and relax. Modern highways, efficient public transport, and wide alleys made it easier to move around the area, making it the center of urban activity. The city's train station was also located in this area of the city. Students of the Royal Academy of Magic arrived here to take the train to the place of planned extracurricular activities. At the station, the girls first saw the mana train they were going to take. Rua offered to make this the best day ever. To do this, she went a little shopping and picked up a whole bag of groceries, because the food served to get a boost of energy. Ars reminded them that they weren't here for games. Their homeroom teacher said that their goal is battles. If someone asks them what they do, the answer is that they do extracurricular activities. Today, they will be conquering monsters outside of the school's training ground. So don't let your guard down. As the young men took their seats in the carriage, Ars Vilzard asked the girls if they had ever fought a monster. They replied that it would be the first time. They hadn't even seen a wild beast. It is said that long ago there were demons in the vicinity of the royal capital. Ars thought about how he had once worked with a large number of demon orders, but now they were all gone. Ars noticed that the chances of encountering monsters have decreased is proof of how prosperous this country is. Renee shared with Ars her thoughts on how strong monsters are more vigilant, especially when it comes to proximity to populated areas. She said that she had heard that monsters prefer to avoid living near people, as this can not only cause danger to the monsters themselves, but also lead to possible intervention by hunters or special security squads. Ars noted that changes in the frequency of encounters with monsters can really serve as an indicator of the country's prosperity. Reducing the probability of encountering monsters may indicate that people living in this region were able to ensure the security of their territories and create favorable conditions for development. He thought that it was no wonder why the two of them had never seen a monster in their lives. Finally, the train started moving. Ars, sitting by the window, was lost in thought about the nature of magic and its role in people's daily lives. He had seen mages working hard to protect society from the threat of monsters, and he knew how important and responsible their task was. Magic is not just an art and entertainment. It is an instrument of protection, a shield that is raised to ensure the safety of people in their daily lives. Magicians, with their knowledge and power, sought to maintain a balance between the world of humans and the world of monsters. They became guardians of those who were vulnerable to threats from dark corners where dangerous creatures lived. Now their role is not just to exterminate monsters, but also to create a safe space for those who live in this world. Magic is not just a tool, it is part of the service to society. The task of magicians is not only to fight monsters, but also to provide people with a reliable shelter and the ability to conduct their daily lives, despite the threats that could be waiting in the dark corners of this world. This is ironic enough. Now people are coming for monsters. The girls asked him if he had any experience fighting monsters. The young man replied that it wasn't much. However, they need to calm down. Rua said that she would show everyone her abilities. The enchantment magic Ars taught her is amazing. Ars looked at the girls and felt that he was very worried about these girls. Besides, for some reason, he had a bad feeling about it. Chapter 36. The Mana train journey continued. Ars carefully examined the passengers and thought that for people who are going to conquer, of course, they look confident. Rua took a box out of her bag and said that she bought cookies while working part-time. Then she offered to eat them all together. It felt like she was going on a picnic. This made Ars worry about their future. Ars Vilzard remarked that it was bad if Rua thought of this trip as a picnic. He said with an expression that they were going to fight. Don't they know that? Rena pulled out the bread she'd bought at the bakery and said it would be very useful if they just ate it now, and the cookies could be eaten on the way back. Ars noticed the sidelong glances thrown in his direction, and he also heard the remarks of his fellow students who were indignant about him monopolizing two beautiful girls from their class. But just recently, they treated them as one-star hotels. But it looks like they now have a different name for them. Rumors of his close cooperation with Rina and Rua spread, drawing the disapproval of his fellow practitioners. This negative energy was noticeable even here in the train car. Students who hadn't liked Arsum enough for his magical abilities and incredible academic success were now expressing their discontent out loud. Words of discontent and envy rolled around him, creating a cloud of hostility. However, Ars resolutely ignored this outpouring of indignation. He was too wrapped up in the world of magic and the training of his female students to pay much attention to idle talk. His focus was on unlocking Rina and Rua's potential, and he was willing to take on challenges even if it made others unhappy. Instead of engaging in a confrontation, Ars decided to prove its competence through results. He sought to make his female students strong and independent in the magical arts. Rina pointed out the window, where the huge bridge was visible. Ars explained that this bridge is called the Svedeni Bridge. It is one of the most famous tourist attractions of the royal capital. Rena was surprised by the strange name of this bridge. She assumed that it got its name from a legend. The two countries were once in conflict. A woman and a man lived in each of the countries, and they wanted to create their own future together. During the rift between the two countries, they were saddened that they wouldn't be able to meet again. The goddess, who couldn't bear to see their tragic love end, built this bridge. Eventually, the enmity between the two countries ended and peace returned. Therefore, this bridge was called the Consolidated One. The bridge now represents the connection between these two lovers and their respective countries. That's why it became known as the Converged Bridge. Ars shrugged and said that usually after a war there is a deep cycle of hatred. It is highly questionable how the two of them got married and lived happily ever after. And it is also impossible to imagine the sudden appearance of a goddess who solved all the problems at once. It's too childish, even for a fairy tale. Ryua chuckled and said, "Don't let it be so boring. It is simply impossible to make him understand romance." Ars Vilzard seemed offended and apologized for not understanding romance. After that, he got up and went to get some fresh air and advised the girls not to make so much noise. No one heard the order being given after him. The gist of it was that this commoner needed to be removed. Giborg said that it didn't work out last time, but this time he will be the first. Subduing demons is a simple task. One of the 3-star students approached Arsu and asked him if he wanted to live like them. Giborg reassured him and said that if he was a 3-star, then it would be good for him to behave accordingly. They'd better go back and rest, because there are only a few hours left. He advised his companions to talk to commoners as little as possible, because the value between commoners and nobles as human beings is different. He added that even though he didn't care about the common people, he at least hoped that he wouldn't be attacked by monsters and ruin the academy's reputation. Ars sighed heavily and wished he wasn't dragged into something troublesome again. Chapter 37. Finally, the train reached its final point of travel. The place where the academy's students arrived was called Ronas. It was a city adjacent to the royal capital. The students stepped out into the fresh air, filling their lungs with light air and the smell of coolness after a tiring trip. The landscape around them welcomed them with the harmony of nature. Ars felt that this setting reminded him of his hometown, with its cozy streets and lush greenery. Ronas, the city next to the royal capital, proved to be a real gem, a perfect combination of ancient architecture and modern development. The narrow streets of the city intertwined with ancient buildings, creating an atmosphere of comfort and warmth. In the distance, manicured parks and squares were visible, where multicolored flowers bloomed and trees formed peculiar alleys. Here in Ronas, nature blended with the city's bustle, creating a unique and harmonious space for learning magic. Students could enjoy not only fresh air, but also beautiful views of the city. Their classes were to take place in the suburbs of Ronas, where there was a picturesque forest inhabited by various animals. Ars, watching his students, felt that Ronas would become for them not only a place of learning, but also an inspiring place where magic merged with the beauty of the world around them. Under the open sky, their adventures in the world of magic promised to become even more exciting and intense. They all came to an obelisk that overlooked a large clearing. Liara announced that there would be an extracurricular lesson here fighting monsters. The teacher said that most of them must have never fought monsters before. In this regard, it will give them a brief overview of what will happen. She opened her textbook and showed them the monster they were assigned to hunt. The common people call this monster the horned rabbit. It's quite docile and doesn't attack people. Ars thought with satisfaction that the horned rabbit was a reasonable choice for a beginner's first hunt. Meanwhile, Liara revealed that at this event, they get 100 SP for every monster they kill. After these words, the students exclaimed happily. The homeroom teacher had warned them beforehand that there were more monsters in the depths of the forest besides the horned rabbits. She recommended not to go too far and be careful. Giborg happily declared that he would definitely get a lot of SPS today. Ars thought about how few people in the class had listened to Liara's advice. She continued to instruct the students. Don't underestimate conquering monsters. Of course, it's true that the horned rabbit is a low-risk monster. However, this is not a monster that beginners can constantly hunt. Listening to the teacher in half an ear, the students couldn't wait to start conquering faster. In the end, Liara said that it was best for all of them to learn firsthand how advanced their magic was. Rena and Rua asked Ars why he was just standing there and taking his time. After all, there wouldn't be any monsters left for them if they didn't hurry. The young man immediately decided that he would hunt moderately so as not to stand out. As the students headed into the forest, it was filled with crunches and rustles. Rena and Rua saw horned rabbits several times, but each time they couldn't hit a moving target. The girls were very upset. They began to search for Ars, who was found at the edge of the forest with the dead rabbits. There were 7 of them. The girls were amazed. How did he hunt them so well? Ars was pleased. Rena and Rua finally understood the difficulty of this task. People usually underestimate the agility of wild monsters. He asked them, should I give them a hint? Ars thought he could use this to train them. 2 birds or rabbits this time. Chapter 38. The girls ran and Rua asked Ars how he was able to defeat these monsters. The young man replied that he had to tell them a trick. But first, he would ask them a question. What do they think about when hunting? Rena replied that she was thinking about killing as many rabbits as possible and earning a lot of SP. Rua said she was begging the rabbit to wait and not run away. Ars chuckled. How carefree. The reasons for their failure are obvious. He said that, first of all, they need to change their attitude to hunting. The main thing during the hunt is to learn to think like prey. He suggested that the girls try again, keeping the idea in mind. They must wonder what if they were being chased with the intent to kill. Rena said it was scary. Rua agreed with her and said that in such a situation, it was only natural to try to escape. Ars noticed that wild monsters have heightened instincts, so they react quickly to bloodlust. Naturally, they will sense danger if someone with evil intentions approaches them. What they lack right now is the technique to hide their bloodlust and the ability to put themselves in the victim's shoes. Ars did not deny that this is too difficult a task. It is difficult to think from the outside of production. Then he thought that these girls were strong enough to hunt horned rabbits. It seems that what they need now is not his words, but a clear example. He told them to watch and learn. The girls noticed that the atmosphere around Ars had changed. The young man was pleased. His female students already understood. These 2 seem to have a good affinity with mana. In addition to actively using magic, mana is also spent just like that. The first thing every assassin should be able to do is erase their presence by blocking these mana surges. After all the preparations, the real hunt begins. And from now on, it will erase everything. Your footsteps, breathing sounds, and even muscle friction should be erased. And in the end, he will even erase his heartbeat. If they get used to it, then with their abilities, they will be able to catch rabbits with their bare hands. However, there are only a few people in the world who can catch them with their bare hands. Rua saw the young man catch the rabbit easily. She couldn't believe it. Renan noticed that she didn't feel anything at all when Ars moved. The young man thought that he would not force the girls to repeat everything so meticulously. True mastery of martial arts and magic requires not only physical strength, but also strategic thinking on the battlefield. Developing exclusively technical skills in training halls is only part of the learning process. Ars understood that in order to make his students truly strong and skilled fighters, they needed to learn not only how to manipulate magic or weapons, but also how to make quick and strategic decisions in the most difficult situations. Therefore, in addition to training in the gym, it is necessary to arrange simulations of combat situations that simulate real battles, where students were forced to use their magic skills in stressful conditions. However, training halls and beating dolls won't be able to develop their thinking abilities on the battlefield. It looks like this quest will be a good opportunity for them to use the magic he taught them. He ordered them to try and kill 3 horned rabbits for now. This will be their new assignment. Chapter 39. Rena and Rua listened carefully to their trainer's instructions and went hunting. Find the target's blind spot, wait until it seems within range, and then suddenly attack. The girls sat in ambush and tried to perform the actions that Ars had taught them. However, another attempt to hit a moving target with magic failed. It was very disappointing, because just a little bit more, and they would have hit the target. Ars watched their attempts and thought that if they continued to develop at the same pace, they would succeed by the end of the day. He decided to leave them and let them hunt on their own. He decided to check the movement of other targets. He spotted at least 4 of them. The first was a terrible bear. Even though large monsters have good senses, they rarely attack humans. Ars used enchantment magic, analytical vision. It turned out that he was right. This bear had the same control magic as the rat it killed. Based on the obvious features of this technique, he can assume that this is the mage who was following him back then. The question is how to get rid of this guy now. He thought about how he wouldn't even have to use magic. He stepped carefully behind the beast and pulled out his pistol. All that remains is to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a shout rang out, telling Ars not to do it. It was a mage who controlled the dread bear. He stated that he had no intention of killing him. He simply couldn't object to young Master Giborg. He was just helping him recruit SPS, that's why it's not his fault. He asked Ars to believe him. Ars realized that there was a high chance that Giborg had hired several dark wizards to complete this task. He asked the mage, is that all he wanted to say to him? The mage asked me not to kill him, he'd better not do it. Even if he looks like this, he's still a 1-star aristocrat. Killing nobles is a mortal sin. Ars calmly replied that he thought he should listen to him. The mage seemed delighted. Ars added that he knows someone else who can handle it. After that, he went into the thick of the forest, leaving the magician suspended from a tree branch by his legs. Somewhere not far away, a terrible bear roared loudly. The mage begged the young man not to leave him. The only sounds were the faint rustle of leaves and the distant splash of a stream. The mage, hanging upside down, begged Ars to come back. In response, only a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the trees, and the clouds hung over the ominous scene like the harbinger of a storm. In the distance, another loud growl was heard, breaking the silence of the forest. The eerie sound reminded them that they were not alone in this dark forest, and that there were dangers hidden in it. The mage screamed and begged him not to leave him alone. He offered money and anything else he wanted. He begged for mercy. As Arsvilzard walked along the barely visible path through the forest, he thought that if he had a choice, he would choose a peaceful school life, and death is the only end for those who cross his path. Chapter 40. When Rena saw Ars approaching, she anxiously asked where he was. They've already searched him and Ryua. She proudly showed me the rabbit she had captured and said it was a wonderful achievement. She was able to do it on her own. This was a surprise for Ars. This girl understood how to hunt these monsters in a very short time. She happily stated that after all, her homeland is near the mountains, and she is well versed in the forests. The young man praised Rena and added that she did a good job. Suddenly, he saw the strange expression on her face and asked, did he say something wrong? The girl replied that it was just a surprise for her. He praised her for the first time. Ars could feel surprise sliding across her face. He thought about how wonderful she was at what she did, and her progress in magic is impressive. Rena met his eyes with a gleam of recognition. She said that usually she just sees it as her responsibility. This moment was something special for both of them. In the context of general training and training, words of recognition and support became like a fresh wind of change. Ars realized that even small praise can make a big difference, especially if it is sincere and given at the right time. Rena, in turn, felt that her efforts did not go unnoticed, and this added new inspiration to her quest for perfection. Ars asked the girl if she had seen Ryua. It didn't look like she was around. Rena expressed her surprise that they were supposed to meet her right now. Then she confessed that she hadn't seen her in a long time. She expressed the hope that her friend wasn't in trouble. Together they went to find Roy. Soon they saw her talking to Giborg from behind the bushes. The young man said that he had already warned her several times that she should stay away from this guy. The girl replied that she only talks to him in extreme cases. Giborg noticed that even if he was right there, she was still talking to this worthless commoner. Were the two of them hiding something from him? The girl replied that it was none of his business. Giborg advised Ryua to watch his tongue. He gradually became enraged. How dare she speak to him in such a tone? Had she forgotten that he was the only reason she was still alive? He picked her up, the daughter of a criminal. So how about you close your mouth and listen to what he says to her? Giborg became aggressive again. He raised his hand to slap the girl's face again, but Ars suddenly intercepted her. He asked the defective aristocrat what he was doing here. Giborg wondered why he was here. The young man replied that it was strange that he was here. Confused, the cyborg said that his mood was ruined and he was forced to leave them. Ryua apologized to Ars for having to witness a rather unpleasant scene. The young man advised her to tell him what had happened. The girl sat down on a fallen tree trunk and began to talk. 3 years ago, she lived together with her father, who was a 3-star aristocrat. He was a kind and sincere person. He always smiled in her presence. He worked as a medicine development specialist in the government, and he always told her that he wanted to create a world where aristocrats and commoners would become equal by using the power of medicine. She respected her father very much. But one day, a man in black broke into their house and destroyed everything they had. Chapter 41. 3 years ago, a kind girl lived in a luxurious mansion. Her name was Ryua Artemisia. She was a 3-star aristocrat. One morning, she greeted Artemisia's father Mike, a pharmacologist scientist. She asked him if he had been working all night again. Mike replied that he had just woken up early because his dear daughter had asked him not to stay up too long. Ryua replied that it was because someone was so busy with their research that they even forgot to eat. She noticed that her father smelled strange, and that the whole room was filled with a strange smell. Mike replied with a smile that if there was a place where it should smell strange, it should be in this place, because it contains various medicines and ingredients from all over the world. And this equipment, located here, is hard to get even in the capital. The medicines created here reach many people. The girl asked if the work of a pharmacologist is quite difficult. Then she asked her dad if he could take a break from work and take a walk with her, because he had to rest at least sometimes. The scientist agreed with her, but stressed that this will not last long. At this time, someone entered the lab door. The man had told Rua that she couldn't come in here whenever she wanted. Still, it's an official government agency. Mr. Mike is always too soft. Father Roy said that he had already made arrangements with his daughter and would probably not return here today, so he leaves everything to him. When they went for a walk with their father, Rua said that for some reason she did not like this man. Mike objected and said that he was a highly qualified researcher, as well as a reliable colleague who works for the benefit of the people of their city. The girl said it was just that he was too kind. At this time, someone called out to the scientist. A girl was standing in front of them. She said she was right, it was really Mr. Artemisia. She reported that her mother was suddenly ill again. It looks like the medicine didn't work. Mike said they should hurry. After that, they went to the apartment of a sick woman. Mike examined her and helped her take some medicine. She soon felt better. The girl thanked him for his help, and the doctor replied that he was only a pharmacologist, so his options were limited. But he's glad he was able to help her mother in some way. The girl said that she didn't even know how to thank him. He is so kind to them even though they are commoners. Mike told his daughter when they went outside that sometimes when he went out for a walk around town, it might happen that someone would need help. Just for such occasions, he always carries this briefcase with him. Rua asked him, after all, these people weren't even 2, they were even 1 star, so why would he go so far just to help such people? The father told his daughter that they were just lucky to be born aristocrats. This status and powers were given to them by pure chance. In this case, it should be normal for them to help those who are less fortunate than them. Was it possible that if there was an aristocrat in front of her, she would help him, but if there was a commoner, she wouldn't? Mike told the girl that she just had to make sure that her kindness reached everyone. Using his medical knowledge, he wants to create a world where everyone can be equal. He said he was going to show her something she shouldn't tell anyone. At the moment, he is engaged in research on the manifestation of magic in people who do not have a predisposition to it. There are many aristocratic families that use magic, but he wants more. He wants to create a world where everyone can master magic. No one will be associated with social status. This will bring them closer to a world where everyone will be happy. It would be wonderful if all this could become a reality. Then he apologized and said that today they were supposed to walk around the city together, but in the end it turned out that they were working again. He promised Rua that next time they would go far, far away and take their mother with them. A few months later, Rua walked into a room full of tension, not anticipating that she was facing such a gruesome scene. Her father was sitting on the floor. His normally confident gaze dimmed, and there was silence around him, broken only by whispers of doubt. The black-robed man leaning over him, a revolver in his hand, was shaking the barrel threateningly. The father, with a visible panic in his voice, said that there was some mistake. He doesn't understand why he's here. He didn't do anything. The man in black remained speechless, only raising an eyebrow in doubt, as if doubting the truth of his father's words. Rua, standing in the doorway, seemed to freeze in horror. She understood that the innocent could become victims of mistakes and misunderstandings, but seeing her father in such a situation was unbearable for her. The father claimed that he had acted in accordance with the law. The stranger accused his father that the production of illegal drugs is an act of high treason. He also has information that the organization has started working behind their backs. The girl asked who the man in black was, but the man in the black raincoat pulled the trigger, and in the dead of night the shot echoed endlessly. Chapter 42. The more valuable something is, the brighter and more beautiful it becomes. Roy was left alone with her father, who lay unconscious on the lab floor. The girl did not know what to do. She asked her father not to die. Then it occurred to her to use the medications he'd made. Mike called his daughter over in a weak voice. Rua knelt down next to her father, and he whispered that he had only just noticed that it was quite snowy today. No wonder his hands were so cold. Then he said that he was very sorry, because the 3 of them were supposed to walk around the city together tomorrow. He apologized and said that it looked like he wouldn't be able to keep his promise anymore. Mike chuckled bitterly and concluded that he was always just apologizing to her. Rua tearfully begged him not to say that. She has always been with him and wants to stay with him forever. She still has so much to do with him, so please don't let him die. The man told her not to cry. It's all good. He is sure that someone will keep his kind and sincere Rua. She has nothing to worry about. That's why, even if she's tired, she doesn't need to give up. From that moment on, everything went wrong. After it turned out that their family was involved in the production of illegal drugs, they were demoted to 2nd class and Rua became a 1 star. Because of her poverty, she had to seek help from this man, and since they already knew each other, it was decided that she would become his wife. Rua looked Vilzard in the eye and said that the reason why she wanted to become strong was because she wanted to kill someone. She wants to destroy the man who killed her father with his own hands. That's what she wants. Then she asked the young man if he would believe her if she said so. Vilzarp was forced to think. Who knows? No one knows what is going on in a person's heart. There are a lot of strange encounters in this world. His mind was full of questions, and he knew that in this world of magic and mystery, every encounter could be strange and unexpected. Inside each person, there were secrets that no one knew about. The human heart was like a closed book, full of unknown plots and characters. Even the closest people could be a mystery. Their thoughts and feelings remained inaccessible to the outside view. In the world of Arsa, amazing meetings took place. He reflected that each encounter could change his life, revealing new facets or warning him of dangers. The mysterious forces that permeated this world created opportunities for unusual encounters and adventures. Some meetings could be life-changing, leading to important events and life changes. Every day in this world was full of mysteries, and Ars knew that it was impossible to predict what would happen next. He couldn't help thinking that he would get himself into unnecessary trouble if he went any further in this matter, because the person who killed her father was none other than him. Chapter 43. Janice Wilzard was sitting at the bar with Ars at the club. He seemed preoccupied. He said it was unusual. This is the first time that Ars shows interest in the target that it has eliminated. The young man wanted to make sure of something. It concerned an incident that occurred 3 years ago. The old man asked Ars, isn't it his credo to never stir up the past of his goals? The young man replied that it was just a whim of his, nothing more. Janice Wilzard whimpered vaguely and said that Mike Artemisia might have been a young, excellent pharmacist, but it was true that he had killed him. But he shouldn't think too hard about it. If he hadn't done it, someone else would have. Mike's fate was sealed the moment the government noticed him. Here are the cases. In passing, the old man announced that there was a new job for him. Janice wants him to attend an aristocrat's party. The young man asked, is this a reconnaissance mission? The old man replied that since the reverse crown had appeared, the number of such requests had greatly increased. It seems that the government is afraid that the Oswald incident will happen again. Ars Vilzard said that this is a very strange coincidence. The organizer of this party is a 3-star aristocrat, lecturer Landstar. He can be considered a subordinate of Mike Artemis. Ars was almost certain that his fellow student's last name was also Landstar. This mission may have something to do with House Rua. All of this is too good to be considered a coincidence. Perhaps you can call it a God's joke. But God does not exist, and the ugliness of the world is proof of this. Giborg Landstar was very upset. He glared indignantly at the 2 black magicians who were standing in front of him with guilty faces. He called them useless idiots and asked how dare they come back to him with such a result. And how can they call themselves dark magicians if they can't deal with one commoner? His death should have been faked as an accident, and they couldn't even scratch him. Moreover, they managed to lose one of their own. One of the mages respectfully addressed the young master and said that this person was an unusual commoner. This black magician said that he had worked as an assassin for more than 10 years, but this young man had stunned him with his incredible strength and feelings. He was able to sense its presence from hundreds of meters away, and their powers are at 2 different levels. The second mercenary completely agreed with the mage. This is the guy you shouldn't mess with. It was the first time he felt such pressure from just looking at him. After that, the 2 mercenaries bowed out and said that this job wasn't worth the money. Giborg, left alone, feverishly wondered who else could finish off this commoner if not hired assassins. Giborg, caught up in a sudden outburst of anger, flew into an uncontrollable rage that turned his office into a battlefield. He smashed the furniture as if it were an obstacle in his path. Glass shattered under the violent blows, and metal objects snapped under the powerful force of his limbs. The wood flew in all directions, creating a cloud of dust and leaving a shattered space in its wake. The room that used to be a cozy and formal study was now like a battlefield after a storm. Giborg's anger vibrated in the air, creating a tense and gloomy atmosphere. Its power could be felt in every broken piece of furniture and cracked surface. He didn't hold back his rage, letting it come out in the most ridiculous form. The ferocity of his actions was such that even the sounds of this madness could be heard from a distance, but no one dared to interfere in this storm of aggression. Giborg couldn't stand the way these mercenaries treated him. Suddenly, the young master heard a voice saying that it looked like he needed help. It was the voice of his father, the lecturer. He asked his son what had happened. He looks pretty upset. Giborg replied that everything was fine, just minor problems. Lecturer Landstar looked his son in the eye and asked him if he wanted strength. Giborg asked what he meant by that. My father took out a box of pills and said that now was the perfect time. He would give him this experimental drug that would greatly increase his magical abilities. He just needed a guinea pig. However, Giborg refused and said that he needed to be alone. The lecturer's face took on a cruel expression, and he said that he was very sorry, but his opinion on this matter was not taken into account. The lecturer, beside himself with anger and dissatisfaction, forcibly emptied the pills into the mouth of his son, George Landstar. The pills slid down his tongue and into his mouth, and he had no other choice but to swallow them. At that moment, Giborg's eyes were a mix of emotions: detachment, indignation, and uncertainty about what was going on. Giborg, though confident in his own strength, could feel his body reacting to unknown substances. He looked at the lecturer with an expression of displeasure and demand. The question sounded like a challenge, like an attempt to understand what exactly was being fed to him. The lecturer, although he maintained his austerity, but there was a certain amount of superiority and indifference in his eyes. He took his time with the answer, leaving the tension in the air. After that, the young man fell on his back and felt hellish pain. The lecturer, watching his agony, calmly said that it had been a long time since they had had such a reaction. He asked Giborg how he liked the improved version of DD. As an experimenter, it was very interesting for him. Now he has one more thing to look forward to at the party. The old man thought that he should bring some red wine with him. A drink to the sound of your son's transformation would be just fine. Chapter 44. Renee and Rua had successfully trained to kill horned rabbits with one blow. They were now easily able to complete this task. After extracurricular activities, hunting horned rabbits became their routine. It seems that all the rabbits caught can be exchanged for a certain amount of SP. And although 10 points is negligible, if they accumulate every day, then in the end their number will be impressive. Renee reminded Ars of his promise, where he said that whoever completed the task first would get whatever training they wanted. Then she said that she wanted to ask him a favor. Ars Vilzard said he didn't mind, but didn't they do a mana transfer after school today? The girl replied that this time everything will be different. Just then, Rua also finished her task, destroying 3 rabbits. Renee whispered in his ear that she would tell him more about it later. If possible, she wished Rua wouldn't hear them. Ars Vilzard couldn't understand what it was that Rua wasn't supposed to hear. He decided that it was probably related to Giborg and Rua's relationship. Rua, after completing the task, turned to Arsu and asked him, since they had finished the task, what should they do next? The young man suggested that they try to think about a new task for themselves. He decided that the girls couldn't really grow up if they just continued to do his tasks. To advance further, they need to develop the ability to think independently. Rua asked for it. Arsa is going to teach them interpersonal magic aimed at fighting humans. If they can learn any magic, then let him teach them battle magic. Ars Vilzard thought that girls are not ready to learn interpersonal magic yet. But in principle you can try to give them the opportunity to understand the basics of it and what they have learned during all the training. Rua reminded Ars that she wanted to destroy the man who killed her father with his own hands. That was her wish. Renee was thrilled. To her, interpersonal magic sounded really cool. She said that she also thought about the fact that it was time to participate in real battles. Ars Vilzard decided that it couldn't be helped. He couldn't refuse if they wanted it so badly. He sighed and told the girls that then from today on, he would teach them interpersonal magic. But as long as this aspect is unstable, no matter how hard they try, it won't be enough. First, he wants them to learn body enchantment magic. Renee asked, isn't body enchantment magic an initial magic? She believes that even they can use something like this. Ars Vilzard was surprisingly quick to agree with her. He asked, then why don't they try it now if they're so sure? Ars calmly but insistently asked Renee to try to knock down the huge tree in front of them. She looked up at the massive tree, feeling its powerful energy and resilience. However, Renee, judging the size and power of the tree, replied with some skepticism that this is impossible. Even with their magical abilities, this tree is too strong and resistant. Ars persevered, his interest piqued by his students' own training plans. He said they might have hidden reserves of power that they didn't even realize they had. Renee, although doubtful, decided to follow Ars's request. Focusing her magic energy, she directed it into the tree trunk, trying to affect its structure. However, the tree remained steadfast, unwavering before her efforts. Ars just smiled, realizing that even magic has its limits. He was willing to explore these boundaries and find new opportunities in the amazing abilities of his female students. No matter how strong a mage is, enchantment magic has its limitations. Ars thought that it wasn't surprising that it was impossible for these two with their abilities. He looked around and decided that no one was around. Ars Vilzard held out his hand in the direction of the tree. He activated the body enchantment magic, finger enhancement. The huge tree trunk creaked and fell, exposing its strong roots. The girls were amazed. They couldn't believe such a reality, and the young man said that it was not difficult. Renan noticed that Ars always surprised her, but she didn't think he was so lacking in common sense. Rua replied that it was too late to say that. In their case, it would be weirder if Ars had that common sense. Ars turned his head and thought that these girls were saying such terrible things. Chapter 45. Rena enthusiastically said that she would continue her training and try to do her best. After all, she has a reason to become stronger. Ars announced that Rena and Rua's next task would be to cut down a tree with their bare hands. They can use any technique, as long as they don't use weapons. The first attempts of the girls were unsuccessful. It seemed to them that the task was impossible. This tree, no matter what techniques they used, didn't even move. There wasn't even a dent in its trunk from their efforts. Despite the best efforts of Rua and Rena, the tree remained unshaken. Neither magic techniques nor physical strength produced any visible results. The trunk remained untouched, as if it were a barrier to their magic and effort. After a series of attempts, there was not the slightest trace of impact on the tree. No dents, no cracks. He stood there as if summoning them, emphasizing his unwavering defiance of their magical abilities. Ars, although slightly disappointed, maintained his resolve. He assured the girls that this was just a test of their endurance and patience. Sooner or later, they will reach the point where they can do his task. Rena also knew that they probably hadn't reached their limit yet. Ars Vilzard understood that body enhancement magic required both physical and magical strength from a mage. For beginners, maintaining it for at least 5 minutes will be a difficult task. Rena, tired from training, sat down to rest, but Ars told her that it wasn't time to rest yet. At the very least, she should be able to maintain her magic power for an hour to reach the starting point. The girl was not happy with her success. She turned to the young man and said that no matter how much she thought about it, it was simply impossible. In this scenario, her magic power drains faster than her physical strength. Ars replied that he had expected this, of course. He asked the girl to raise her face and then kissed her. Rena asked why he did it so suddenly. She always reacted so innocently. The young man asked her how she was feeling. Does she feel that her body has become a little lighter? The girl agreed with him and said that she definitely feels better than before. As soon as she runs out of mana, she will immediately come to him. This way, she will be able to continue training without rest. Body enhancement magic training requires perseverance. Under normal circumstances, when magic energy or mana is depleted, the process of restoring it can indeed take a considerable amount of time. This is similar to charging the battery after heavy use. A mage must maintain a balance between their magical abilities and their mana reserves to avoid total exhaustion and a long cooldown period. Magic, being an energetic process, depends on the internal reserves of mana that can be used up during the use of magic spells. When the mage's mana runs out, they may feel tired and restricted in the use of their abilities. This period of magical fatigue requires time for natural energy recovery. Usually, when mana is depleted, it takes a long time for it to recover. But since they have this method, they don't need to waste time resting, and so they can fully concentrate on training. Rena opened her eyes wide and asked, does that mean they will do a mana transfer every time she takes a break? Ars Vilzard was glad that the girl quickly understood all this. But the huge and only drawback of this method is that Arsa, as their teacher, is under a lot of pressure. Rena thought this was her chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She will continue her training and try to do her best. Arsu liked the fact that the girl was cheering up. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Then he decided to go back to Rua. He realized that she had also run out of mana. The girl saw Ars and showed him the trunk of the tree she was working with. She couldn't knock him down like he did, but at least she was able to leave a scratch on him. He was surprised that she had come this far when she was completely exhausted. She looked into his eyes and asked if her wish could come true. Ars Vilzard replied that he was interested in it himself. Chapter 46. The sky of the capital was overcast, and it was dusk in the city. Today's weather was just perfect for the mission of Ars and his partner Sayaka. They went straight to the biggest train station in the royal capital. Today's mission is to escort a group of aristocrats. A train was parked on the railroad tracks. These people reserved an entire magic train for themselves. There was a sign on one of the cars that said the head of the Landstar family was holding a banquet to celebrate lecturer Landstar's birthday. Ars thought about the fact that this lecturer Landstar was also Giborg's father, whom he hadn't seen in a long time at school lately. I wonder if he will appear at this banquet. Ars Vilzard changed out of his usual clothes for an evening suit, and Sayaka said admiringly that he has a different atmosphere today, He looks so cool in these clothes. Ars asked his partner why he was wearing the stars. Wearing fake stars is considered a serious crime. This should be avoided as much as possible, even if he does it for work. Sayaka answered the question with a question. Maybe he wears them because he is a 2-star. Ars Vilzard remarked with a laugh that you can't find an aristocrat like him anywhere else. Sayaka replied that of course he had already severed all ties with the family, but he thought that even within the organization, Ars would be the only commoner. It's true that commoners who are able to use magic are very rare. Given this, it's not surprising that the nameless organization is made up entirely of aristocrats. Ars Vilzard noticed that Sayaka is too loud. At this time, they saw Marion in an evening dress. She was as beautiful as ever. They saw 3 stars on her collar. Ars had no idea that Marion had been a 3-star all along. The girl replied that she always disliked being strict and formal all the time, so she ran away at the first opportunity. But she still uses all the privileges, although only when the job requires it. Sai smiled and said, it's also quite unusual to have 3 members of an organization together on a single mission. Is today's assignment really that important? Ars Vilzard explained that in short, the top leadership is simply afraid of a repeat of the Oswald incident. Marion suggested that we leave it at that, because Ars needed to go to her. He recalled the recent scene in the forest when Rina had asked him to go with her to the banquet that Giborg's house was hosting. Ryu was also invited there. Ars was a little surprised, considering her position as Giborg's intended. He knew there was a high chance that she would be at the banquet, but he hadn't expected Rina to be there, either. He was very worried about Roy. For some reason, she hadn't been in class for several days. It seems that she also neglects her training. However, Ars Vilzard did not refuse and decided to go to the banquet. Rina said that if Giborg had any evil thoughts about Ryua, she would not sit idly by. Ars thought that he would have to adjust his schedule a bit since he couldn't take it back. If this woman does what she wants, then he will then be worse off at work. So he has no choice. Ars Vilzard went to the train and sat down at the table opposite Rina. She asked him who the woman he had just spoken to was. He said it was someone he had known for a very long time. Rina noticed that this woman is very beautiful. This is the first time she sees such a beautiful woman. She asked if Ars was in a romantic relationship with her. The young man replied that of course he wasn't. It's just an unwanted relationship. Chapter 47. Ars was tormented by the question, where is this train going? Passengers were happy with the trip, because there is nothing better than eating a cake while enjoying the beautiful view from the window. Rina was happy to taste the cake and offered to try a piece of arsu. The youth looked at her and asked, she hadn't forgotten about their original purpose, had she? She seemed to be worried about Ryua. The girl pointed to a piece of cake on her plate and asked if there was anything she could do about it. Ars Vilzard didn't exactly understand the feeling when you want to give up everything, but he was close to it. Who would have thought that for this banquet, there would be a strict separation in different locations by different carriages. The first and second cars had VIP rooms, the third car was reserved for 3-star passengers, and the fourth car was reserved for 2-star passengers. In the fifth car, there were 1 stars in the rest of the lower ranks. Rina said that it was unwise, that without being a high-ranking aristocrat, it was impossible to advance. Ryu is currently in an extremely difficult situation, so if no one supports her, something unpleasant might happen to her. If Ryua is attending the banquet, then she should definitely be here, in a place where only relatives of the Landstar family can enter. If she's playing the role of Giborg's bride, then she's probably there. She asked Ars if there was any way to get inside, distracting the guards and creating a gap. The young man replied that this is a rather complicated question. The fifth car they are in is the farthest from the VIP rooms. Getting through the entire guard can be quite difficult. Rina said that even without that, if they were patient, there would definitely be a chance. Ars noticed that this party seemed to be under attack. Rina didn't understand what he was talking about, but after a second, everything fell into place. A group of assassins suddenly rushed into the fifth carriage. Like shadows, penetrating the atmosphere of tension and fear, they stood in the aisle, threatening the passengers, forcing everyone to raise their hands in command and refrain from any attempts to resist. The leader of the group, with a fixed expression on his face, carefully surveyed the surrounding people, as if his gaze was able to penetrate through any of their disguises. He said with cold-blooded confidence that no one should dare to move, otherwise the consequences for them would be serious. They should listen carefully to what they have to say. The passengers, sitting in tense silence, were nervous and anxious. The bandits were well trained, their every move well honed, as if they were part of a carefully planned operation. There was a noticeable tension among the passengers, their eyes seeking support from their neighbors. The leader of the raiders, approaching the central part of the car, said with a chilling threat that they were here on an important mission, and they should not interfere with them. They must sit quietly and do nothing if they don't want this train to become their last refuge in their primitive lives. One of the passengers asked what the hell was going on here, why they were making such a mess. He's even sobered up. Has this show gone too far? The man in black silently took out a gun and shot the man in the temple. The raider calmly said, looking at the corpse, that he had warned him not to move. He turned back to the other passengers and told them to keep quiet if they didn't want to die. They must do what they are told. If they keep quiet, they won't shoot. Ars was thinking hard. The appearance of these bandits and this emblem on their clothes suggests that this is a reverse crown. Meanwhile, the terrorist said he wanted to pass on a few words from their leader. Lecturer Landstar's voice came over the speaker. He introduced himself as the head of the Landstar family and the one who organized today's banquet. Art wondered why the lecturer, a great aristocrat, was presenting himself as part of the reverse crown. Meanwhile, the lecturer continued to talk. He would like to express his gratitude for their participation in the party he is hosting. He wants them to enjoy her to the fullest tonight. Then he said there was a bomb on the train they were on right now. Chapter 48. Lecturer Landstar said it was a special bomb. It is activated as soon as the speed of the train decreases to 80 kilometers per hour. It contains more than 1,000 tons of gunpowder. If the train continues on its way to the station, it will explode in less than half an hour. The lecturer wanted each of the passengers to imagine this. He said with maniacal delight that soon after they felt pain, their bodies would be torn to pieces. Ars Vilzard thought that it didn't look like the lecturer was lying. He felt a slight fluctuation of mana in the air. The lecturer warned that this train was going around the royal capital and back to the central station. If he slowed down, there would be numerous casualties along the way, so he advised not to mess with him. Rather, it's something they should thank him for. After all, he's going to use them as a sacrifice to revive the organization. With these words, he wished the passenger to enjoy a comfortable trip and said goodbye. Ars thought worriedly that this had become a serious problem. Fortunately, Marion is in the second car, and Sayaka is in the third. They have to deal with the rest. But the main problem is how to stop the train without activating the bomb. Ars Vilzard realized that he couldn't make a decision until he saw how things were going inside the train. Meanwhile, one of the terrorists said that it was time to have fun. He claimed it was their one-way ticket straight to hell. Rena loudly suggested that Ars kick these bandits' ass. The bandit leader turned his attention to her. He said that the girl has a lot of energy, but a small girl like her is not a hindrance to him. The bandit, who had barely uttered his last threatening words, was knocked to the floor by a sudden whirlwind of magic, giving Renee the opportunity to respond to his challenge. She focused, put her magic skills into action, and as if with an invisible force, threw the attacker to the floor. The scene was so unexpected that even the second bandit, who was aiming his gun at Renee, lost his confidence for a moment. But before he could realize what had happened, Ars took a decisive leap into the air. Ars' strength and agility were on full display as he performed a spin and kicked the gun out of the bandit's hands with a powerful kick. The gun fell to the floor, and the gunman, stunned by the unexpected attack, collapsed beside him. Ars, standing next to Renee, smiled, showing his willingness to protect his allies to the end. He whispered to Renee not to let her guard down. At the same time, he thought that as long as there was a bomb inside, it was best not to use high-power magic. A whole crowd of terrorists armed with automatic weapons stood in front of Renee and Ars. One of them said that this kid clearly underestimated them. Ars quietly asked Renee to take care of those behind her, and he himself fearlessly rushed straight at the terrorists in front of him. A minute later, the bandits were lying motionless on the floor of the car. The eldest of them, the survivor, asked in a non-firm voice, "Who were they?" Ars replied that they were students of the Magic Academy. The motto of their school is, "Position obliges." Chapter 49. The bandit asked in surprise, "So they are newbies who have just started learning magic?" He told them to give up and get out of here, because they were wasting their time and energy. They are already doomed to die. No one has ever managed to escape from them before. From the very beginning, they had all come here for the sake of shedding a sea of blood. They are only here to kill all the aristocrats on this train. This is the best way to end the evening. Then he asked the young people's opinion on this matter. Ars calmly said that their plans were not going to come true. The bandits who came to the leader's aid shot at Ars, but he surprisingly dodged the bullets. Then they all rushed at the youth together, but Ars Vilzard activated the magic of increasing resistance, as well as increasing mass. The leader thought that they were still children, after all, and that he could see everything. But Ars proved that he couldn't see anything. The added physical enhancement magic made it possible to quickly destroy the terrorists in front of him. Rena dealt with those who attacked from the rear. It's all over. It was a victory. After that, Ars and Rena went to the vestibule of the car and stopped at the door leading to the next car. It was locked. Ars thought that Ryu might be in danger if they didn't find out where the bomb was. But for now, you need to avoid unnecessary battles. Rena said they needed to hurry. Ars easily opened the car door and climbed onto the roof with the agility of an athlete, feeling the tension and danger lurking in his body every second. Before leaving, he turned to Renee with a confident smile and ordered her to stay here to look after the passengers. He promised the girl that he would be back very soon. His words sounded like a promise filled with determination. As soon as Ars was on top of the car, an impressive view opened up in front of him. In the distance, the scenery was endless, dense forests, winding rivers, and mountains mixed with low clouds. The setting sun left a trail of fire on the horizon, turning the sky orange and purple. From the elevated roof of the car, Ars was not looking at the majestic landscape, where every detail of nature was a living and breathing organism. He was looking for the big railway bridge that was part of his clever plan. The sound background, which included the sound of wheels on rails, a light wind bringing the smells of wildlife, and the quiet hum of a moving train, did not prevent you from seeing its outlines in the distance. From this height, he could not see the passengers in the cars, who, despite the events that took place, continued their dangerous journey. Renee expressed a desire to go with him, but accidentally slipped and almost fell out of the train. It was a good thing Ars was ready to catch her. The girl apologized and said that she always gives him nothing but trouble. Ars Vilzard told her to take her time. After all, her mastery of magic is still in the development stage. Ars promised the girl that he would return Ryu without fail to avoid the worst possible outcome. Chapter 50. At this time, some events were taking place in the second VIP class carriage. Sayaka easily dispatched all the bandits who were in this car alone. The passengers were very happy that this young man was next to them. He was their true hope. Sai was asked what his name was. The young man identified himself and modestly replied that it was a piece of cake. He smiled sheepishly, because it had been a long time since anyone had praised him. Roy, looking through the half-open door of the train, thought that she had seen this guy somewhere before. But she pulled herself together, determined not to think too much about it. While she had time, she had to find that person. The girl headed towards the first car. A security guard appeared on her way, who said that only those who have an invitation can go there. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, especially since they are now in a situation where they don't know if there are survivors. It would be better for her to go back to her parents. Ryu excused herself and used her battle magic to push the guard to the floor. He lost consciousness. She was sure he was right there, behind that door. There were only two people in this world that she would never forgive. The first is the man in black who killed my father. The second is Lecturer Landstar, the man who caused the downfall of the Artemisia family. The lecturer framed his father, exposing his illegal research for the work of Mike Artemisia, and then he appropriated the results of his father's research and eventually received his current status. She was determined to kill him. Roy entered the first car, expecting to meet the usual passengers, but was surprised to find it empty. She paused for a moment, looking at the luxurious decoration and refined interior that was different from the usual carriages. This car turned out to be a VIP car reserved for passengers with special requirements and high 3-star status. The walls were decorated with expensive woods, the furniture was upholstered in soft leather, and the lamps radiated warm light, creating an atmosphere of comfort and luxury. Along the windows were comfortable chairs with soft pillows, designed for the best rest on the road. Fresh flowers were laid out on the tables, and the atmosphere in the car was saturated with the aromas of expensive perfumes. There was even a small bar in the corner of the car where you could order fine drinks. Gleaming glass shelves displayed a selection of exclusive wines and snacks. Despite the emptiness, the VIP car gave off a sense of luxury, and it felt like people had just left it. Roy, looking around, couldn't help but be struck by the contrast it presented compared to ordinary carriages. Rua walked to the end of the car and saw Giborg sprawled in an easy chair. She looked at him in surprise. The young master said that she didn't have to be so surprised. She knows he's always thinking of her. He invited her to come to him so that he could pet her. Rua resolutely told him not to stand in her way and used her magic. Giborg smiled ruefully and asked if she thought that was enough to defeat him. She wondered with horror why her magic, so perfect, had failed to work on Giborg. The young master got to his feet and asked why she had such a surprised expression on her face. Had she underestimated his strength that much? It was all clear to him now. She, like everyone else, taunted him behind his back. Every single one of them was laughing at him. And now it was time for her punishment. He intends to show her who is the strongest of them. Then, with a change of expression, he attacked the girl. He was glad that Ryua's face was contorted with fear. He was unusually excited. His face was a ghastly mask. Lying on top of her, he kept her from struggling. At this time, Ars appeared in the car with a pistol in his hand. The girl asked weakly if it was him. Chapter 51. Giborg raised his head and Ars was surprised by Giborg's transformation. His face looked like a terrifying monster. He said to Arsu that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Giborg drew Ryua's attention to him and told her, with a show of defiance, to watch carefully. He intended to show her now which of them was better, he, the Highborg, or the commoner. His words sounded confident, and his intentions seemed very serious towards Ars Wilfred. Ryua, despite her unenviable position, was concerned about Giborg's threats against Ars. The girl saw the terrible changes in Giborg not only in the physical plane, but also in the mental one. She knew that this meeting was about more than just a show of strength. It was a challenge between two worlds, good and evil. Giborg left the girl on the floor and got up. One of his hands looked like a monster's paw. Ars thought that it had happened under the influence of drugs. Giborg stepped towards the young man with a gun in his hands and said that he had the audacity to point the gun at a 3-star. It's time to deal with him. He would accept his death as an apology. Without thinking twice, Ars shot Giborg several times. However, he only laughed in response. Ars Vilzard quickly moved behind him and fired again. Young Master Landstar noticed that it was too slow. Ars noticed that it deflected bullets, even if they were enhanced with mana. Even if he kept attacking him, he wouldn't be able to deal a fatal wound to him. Giborg taunted him, what's wrong? Was he planning to challenge him like this and just defend himself? The power of this monster was too great, and it wasn't like a simple physical enhancement magic. This is similar to a different kind of ability, most likely due to the influence of DD. Ars thought that there was nothing he could do. Looks like he's going to have to cheat a little. It will be difficult to continue fighting like this. Ars drew a magic circle to connect to a part of the second car. He activated the stamina reduction magic. The Giborg reminded him with a monstrous growl. He was turning into a hideous monster before my eyes. Ars Vilzard looked at the watch on his wrist and decided that everything was going according to plan. All the conditions for defeating this guy are fulfilled. It's time to end this. Chapter 52. Ars was waiting for his plan to be activated. Rua sensed a change in the air. She thought something was going on. Ars Vilzard realized that the effect seemed to have finally arrived. He reassured the girl and said that nothing special was going on. This is just the effect of the stamina reduction magic that he recently activated. By analyzing the metal parts connecting the first and second cars, he separated the train. This car has already reached a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, while the second car, left without a power source, will soon begin to slow down. Suddenly, the girl slid across the floor toward the door and almost fell out. Ars managed to grab her by the arm and keep her in the car. He asked her to hold on to him tightly and not dare to let go of his hand. Giborg asked in surprise, what does all this mean? Why wasn't there an explosion? After all, the bomb was designed to explode when the speed drops to 80 kilometers per hour. This carriage should have been reduced to ashes by now. Ars calmly said that the sensors attached to the train were destroyed, and he destroyed them. The explosives won't go off until there's a strong push. Giborg didn't believe Ars. What does it say? What did he do? If they continue to accelerate, they will also go to hell with this train. Ars Vilzard objected and said that the only one who would go to hell was him, Giborg Landstar. Giborg declared that he would never fall for his tricks. The young man whispered to Rua that a few seconds would be enough for him and she should trust him. Ars, still holding Roy's hand, darted forward, heading for the exit of the VIP car. The wind was rushing towards them, emphasizing the speed of the train's movement. They took a decisive step outside, arriving just as the car was crossing a bridge high above a wide river. The bridge overlooked a deep ravine, and beneath it flowed a mighty river. The setting sun painted the sky in fiery shades, creating a unique picture. True, the young people did not notice this. Their aspirations were much more serious and significant than admiring the sunset and enjoying the landscape. They were fighting for their own lives. The wind had become even stronger during their free flight, and the sound of the train's wheels was barely audible. Ars was only concerned that Rua would not be injured after this bold and somewhat adventurous move. Ars and Roy caught a glimpse of the landscape as it flew past them, against the backdrop of the bridge in the falling sun. This was the moment when time slowed down, and the impressions of the moment became indelible in their memory. Fortunately, Rua didn't have time to be alarmed. The flames engulfed the darkness, turning the wagon along with Giborg into a pile of scrap metal, and Ars and Rua fell into the river without receiving any damage. Chapter 53. The difficult and dangerous mission was over. Sayaka reported that he had finished evacuating the passengers. Narayana added that there are several dead, but most people are fine and all this is thanks to Arsu. The rest can be entrusted to the government. Ryua thought of Lecter Landstar and Giborg. Is he also a victim in some sense, or is he still a test rat? To think that a lecturer would blow up the train that his own son was traveling on. It's terrible that mad aristocrats still exist. The whirlwind of events suddenly turned in a direction that no one expected. A lecturer who turned out to be the one who wanted to blow up the train in which his own son was traveling was disgusting. This unexpected, barbaric reality inspired a sense of unease and frustration. Roy, having learned of the lecturer's terrible act, could not accept that a person connected to the victim by close ties of blood could go to such a shocking act. A senseless act aimed at undermining the safety of a defenseless train is sure to cause internal divisions in society. The dark appearance of such aristocrats will alienate many. People like the lecturer, even if they are safe, are willing to sacrifice the lives and safety of those who are at the bottom of the social ladder. Then she thought of Ars, who had gone out of his way to save her from the drug-ravaged Giborg. She remembered the perilous plunge into the river and their miraculous escape. Then she thought it was the end. Sitting on the riverbank, Rua asked Ars who he really was. He asked her what she meant by that. She said she might have imagined it, but his face looked like the man in black who had killed her father 3 years ago. Ars Vilzard thought that this girl had a good intuition, that Father Roy really committed a crime that deserved to die. There's no point in finding out now, even though it doesn't matter to him. All he did was kill people on the orders of the organization. From the very beginning, he never thought that he was on the side of justice. It's just his job. He told her that he was the one who had killed her father. Then he added, if he told her that, would she believe him? Rua admitted that she does not know the answer to this question, because he is her protector and he is a very important person for her. Ars Vilzard put his hand on her shoulder and said that he was joking. Let her forget everything he said. Chapter 54. The organization's current target was the drug-dealing scum. Sayaka put a lot of effort into tracking down this drug dealer. The fat man was very surprised, just who had leaked the information about him to him. Sai told him that he was left alone and it was useless to run away. The gunman pulled out his gun and hid behind the wall of the room. But Sai activated a frontal breakthrough, went through the wall and attacked the drug dealer. He ended up on the floor. Next to it was an open briefcase with money and drugs in it. Sayaka was pleased. He completed the task. Moreover, this time he quickly coped. Easy and simple. He thought that he should tell Ars about this. Suddenly, a Nighthawk appeared in front of him and fired a shot at the drug dealer behind him. He said that his target wasn't completely destroyed yet and he shouldn't let his guard down. Sayaka looked back and saw a fat man with a syringe in his hand. He muttered that, as expected of a high-quality drug, the power was overwhelming him. It was a bit surprising to see a drug dealer addicted to drugs. The bandit asked Ars, isn't he Nighthawk, the famous guild assassin? He's heard a lot about it, but unfortunately, his fame will end here and today. Ars activated the body-strengthening magic, finger-strengthening. The drug dealer tried to move, but couldn't move his body. Ars asked him, how about we just give up and accept our fate humbly? The bandit wondered what he was talking about. Sai warned his friend at the moment when the drug dealer angrily attacked Ars. However, Nighthawk stopped the attacker with just a single swipe of his finger on the forehead. Ars told him that just because he has a mountain of muscle doesn't mean he will win. When Sai and Ars left this room, Sai turned to his friend and said that when he worked with him, he was always very bored. He suggested that Ars go for a drink today at a bar he found near their hideout. He dreamily said that they would drink until sunrise and there would be plenty of beauties. However, Ars interrupted him from his dream and said that, apparently, their work is not finished yet. They went out to clear the city of garbage and, it seems, came across a large fish. At the end of the corridor, they saw a squad armed with automatic weapons led by a man who was smiling. His fearless smile meant nothing to the young men. Who is he, friend or foe? Chapter 55. Sayaka asked Arsa in surprise, who are these people? The man who led the squad of armed soldiers said that he had heard a lot about Nighthawk. Ars reminded Sayaka that 2 organizations were established to maintain public order in the country. The first one is called Nameless, which they belong to. The second is called the Holy Order of Knights. And even among the Knight squads, these guys in front of them are the most bloodthirsty. They are the 1st Division of the Knights of Public Safety, abbreviated as the 1st Security Battalion. Aka replied to the battalion commander that he was honored to be recognized as a legendary assassin. The commander with 2 stars on his collar said he wanted to introduce himself to the young men. He said his name was Crow and he was pleased to meet the nameless gentleman. Sayaka stated emphatically that they were not going to have anything to do with them. He's not in charge here at all. Had he forgotten that it was an unspoken rule that the Nameless Ones were responsible for what happened in the Black City? Crow testily replied that as of today this territory is under their jurisdiction, and they have to disappear because they are rats crawling in the garbage. Sai replied that he didn't care if they were Knights of the Peace. He would never submit to the likes of him. It seems that Crow lost his temper and ordered the soldiers to get rid of these idiots. He ordered to open fire on them. Fortunately, Ars managed to activate the resistance magic. He thought about how they had pulled the triggers very easily. The young man asked his friend if he was all right. He replied that everything was fine, although he caught a couple of bullets. Meanwhile, Crow ordered everyone to aim for Nighthawk. The bullets whistled even more fiercely. Ars barely dodged the bullets. Ars, avoiding the enemy's bullets, intently considering the possibilities of getting out of this delicate situation, carefully scanned the surrounding environment. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the fire extinguisher hanging on the wall like a forgotten accessory from an old hallway. Realizing that the fire extinguisher could be an effective tool in their fight, Ars instantly activated it. Ripping it out of its sturdy brackets, he quickly directed the jet at the squad of riflemen who continued to fire in their direction. The foam jet ejected from the fire extinguisher formed a cloud that tightly blocked the view of the shooters. They were suddenly blinded, unable to aim accurately. They couldn't understand what was going on. This clever maneuver allowed Arsu and Sayaka to operate in conditions where the advantage of the shooters was reduced to nothing. Ars ordered Sayaka to retreat. Both of them rushed through the windows as if on cue. Crow shouted after them that running away from a rival was cowardly. Ars replied that a person like him had no choice and activated the wind shield. The young men were on the roof of a building when they heard the voice of the Knight Commander. He had warned them that they would not be able to escape. City crows are very vindictive because they never forget those who harm humanity. Chapter 56. Ars told Marion and Janice, who were always sitting at the bar at the club, that this guy was a problem for them. The old man chuckled and said, so the first public security unit had reached their area after all. He was so tired of them. The Order of the Holy Knights has never interfered in the affairs of this city. Public Security Service, this task is for them, Nameless Ones. But why did they come to their territory? It just means that the organization has different powers. The aristocrats who finance the first division of the Knights of Public Safety are greedy and quite powerful, and are able to use all possible means to achieve their goals. Most likely, the target of this division is all of Black City's profits. The old man said that the Sacred Knight Order consists of 5 divisions, each of which is funded by a specific group of nobles. Their public image, the so-called structure of justice, is only a cover. It is often used to resolve conflicts between aristocrats. This must mean that the Black City's economy has grown so much that these aristocrats can no longer ignore it. Ars realized that this was a fight for the aristocrats' money. Despite the fact that this city was left unattended by the authorities, it was able to develop to such a size. The old man asked Ars if he was interested in what the next steps of this unit would be. The young man replied that he wasn't particularly interested. This is just important information for your work. Janice took a sip from his glass and asked Ars, didn't he know that his former partner was also a member of the first division of the Knights of Public Safety? Marion asked the old man not to make fun of him like that. Janice said it was over a year ago. Ars said he didn't care. After all, this is the past that he has already said goodbye to. After that, the old man asked the youth not to take any action at the moment. This time, the opponent is different from all those he has fought before, and this is not an easy problem to solve. Ars nodded his head and thought that whatever it was, this unit already had its eye on him. The next morning, he was at the academy, where he immediately met Rua. She was friendly and cheerful. She said the holidays were finally over and they were back at school. She thanked him for saving her during that party. Ars replied that he hadn't done anything special. The girl added that at the moment when the cyborg knocked her down, her heart began to pound, and she remembered her father. She was always lonely, but she hid her loneliness and replaced it with a desire for revenge. Because if she didn't, she wouldn't see any reason to continue living. She must, by all means, become strong. She wants to get a little closer to the Rua that her father wanted her to be. She realized that this was exactly what she had to do. Ars hugged her and told her it was all right. If she is honest and kind-hearted, then he is sure that someone will appear who will help her. The girl looked into his eyes and said that even though he looked like the man she saw 3 years ago, she wanted to believe in Ars, who saved her that night. Then she asked me to lend her my power. The young man replied that her strength had weakened during the break and today's training would be more difficult than usual. Rua reflected that it didn't matter who she held a grudge against. Her father can't be brought back. When she thinks about it, tears come to her eyes. Obviously, this feeling of loneliness will never go away. But even now, she knows her father's will and wishes. She decided that she would continue to live, carrying all this on her shoulders in this world. She won't look back again. It will never stop. Chapter 57. Rua looked at Vilzard carefully and said that he didn't look well today. What happened? Ars knew that he didn't look good because of the busy days filled with work and study, but he replied that he just went to bed late that night. The girl noticed that going to bed late is bad for your health. He needs to study well and sleep well. This is exactly what the students, should be doing. Rua carefully looked at Rena's face and asked her if she had eaten before class again. Rena pouted resentfully and replied, after all, she promised that she wouldn't talk about it in front of ours. Homeroom teacher Liara asked for silence. Everyone should take their seats because class is already starting. She asked the students if they remembered what day it was. Today, the month is coming to an end, which means that she will now announce her student rating for this month. First, she intends to name the top 5 students with the highest rating. As she suspected, their permanent leader remains out of reach. First place, Vilzard, joint venture, 35,000. Ars thought that considering that he had to earn them by working and training 2 girls, this is quite a good result. Rua told Ars that the amount of SPS he has accumulated is simply amazing. Is it clear why everyone in the class is so surprised? Liara said that everyone, had already noticed that Vilzard was the only one with an S rank. This has never happened before in the history of the Royal Academy of Magic. By far, this is the highest record for the speed of obtaining S rank. Vilzard was pleased. Here you must have a B rank or higher. It remains only to attend classes and pass exams to get a specialty without any problems. He couldn't believe it himself. Smiling, Liara said that the ranking of the best students has changed a lot in recent years, so she asks the others to follow Vilzard's example. Ars turned his attention to his fellow practitioners. They still had their evil eyes. This is probably due to the fact that their pride as aristocrats is affected. The teacher said that in addition to all this, she had news for them. Last night, there was an incident in Black City that resulted in 1,000 bullets being fired. Consequently, the Black City becomes unsafe at night, and Liara asked the students to refrain from walking around the city at night. Ars thought that, unfortunately, this was an impossible request. It is necessary for him to face such dangers on a daily basis, since he is always given a task of this type. In the physical training area of the D-rank training hall, Rua and Rina worked hard with a punching bag. Ars praised them and said that they were doing quite well and they were making progress. Sure enough, Rua had moved up a rank and was ranked 4th in the class. Rina also rose in rank to D and was ranked 5th in the class. She said it was all thanks to the training that Ars was doing with them. In addition to doing physical training, they also developed their magical abilities. Rina, who now had her body magically strengthened, could feel the energy permeating every cell in her body. She resolutely approached the barbell, which had previously seemed too heavy for her, and picked it up. At that moment, she felt an incredible sense of relief as she lifted a weight that was too heavy for her earlier. The power lift was a magical moment for her, where for the first time she felt that the limits of her physical abilities were temporarily expanded. The weight of the barbell was not a problem for her, and she easily lifted it up, feeling the power that came from the magic strengthening. However, as is often the case, magical effects have their own time frame. And when the spell expired, Rina found herself in an awkward situation. The barbell, which had seemed light to her, suddenly became a weight that was difficult for her to hold. The girl almost couldn't contain her surprise and instantly lost her confidence, almost losing control, and the barbell almost pinned Rina down. It was a good thing that Ars came to the rescue, who closely followed her training. He told her not to relax until the end. Rina told Ars that she was already glad that she had made progress compared to before. But the fact that she had to turn to him for help means that she still has a long way to go. Ars himself wanted them to become independent as soon as possible, but it was still too early to tell, until they reached the limit. Chapter 58. The heavy rain seemed relentless. The face of a young man whose name he knew but had already forgotten leaned over Ars. A young man with white hair told him that it was his fault. He ignored his request, and he keeps the world in order. After that, he drew his sword and said that he would show him what his justice was. At that moment, Ars remembered the man's name. Then he heard someone calling out to him. He opened his eyes and saw Rina and Rua standing in front of him. They seemed worried and happy that he was finally awake. Ars would never have thought that it was possible to fall asleep while being among others. Rua asked him what had happened. He looks like he's had a nightmare. The young man replied that nothing special had happened. It was just a bad dream. Vilzard wondered why he remembered him now. After Rose betrayed their organization, he sided with the cleric of the Night Order. Probably, it was after the last incident that the memories of him were preserved. The betrayal of Rose, who was previously part of their organization, left a deep mark on Ars's history. He felt the weight of betrayal and loss when he defected to the clergyman of the Night Order. Someone who had once been his ally became his enemy, and this event became a key event in his memories. The Knights of the Night Order, having accepted the Rose, became opponents ready to stand in the way of Ars. Rena looked at Ars uneasily and suggested that he take a break from school for a while. The young man asked her what she meant. Rena replied that they had made enough money thanks to him, and she thought it was normal for them to take a break from school for a while. Ars agreed with her. The number of SPS required for promotion is 10,000 points. The remaining 60% depends on attendance, and this should be enough to transfer to the next class. Rua also agreed with her friend and said that Ars seemed to be quite tired. He should take a break from time to time. Resting his body is also an important training for a mage. Ars never expected these two to teach him anything. The city of Parakinos was famous for its picturesque mountains, but there was also a dark side, the main prison located in the mountain division. It was a place where misery and despair merged, surrounded by majestic peaks. The prison at Parakinos was a gloomy structure surrounded by high walls and guarded by vigilant guards. The stone walls, mossy with age, seemed to connect with the surrounding harsh nature, creating an atmosphere of unsightly and gloomy solitude. Unbearable prison conditions were the hallmarks of this place. The cells were cramped, damp and cold, filled with a stench from the lack of fresh air. Narrow, barred windows allowed barely any light to enter, leaving prisoners in total darkness most of the time. The water in the prison was often dirty, and food was provided in limited portions and often of questionable quality. Prisoners were forced to compete for every tiny resource, creating a tense and hostile environment. Life in this prison was full of hard work and injustice. The presence of the guards, with their merciless treatment of prisoners, created an atmosphere of constant fear and anxiety. In Parakinos prison, there were terrible criminals whose actions characterized them as the dregs of society. There were people here whose crimes caused horror and disgust even among the most seasoned guards. Among the prisoners were murderers, whose hands shed blood in the most terrible forms. Inhuman maniacs, whose crimes plunged society into horror and anxiety, were deprived of their freedom in cold prison cells. Drug cartels and criminal syndicates have also left their mark, bringing dangerous criminals to prison, riddled with violence and corruption. The inmates of this prison seemed designed to embody the darkest fears of society. They included psychopaths, serial killers, terrorists, and others whose crimes were beyond imagination. These were the people who caused the citizens of Parakinos to close their doors at night and pray that such villains wouldn't break free. Inside the prison, these criminals formed a sinister brotherhood, where the rules of force and cruelty were in everyday life. In the dark recesses of their cells, whispers rang out about the atrocities they had committed, leaving the hope of redemption beyond the walls of this grim fortress. There was a knock on prisoner number 401's cell and he was told to get ready. A visitor arrived. The prisoner looked at the person who had come to see him. Then he laughed and said he knew Mr. Crow would be visiting soon. Crow asked me to stay away from him because he stinks. The prisoner's name was Hero. He laughed out loud again and told Crow not to say that, because they were good friends. The Knight Commander said he had a little job for Hero. Everything is normal. He wants Hero to get rid of one person. The reason he visited the main prison was to assign him a mission to destroy Nighthawk. The Holy Knights prefer to avoid killing him. Even the most bloodthirsty knights who are part of the 1st Security Battalion behave the same way. That's why in emergency situations, he uses criminals to perform similar missions. He has such methods. Crow promised the criminal an appropriate reward, but warned that this time his opponent will be a little stronger than usual. How about a 100-year reduction? This is 10 times more than usual. Hero rattled his shackles threateningly and said he didn't care. He'll finish him off. Then he asked what kind of opponent it was. Crow looked at the criminal's scary face and thought that he was a real freak. Then he turned to Zero, another ugly criminal, and said that he was leaving Hero's surveillance to him. Then he asked where his handcuffs had gone, and the man said that it was easier for him than children's toys. Crow thought again about how vile these two maniacs were, but they were known for their outstanding abilities. In the underground world, many people are afraid of them and call them legendary criminals. In any case, he is going to use all available means. It will be part of his grand plan to purge the underground world. Chapter 59. On one of the bright streets of the dark city of Parakinos, Ars arranged to meet Rena. The young man was waiting for her at the round fountain, where there were many young people. She was a little late and asked how he was feeling after being able to rest after school. Ars replied that his body was fine and from now on he would try to rest as much as possible. Rena was glad, because he had looked so tired before. When Ars asked what was going on with Ryua, the girl replied that it seemed that she had urgent matters to attend to and therefore she was asking him to conduct today's class one-on-one. Arsvilzard was not against it and Renaz suggested that we go to a place nearby where they bake delicious cakes very well. As the two young men walked down the street hand in hand, Ars felt a sense of unease. Renan noticed this and asked what was the matter. He didn't know what it was, just that he had caught the eye of a certain person, with obvious intent to kill. He told the girl that he was fine, and he just thought for a while. It seems that since he started living in the underground world, there is no question of resting at all. When they arrived at the cafe and sat down at a table, Ars explained to Renee the operation of a magic formula that she could use to increase her magical powers. It was very helpful. Renee thought that Ars was indeed a very reliable person. She said that she often comes to a dead end when training alone. Ars thought of Ryua again and said that he thought she had been growing apart lately and building a wall between the two of them. Then he asked her how she felt about adding a little exercise to her daily routine. The girl looked surprised, and Ars pointed to a couple who were sitting in the corner of the cafe. He suggested that we conduct a lesson on the example of these two people. He asked Renee what she thought of their relationship. The girl thought about it and said that they were too close in age for the role of father and daughter. She also feels that they are too far away from being in love. She suggested that the two were related, possibly an uncle and niece. Ars sighed and said that he was very sorry, but she was wrong. The girl was surprised and asked, does he really know the answer? Arsvilzard said that it is very likely that they are engaged and a married couple. He asked Renee to pay attention to the girl's necklace so that she could figure it out for herself. This gemstone is a star sapphire. Usually it is given to the spouses of noble aristocrats. They're probably distant because they only met recently, or the engagement was decided by their families. The man is a 2-star and the girl is a 1-star. This is quite common among aristocrats. Their reasoning changes after they learn about the circumstances. Ars said it wasn't just the couple he was watching. He collected information about the store's customers and observed the appearance of the store itself. Even the things that might be useful in battle, he paid attention. It is important to remember the necessary information in order to increase the chances of survival. Renee asked what was the point of such training. Ars thought that the point was, for example, that the situation they were in right now was very sensitive, because he had noticed a sniper on the roof of a nearby building long ago. And now he was watching him without being noticed, so he noticed the shot and managed to stop the bullet. The girl heard a certain sound and asked what it was. Ars, imperceptibly holding a still hot bullet in his palm, said that it was nothing special, just a fly flew by. He was a little surprised to think that a sniper was aiming at his head from such a distance. It looks like he's just very skilled and there's no doubt that his opponent is a shadow mage just like him. Even when he was under the gun, he did not forget that you need to be a hunter or you will become a victim. Chapter 60. Hero kept his gun trained on Ars's head. He whispered that it had been a long time since he had killed someone with such pleasure. He noticed that this youth's face was rather nonchalant. It won't be difficult to finish him off. When the young man was still alive after the shot, Hero was surprised and then realized that this man had noticed him from the very beginning. He was aware of its presence. The assassin laughed excitedly. He would bury him alive. It annoyed the hell out of him. But then, this kid, his current opponent, is different from the others. He recalled the order of the Raven Commander-in-Chief, who had recommended that he use a more suitable killing method. Crow didn't seem to know how to kill the kid either. Hero decided to play by his rules. And Ars, looking completely cold-blooded, thought to himself that this was the first attack of such a strong opponent. He didn't notice him chasing him earlier. He checks it out. Renee asked Ars why he was wearing his school uniform today. The young man replied that he didn't have many clothes. Does that annoy her? The girl replied that it does not annoy her, but today is their long-awaited day off. Maybe after the coffee shop they could go shopping and buy him some clothes. Ars agreed with her, thinking he could use some clothes right now. He couldn't leave Renee alone when he was being hunted. She would be going home soon, but until then, he needed to deal with his opponent. On the way out of the cafe, they saw the couple again, and Ars thought afterwards that the atmosphere in Parakinos had changed in recent years. Never would he have thought that young people would just walk through the streets of this city like this. As they walked down the street with Renee, she noticed a tall and beautiful building with a spire, like the epitome of elegance and style, reaching up to the heavens as if trying to reach the constellations. The building was decorated with exquisite architecture, every detail of which delighted the eye. Tall columns supported the portico, creating a majestic facade. The windows, placed with great taste and harmony, let in soft light inside the building, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. Ars, with pride in his voice, explained that this building will become one of the main attractions of Parakinos, being not only a symbol of the greatness of the city, but also a place where tourists and residents come to enjoy its architectural beauty and historical significance. He assured Rena that this place would become a real celebrity in the future, attracting the attention of everyone who visited this enchanting city. He had heard that the aristocrats living in the capital had invested in the construction of this building. Ars thought that everything had led to the aristocrats themselves not paying attention to the economy of Parakinos City. He finally understood why his father wanted him to get a mage's license. When the city finally becomes a habitable place, dark magicians like him will have to find a new place to live. Rena, meanwhile, suggested that Ars stop by a store they met on the way. After that, they spent a long time choosing Arsu's clothes, and then they started looking for Rene's dress. The young man said that it would be better if she chose the outfit that she liked. Fashionable outfits should only satisfy her own feelings. Rena didn't agree with him. She wanted to hear his opinion. Ars thought about how this girl always stood up for her opinion. He's even a little jealous of her personality. He, too, would very much like to say everything that he thinks about. Ars Vilzard was forced to agree with Rena and ask her to try on the dress he chose. After that, the girl went to the fitting room. Ars only had 3 minutes before Rena came out of the fitting room. He figured that should be enough. Ars quickly went to the exit and told the surprised saleswoman that he would be back soon. He quickly went up to the roof where the sniper was hiding. There, he saw a huge bandit who was the one aiming at him. The mercenary said that he would finally be able to finish him off. He had waited so long for this. Hero called him Nighthawk. He knew who he was dealing with. Chapter 61. Hero laughed nastily and said that Ars was just a brat. But he understood that Nighthawk wasn't going to cry out loud. Ars Vilzard raised his gun and said that he has no idea what justice is. The bandit asked him to take his time and let him enjoy this moment. Hero noticed the man's magical vision. He knew the kid could see him. He was able to stop his bullets from such a short distance. The maniac said to Arsu how he could try to contradict him. In addition, prison conditions have worsened. Ars asked if he was a mage who had escaped from the main prison, or was it done by order of the Holy Knight Order? Their leader didn't want to get his hands dirty. Hero laughed and said that was why the head of the Ravens would be grateful to him when he finished with him. You can't run away from fate, it will definitely kill him. With that, he attacked the youth. It was an unpleasant feeling from his bloodthirstiness. Ars realized that his unique ability was attack, but he didn't see anything remarkable about the mage. Several times he had to dodge the powerful blows of the criminal. All in all, he could easily decipher the mage's attacks. Ars asked, can't he catch it even with his smug look? Hero was furious and shouted at the kid to get out of his way. Those who prevent him from committing murder will be killed themselves. Whatever he does, the end will be the same. At that moment, Ars unleashed his magic attack, and the fat man slammed into the parapet with all his might. This was the difference in ability. He thought that just because his vision was accurate, it didn't mean that he could see everything. Even if he sees his opponent approaching, he won't be able to dodge. He won't be able to attack. There are still higher level opponents in this world. He had seen such a unique vision before. This man was sentenced to 500 years for multiple murders. His nickname is the King of the Main Prison. Apparently, he wanted to have the most provocative nickname in the prison walls, but this has nothing to do with true evil. There are still many criminals in this world who have not yet been convicted for their misdeeds. Some of them have too much power. They hide their misdeeds, they commit a horrific crime and easily evade punishment. Ars knew that such a criminal was insanely dangerous. After spending time in prison, he knows that world from every angle. Ars pulled out a pistol and shot Hero. The young man said that he could not avoid prison and swallowed this bullet. Rene was very surprised that Ars wanted to walk her home. The young man replied that the streets were not safe at night. Ars couldn't help but notice the strange feeling that suddenly came over him when he spent his day off with Rene today. This was something completely new and unusual for him. Instead of the usual adventures and training, he found himself in an environment that seemed so familiar to many ordinary students. The invisible magic of the special atmosphere around them created a pleasant feeling of comfort and ease. Instead of fighting monsters and exploring ancient ruins, he enjoyed the time spent in normal but warm conversations with Rene. It was a break from his daily routine, a moment when he felt like an ordinary student despite his unusual abilities. With each passing moment, he was beginning to realize the value of the ease that this unusual feeling brought. He found himself responding to mundane pleasures such as laughter, exchanging opinions, and even simply enjoying nature in the park. Ars was surprised by the strange feeling that suddenly came over him. Spending your day off like this with a classmate, this is probably the unusual feeling that ordinary students live. Rena thanked Ars for today and asked the young man to come to visit her for a very short time. Chapter 62. Renee asked Ars Vilzard to come to her house. If it was a normal day, he would have refused, but he needed to make sure that the assassin didn't reappear. He looked at the girl's flushed cheeks and thought that he should spend some more time with her. Renee said that her apartment is on the 3rd floor of this large building. They went up to her apartment, which was quite nice. It was decorated with warmth and taste, fully reflecting the personality of its owner. The apartment was quite spacious and cozy, with warm hues and an invisible aura of hospitality. The living room welcomed its visitors with soft sofas and colorful pillows, creating an atmosphere in which you wanted to stay and relax. Shelves decorated with books and vases of flowers added sophistication and intellectual charm to the room. The kitchen, though small, was surprisingly functional. The bedroom was a place of peace, with a bed decorated with soft pillows and a warm blanket. The walls were decorated with pictures and photographs that carried memories and created an atmosphere of home warmth. Especially striking was the small balcony, which offered a magnificent view of the city. There were potted flowers and a cozy armchair that invited you to enjoy the fresh air and beautiful views. Overall, Rena's apartment was a place where every detail reflected her personality and created an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. After a while, the girl shared with the young man that she had a strange feeling because he was in her room. She asked if he would mind sharing his magic with her today. Ars thought that this was her goal, and since she was already asking for it, he couldn't refuse her. After that, they sat on the bed and he kissed her. The girl said that she noticed how his relationship with Rua has moved to a new level. Rena kicked off her dress and asked if she could do the same. Ars replied that she didn't need to worry so much. Her training runs smoothly. What's the hurry? Renee replied that she also wanted to become stronger. He said he would think about it when she stopped shaking so much. After leaving Renee's apartment, Ars unexpectedly met her on the Rue Roy. He asked her what she was doing here. The girl replied that she was working part-time. But this is not the place where he saw her during his assignment. Rua asked in surprise, what is it with his appearance today? She's seen him in his school uniform and suit, but this is the first time she's seen her in normal clothes. The boy replied that Renee had chosen it for him, and his school uniform stood out a lot. Rua asked, so he was out in his school uniform, and he was with Renee, so he hadn't asked her for details. They went together to her part-time job at a coffee shop nearby. Ars told me what happened with Renee. Rua wagged her finger at him and told him that she understood her feelings perfectly. She also sometimes thinks about how to defeat him. Then she asked Ars if he had ever noticed her feelings before. The young man replied that he was actually getting tired of talking about it. About her feelings for him. He felt it clearly today. Her sincere friendliness means something else entirely. But the easiest thing for him to do is be in a relationship. I use him, he uses me. Rua looked at him seriously and asked, so he's getting tired of her, too. Ars replied that their relationship is more calculated. He would even say that they were calmer. Rua wanted to know that he didn't think it was terrible. Ars noticed that there weren't many people in this cafe, even at this time of day. He asked Rua if it had always been like this. The girl replied that she wouldn't say that. Just then, the door of the establishment was flung wide open, and a group of people appeared in the doorway, led by a bespectacled man. Ars looked in his direction and thought that this guest was unlikely to be expected here. Chapter 63. The new customers of the establishment looked like aristocrats and behaved provocatively. Rua offered to take their order, but they said they didn't need anything. They told me to bring her water for 4 people. Ars Vilzard watched the bespectacled guy closely and thought that this man wasn't just a complicated guest. He was a land hunter. His goal is to land this restaurant. He flashed the lenses of his glasses, then turned to Rua and asked her to look at herself from the outside. She's such a beauty and works here as a waitress. She's so fragile, and that's why he wants to offer her a job somewhere other than in this shabby restaurant. Ars Vilzard picked up an uncorked bottle of wine and poured it over the impudent man's head. He said he was treating him at his own expense. A group of young people were outraged by Ars's behavior. They expressed extreme dissatisfaction and said that he should have behaved differently because they came to the bar and just asked for water. They still have their dignity, and they will take revenge on him for such an act. He must be prepared to be torn to pieces. Rua looked at Ars, startled. He calmed her down and told her everything was fine. He would be done with them in a heartbeat. The young man picked up the empty bottle in his hand and said to get rid of them. This bottle is enough. The bespectacled man asked him, was he deliberately bullying him? This land hunter had expressed a desire to kill him. Ars Vilzard asked Roy to hide inside the restaurant and got into a fight with the bandits. Ars Vilzard, determined to protect Ryua and avoid a possible threat from bandits, engaged in a fight with the attackers. The restaurant's empty and warm atmosphere was tense, but the young mage was prepared for any eventuality. When one of the bandits, with the intention of hitting Ars with a knife, executed a well-aimed blow, the latter reacted brilliantly, using the bottle that was in his hand. The metal blade swung towards Ars, but Ars parried the blow with agility and determination, meeting the knife with a magic-enhanced bottle. The force of the collision caused the blade to shatter into pieces, creating a ringing and metallic sound. Ars, the bottle glistening in the bright light, looked at the bandit with determination and defiance. This was not only an act of self-defense, but also a display of magical dexterity and skill in using the surrounding objects. The others didn't last long either. They were scattered around the corners of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Ryua called the director of the establishment. Ars apologized to him for making the bar a little dirty. The man replied that he had saved them. Because of these people, the number of their clients was constantly decreasing. Then the director wanted to know who this amazing young man was. Ars Vilzard replied that he was an ordinary student, a classmate of Roy's. The director smiled and said that he had decided to close the bar for the day. After that, he gave Roy permission to go home and expressed the hope that the young man would accompany her. He turned to Ars Vilzard and asked him to keep an eye on their beautiful waitress. As Roy and Ars walked down the street, the girl told him that she was glad that he was there with her. Ars explained that there were a lot of gangs and parakinos who were after other people's property, and next time, let her tell him in advance, and he could help. He thought that everything went more or less smoothly today because he was there. But this bar is no longer safe. He should keep an eye on Ryua. After the incident in the bar, Ars realized that Ryua's safety might be at risk, and resolutely took on the role of her protector. He understood that in a world where crime has taken over the streets and claims the property of ordinary people, it is necessary to be vigilant and prudent. In his decision to keep an eye on Ryua, Ars felt a growing sense of responsibility. He saw his role not only as her protector, but also as a mentor willing to share his experience and magical knowledge. The girl once looked at Ars carefully and said that she did not want to go home at all. She would like to spend the night with him. Chapter 64. Ars Vilzard asked Roy in surprise if she meant this royal road. The girl asked with interest, "Is his house really located in this area?" Roy's surprise was understandable. Even two-star aristocrats can't afford to rent a house in this area. People of all classes live here. Ars's house isn't very big because he rents it out as a cover. Ars Vilzard turned to the girl and said that he was just a commoner. Ryua stared at him suspiciously and asked if he actually came from the most distinguished aristocratic family. Soon they were there. It was a solid multi-story building. Ryua said it was very beautiful. Ars opened the door of his apartment, inviting Ryua inside. When the girl crossed the threshold, she was pleasantly surprised by what she saw inside. The apartment owned by Arsu was admired for its cleanliness, comfort, and order. All the rooms were neatly decorated. The furniture was arranged so as to create a harmonious space. Light beige walls gave the room a light feel, and large windows let in natural light, making everything even more pleasant. Colored carpets and soft pillows gave the interior a cozy feel. Flower pots with various plants were placed near the windows, filling the apartment with freshness and aromas. Colorful curtains added a touch of bright colors to the interior. There was a small but comfortable sofa in the living room, and a coffee table with several magazines and books on it. The kitchen was as clean as the rest of the house. Ars, watching Roy's reaction, couldn't help but notice her surprise. At this moment, Ars's apartment became not only a meeting place for both of them, but also a kind of refuge from external difficulties and dangers. Especially Ryua was struck by the flowers that were in large numbers here. Ryua asked Ars if he liked to grow flowers. The young man replied that he was only doing this for practical purposes. To the surprised look of the girl, he explained that these are plants that are used for food. He grows them because it's cheaper than buying them at the store. Ryua wondered if he made his own food out of these plants. Ars Vilzard confirmed her guess and said that he lives alone, so he cooks for himself. Then the young man suggested that she wait a bit while he prepared something for her to eat. Ars Vilzard went to the kitchen and, while cooking, thought that too much trouble had happened today. At least he can be quiet here. Just then, Ryua came into the kitchen, who was amazed at Ars's skill with a kitchen knife. The young man explained that he does not cook often, but only when he is in the right mood. The girl said thoughtfully that she thought he was already used to it. Ars Vilzard, opening a bottle of frying oil, agreed with her because he cooked very often to save money. In fact, holding a knife and handling fire are basic assassin skills. If you use the skills you've learned in the past on something unfamiliar, you'll be able to learn something much faster. Soon the food was ready. When Ryua tasted what Ars had prepared, she said it was perfect. He's just like a real chef. She remarked that it would be great if they brought drinks from the restaurant. When the food is so good, she always wants to drink something delicious. The young man said that he had champagne. When he took out the bottle, Roy asked him if it was the Royal Roland Platinum champagne. Or did he get it? Ars Vilzard replied that he was not a fan of alcohol at all. His friend gave it to him. Is it really something famous? The girl replied that this champagne is not seen on the shelves of stores in the city. This is a legendary alcohol that every bartender admires. She suggested that Arsu open it next time. Such alcohol is drunk with those who are dear on a special occasion. Ars objected and said that he thought it was a good time to open this champagne. He is always alone, or Sayaka comes to him. There are no other reasons to open this bottle anymore. After dinner, when the girl was in bed, Ars went to the bathroom to take a shower. Ars Vilzard suddenly felt an unusual presence in his bathroom. For a moment, a shadow seemed to take on an unusual shape. He stopped at the ventilation grate and ordered the invisible enemy to get out and show himself. An unusual man came out of the ventilation system and said he was sorry. How did he notice it? Chapter 65. A person or creature moved across the ceiling like a cockroach or a fly. The monster asked Ars Vilzard if he was surprised or not. The monster had an unusual flexibility and deformable body. Its shape was constantly changing, as if it were made of living rubber. Ars watched in amazement as the monster could stretch and contract, creating strange and unnatural shapes. It was a sight that seemed to violate the laws of physics and anatomy. The monster claimed that its body is not subject to the same rules as humans. It can take any form that he wants. The creature continued to demonstrate its unique abilities by uncoupling its joints and connecting them again. The inner fighter was already awakening in Ars, preparing for a possible threat. The monster told a slightly surprised Ars Vilzard that its body could stretch and contract. It can detach joints from each other. He has a slightly specific method of killing. While the aristocrat victim is still alive, it penetrates her body, destroys her stomach, and then enters her intestines. And at the very exit, the aristocrat experiences unbearable pain, dying of shock. Ars was already tired of his chatter, but he forced himself not to get angry. It's just a hitman who only does half of his job. Ars Vilzard asked the monster, isn't he an amateur? He's not a professional hitman, but he kills for fun. Apparently, he is also a mage released from the main prison. The girl asked the young man not to ignore his words, because he had killed many important people. He is a true master of his craft. After that, Ars picked up a table knife and said that this is enough talk. He ordered the exotic assassin to approach him. Today he will cook according to a special recipe. The new enemy asked the young man if he was sane. Such a worthless human challenging him. Ars thought that today he would show this amateur what the difference in status was. A real professional hitman doesn't choose where to fight. He looked down at the knife in his hand and thought it was just the right weapon. The Transformer assassin stated that his level is different from that of a small fish-like hero. After saying that, he threw himself at Ars. Indeed, his joints were extremely flexible. His body was designed in a special way, because the prisoners of the main prison were subjected to special experiments. They can control an unknown power that a simple person cannot get. The mysterious enemy exclaimed that he would show him what it felt like when thousands of blades were stabbed into him. Ars Vilzard activated speed magic, instant jump, and thought that it looked like he should also show him his real magic. Spider Killer suddenly lost sight of Ars. It couldn't be that he just disappeared like that. This is just a trick of the eye due to the increase in speed. While he was thinking about all this, Ars Vilzard had enough time to tie the monster's hands and throw it to the floor. He said that, unfortunately, it did not enter his body, but his own dungeon. When Ars returned to the room, Ryua asked him where he had gone. The young man replied that he just threw away the champagne bottle. The girl noticed that it was a waste of money because it was very expensive alcohol. If you were to give it to someone, that person would definitely be overjoyed. Unfortunately, this was useless advice. In fact, Ars was a little surprised that there was stretching and compression of the body. And if you do not harbor anger, then those who have invisible power should not use this bottle as a gift. Chapter 66. Crow asked Rose if he could kill Ars Vilzard. Rose told his commanding officer that it was a stupid question. That's why he joined the organization. Crow of the Public Peace Group, part of the Holy Order of Chivalry, had failed to free and recruit the criminals who had attacked Ars Vilzard, and now his new weapon was to be a traitor, a former associate of Ars, Rose. Crow explained that according to the information, The mages he sent to kill Nighthawk were really just trash. They couldn't get information about the method of killing Ars. Now they don't need any information. Even if they don't have it, he knows more about it than anyone else. The city has changed under the power of this skyscraper they are now in. This skyscraper is a major part of the Parakino's cleansing plan. This will be the end of the days when order in the city was maintained through violence. In order for a new era to come, you need to get rid of the nameless ones. And to capture this city, he needs Rose's help in getting rid of them. Crow sighed cheerfully, and added that all they had to do was eliminate the nameless ones to implement their beautiful plan. Only he, Rose, can do it. The young man said that he doesn't care, he just wants to fight Arsvilzard. Rena asked Ars if he missed his studies. The young man replied that he wasn't sure. He showed up for all the classes, albeit half-heartedly, for a few days. He was a little behind schedule, and it was hard for him to get back on track. Rena looked at Ars carefully as she asked him about his feelings about studying. Rena was a little surprised, because he always seemed so dedicated to his studies. Ars shrugged, showing some indifference. He comes to class, of course, but something has changed. Maybe it's just a temporary sensation. Rena nodded in understanding. Sometimes there are such periods. Maybe he just needs a little time to regain his balance. Studying isn't always easy, but it's important to remember why they're here. Ars looked at her gratefully. She's right, as always. He probably just needs to overcome this temporary predicament. To switch to another stream, he had to collect the minimum number of days of presence. He reminded Renee that they would take a short break from their extra classes after school. The girl tried to say something, looking at Ars with loving eyes, but he advised her not to finish the sentence she had started. He definitely wouldn't like what she said. Initially, he lived in a world that was never meant to change, and if she got close to him, it would be like a frequent occurrence around her. As they were talking, a squad of public security knights led by Crow appeared in front of them. Arsvilzard instantly thought that if so many knights were chasing someone, then that someone must be either a criminal or a state traitor. Rena will definitely get it wrong. Meanwhile, the knight commander ordered his subordinates to prepare their weapons for battle. Rena asked in fright, "What kind of sacred knight order is this? What's going on here? The knights aren't going to start firing, are they?" At this time, Crow ordered to open fire to kill this jerk, Arsvilzard. Chapter 67. On the square in front of the academy, a serious action was played out. A squad of armed public security knights attacked Arsvilzard. Is he an enemy of the Order of Knights, or is he a traitor to the state? Ars ordered Renee to leave immediately, because there was a small problem. As the girl disappeared through the gates of the academy, he decided that he would not fight alone. If he fights back, he will get more trouble in the future. There is no choice. He will spend a little time finishing this fight. Speed magic and an instant jump will help solve this problem. The public security knight's submachine guns started firing non-stop. But so far, no one has been able to hit the young man. Making a swift maneuver, Arsvilzard found himself inside the knight's unit. He was fast and agile, using his magical abilities to avoid shots and defend himself. Once in this critical situation, he made an unexpected decision. At first, Ars, being close to the fighters, used them as a human shield, accurately maneuvering to avoid flying bullets. Then, with a few deft movements, he disarmed one of the opponents, snatching the machine gun from his hands. Now that he had a weapon, he was ready to defend himself effectively. With a submachine gun in his hands, Ars used it not only as a small weapon, but also as a powerful baton. He accurately hit opponents, striking, sending them to the ground, defending against bullets and attacking at the same time. He displayed outstanding combat skills. Each strike from Ars was precise and effective, allowing him to control the situation to his advantage. The opponents were forced to retreat, not expecting such an aggressive reaction from the mage. At this time, Ars noticed that reinforcements had arrived. This crow is well prepared. There were more fighters than he had imagined. If this continues, we don't know how it will end. At this time, Rena ran out from behind the academy's fence and took the young man by the hand, dragging him along with her. They ran down the main street of the city. The commander of the public security knights asked angrily, why did they stop shooting? One of the knights replied that there was an ordinary person next to the criminal. Crow drew his automatic rifle and opened fire on the Nighthawk. Ars scooped up Rena in his arms and activated his speed magic. This saved the young people from death. Crow hissed in frustration that they hadn't completed the task yet. This Nighthawk can only run fast. Rena asked Ars to explain everything to her in detail later, and he thought that he seemed to be in real trouble. Chapter 68. When Arsvilzard was cornered by a group of the Holy Knight Order, Rena saved him, and now they have come to her home. The girl said they were safe here. Even these stalkers won't be able to figure out where she lives. When they were locked in the apartment, Renee asked Ars why the Night Order was following him. The young man replied that he couldn't explain it. A lot of bad things are happening right now. The girl was offended and said that he never talks to her about important topics. In turn, Ars asked her why she saved him. Renee replied that he always saved her when she didn't know what to do. She thinks this explanation is enough. She added that it seems to her that before that she behaved like a child. Renee never thought about his problems and always did what she wanted. Now Renee understood why he didn't like her. Ars thought it might be time to pay back the debt. It is, as always, in its own repertoire. Then Renee asked Ars if he could give her a hug. The young man asked why she needed it. Renee said that today she realized how weak she was. She wants to become stronger for her own good. Ars Vilzard put his arm around her and pushed her down on the bed. He asked the girl if she would be sorry. Renee replied that she wanted him to be her first. Ars Vilzard realized that he could not refuse. There was a well-known bar in the shopping area of Parakinos. The bar was decorated in warm colors, with interesting finishes and soft lighting, creating an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. There were various bottles of alcohol on the shelves, and the dimly lit diners maintained a calm and friendly atmosphere filled with news and laughter. Sayaka sat at the bar of the cozy bar in the dim light of the lamps. His appearance expressed a certain amount of intoxication, which was accentuated by his relaxed features and slightly loose hair. The bartender across from him had already noticed that Sai had taken to the alcohol with an excessive enthusiasm. Sai was swaying slightly in his chair, smiling contentedly as the bartender approached him. The bartender told Sayaka that although he had told him to drink as much as he liked, he had really had too much. He didn't remember saying anything that made him go over it to this extent. It is always better to know your own measure. Sai asked him what was wrong with that. What was he drinking? The bartender informed him that there was just one girl who had been watching him for a long time. Sayaka stared drunkenly at the girl sitting in the next chair. She looked at Sai and said it was a place with useless men. Is he going back to work? She added that it was a disgusting place and he was a disgusting lout. Sayaka asked her what the hell she was talking about. This is the best place where he goes to drink cheap alcohol for many years. He just wanted to get drunk today. Then he asked the girl if they got into a fight, would she have a drink here with him? Instead of answering, the girl repeatedly knocked his head on the bar counter and then threw him out of the establishment into the street. Lying on the sidewalk, Sai gradually. He was coming to. Then he looked up and saw the girl in front of him. Something about her looked familiar. He said it was a long time since he'd fought on the streets. It was obvious that he had sobered up a little. The young man somehow got to his feet and declared that today was an awesome evening. He intended to punish his abuser. Chapter 69. On the outskirts of the city of Parakinos was the secret hideout of the Nameless Ones. When something extraordinary happened in the organization, they would hold a meeting in this secret hideout. An old man sitting at the entrance to the building informed Ars Vilzard that Janice was waiting for him inside. When the young man went inside, he was met by Janice, who was in the company of the same Nameless Ones as him. Janice Vilzard turned to Ars and said that he was sure that the young man would come soon. Ars asked his father what was on the agenda. He replied that as of today, 3 people were injured and 1 was killed. It feels like a Night Order group is attacking the Nameless One's members. Marion, who is here, asked Janice if he could explain to them why the Night Order group was attacking them. The old man replied that it was more accurate to say that it was the Minato Nobles group that secretly runs the Tranquility group. They have gained a lot of power thanks to the rapidly developing trade with foreign countries. They don't obey the rules of the already existing nobility. In other words, they are criminals who are not afraid of anyone. Marion clarified. That is, after the sea, they strive to acquire land as well. Janice confirmed her hunch and said that they were now aiming to gain power over Parakinos. They intend to use the Calm group to eliminate the Nameless Ones. Ars Vilzard asked what they will do. Janice Vilzard noticed that they had one problem. Janice was aware of the close relationship between the Minato nobility and the Knights Order, and he became aware of the information about the Order's atrocities recorded in secret documents located in the Mercenary building. This information promised to be the key to stopping the violence and unlocking the dark secrets of the Order. However, the task turned out to be far from simple. Mercenary was known for its complex structure, high level of security, and secrecy. For Janice and his companions, this was going to be a dangerous adventure and an unpredictable challenge. Janice assembled his team of Nameless Ones, preparing for risky maneuvers and hacking to gain access to the files stored in Mercenary. He felt that these recordings could change the course of events and bring the truth out. The journey to the Mercenary building promised to be a challenge for Janis and his allies, but their determination to fight to stop the violence made them strong. At this time, Sayaka entered the room, supported by an old man who was guarding the entrance to the secret hideout. He was seriously injured. The young man was carefully laid down on the couch, and Janis asked Marion to use healing magic. Everyone wondered what had happened to Sai. Ars leaned over his friend and asked him who had done this. With difficulty, Sayaka replied that he did not know. The only thing that can tell is that he was younger than him, and it was a blonde guy. He seems to know Ars. Sayaka closed his eyes and remembered the fight outside the bar between him and that fake girl. A young man disguised as a girl told Sai that he was very weak. He is very disappointed that while he was away, the nameless ones lost their knack. How is Ars even bothering with a weakling like him? Sai was outraged that the blonde man was making fun of his friend. With a strong desire to kill this brute, he rushed forward. However, the enormous power of magic knocked him to the sidewalk. He remembered the blonde man leaning over him and whispering that it was a useless and boring fight. Marion said that Sayaka's eyes were blurry. Janis said angrily that he couldn't get away with it. Ars Vilzard turned to his father and asked him if he could do this job, because he was responsible for the misdeeds of his partners. Chapter 70. 3 years ago, Janis Vilzard, looking at his son Ars, asked him how was work. Did everything go well? It looked like he was already used to this routine. At this time, a young man with white hair entered the club. Ars asked his father who it was. Janis replied that he was a newly hired rookie in the Nameless Ones. His name is Rose. He comes from an aristocratic family, but his parents were killed in a car accident. Since the young man became an orphan, he decided to take custody of him. They are practically the same age, so Ars will keep an eye on him. At that time, Ars thought that Rose would not be suitable for their organization. There are many people in the world who have darkness in their eyes. However, Rose had mastered strengthening magic, which takes a lot of time to learn, in just a day. A magic assignment in just a few hours. One coped with so many people. Besides, he had no pity for the victims. After all, he'd always been taught that if he was going to be a hitman, he had to forget what pity was. Rose always said that his father served the purpose of world peace for the rest of his life. People who are going to lead a normal life, needy and hungry. He was going to destroy anyone who would profit from such ordinary people. He swore that he would continue to follow his father's goal. He asked Ars Vilzard if this would be enough to establish world peace. Once, while sitting in a bar, Janis asked Ars how the assignment went with the newcomer. What was his mood like? Then Ars replied that he only wants to follow his father's goals, but in such a short period of time. The percentage of work he has done is simply amazing. My father said that the day would soon come when he would catch up with Ars. Rose's father was a top-notch magician. After a moment's thought, Janis Vilzard added that if his eyes were right, he felt that Rose would even surpass her own father. Once, he and Rose were given the task of killing members of a large aristocratic family who were planning to carry out a coup d'etat. Ars Vilzard stayed in the garden to hold off the guards, while Rose was supposed to enter the mansion from the back entrance and kill the target. Ars warned his partner that everything depends on him. There is no way to let this aristocrat escape. When this noble was in Rose's power, the latter begged for his life. He said his son and daughter were waiting for their father's return. His wife is dead, and they are alone at home. They only have him left. He can't die. The aristocrat tried to convey his pain and responsibility to his family. His voice was desperate, and his eyes were filled with concern as they turned to Rose, who was standing in front of him. He was ready to use any arguments to get mercy and return to his children. The nobleman asked Rose to let him escape. The decision to spare or punish lay in his hands, and the nobleman was waiting for a fateful decision. Then his entire short life flashed through the young man's mind. He remembered the words of Ars, who had taught him to forget about pity. He also recalled his vow to continue following his father's goal. Rose raised his sword and shouted that this was his retribution. Even Ars, who was in the garden, heard the cry in the mansion. Chapter 71. When Rose came out of the mansion, Ars Vilzard asked him what about the target. The young man replied that there was no problem. He killed him. Today's task was a piece of cake. At this time, a window on the second floor of the building opened, and a grenade flew into the garden. Ars managed to pull out his gun and shot the man Rose was supposed to kill. Ars Vilzard demanded an explanation from him, because he had assigned him this task. Rose replied that the man had deceived him by promising never to engage in criminal activity again, and even promised to set fire to the mansion and disappear forever. Ars realized that Rose was having doubts about completing this mission. He had succumbed to the pleas of this criminal. Ars, sensing a shadow of hesitation in Rose's soul, decided to use his intuition and persuasion skills. He knew that the question of this mission touched something deep in Rose's heart, something that made him doubt the rightness of what he had done. Ars, watching his reaction closely, tried to convince him that this moment wasn't just a case. This is a story that concerns the lives and destinies of people. They, as the organization's hitmen, have the power to change the world around them. But never, in the eyes of this power, should they see the human side of things. They just have to complete the task. Ars continued to talk, trying to convey his point to Rose. This person, like everyone else, has his own destiny and his own misdeeds. Do not ask yourself how much they have the right to decide the fate of others. Ars put into his words not only logic, but also feelings. He was trying to convey to Rose that the power of magic carries with it responsibility, and sometimes mercy can be worse than cruelty. His goal was not only to make Rose reconsider his views, but also to awaken in him that understanding of the profession that would help change the outcome of this story. Ars informed his partner that he would have to report this to his superiors and should prepare for the appropriate punishment. Rose asked him what he meant by that. Can you call this person evil? It wasn't him who made the mistake, it was them. They don't have to decide who's bad and who's good. We just need to get rid of their leadership. Ars Vilzard replied that Rose was thinking too much. After this incident, Ars offered his father several disciplinary measures for Rose. He must never make such mistakes again. Those who put their feelings first can't survive in a job like this. Ars Vilzard lived in the slums. He understood the course of things perfectly, and Rose, gifted with magical abilities, still did not understand the vital things. Even now, when Ars thought back on that past, he knew that their union had been broken even then, 3 years ago. Sayaka was given oxygen and began to arm themselves. All employees were put on alert. Ars went up to the roof opposite the Matamero building and heard an order in his earpiece telling him to proceed according to plan. Its purpose is to capture the X-files stored on the top floor of the Matamero building. Janice asked Ars if he could do it. The young man replied that as long as he was alive, he could do anything. My father laughed and said that he didn't expect any other answer from him. He promised that he would ask Marion to make him a delicious cup of coffee as soon as he was done. Ars replied that he only drinks black coffee. The old man enthusiastically said that they would stop the Holy Order's rampage. He wished Arsu to finish what he had started. Ars Vilzard put on a mask and said into the microphone that they were starting to break into the Mathermere building. He ordered everyone not to relax for a second. Chapter 72. The operation of the Nameless Ones to enter the Matamero building to stop the excesses of the Holy Order of Chivalry has begun. According to the data, the documents that describe the misdeeds of the Minato nobles are located on the top floor. These are the X documents. They were the ones Arsu needed to capture. No one really knew if there were any documents that could resolve the situation. But they needed to focus on this task, since they didn't have any more effective methods in mind against the Knights of Public Safety. Ars drew attention to the fact that the entrance and exit takes place only through one door of the building. From here, he decided to launch his attack. He entered the first floor and activated the body enhancement magic, analyzing gaze. As he thought, the building had a laser protection system installed. This is how they wanted to stop him. Both corridors leading to the upper floors were blocked off by heavily armed fighters. He was offered to immediately surrender in a good way. Ars stopped in the middle of the corridor. His gaze locked with the warriors armed with automatic weapons who were blocking both paths to the upper floors. Behind their serious faces and readiness for action, there was a sense of inflexibility. He was warned that he had better give up. He has no chance of going any further. Ars slowly lowered his hand and scanned his surroundings, assessing his strength and capabilities. At this moment, the corridor was filled with a tense silence, broken only by the faint hum of fluorescent lights. Ars, of course, was not going to give up, because there are things worth fighting for, and this struggle was just beginning. The fighters remained motionless, ready for any movement. Surrounded by enemies, Ars felt the full weight of the circumstances being directed at him, but there was a fire of determination in his eyes. He had a difficult choice to make, and each of his next steps could determine the outcome of this fight. Ars Vilzard asked them not to stand in his way and get out of here. The public security knights were shouting at him that he wasn't going anywhere because they wouldn't let him go any further. They opened up a frenzied fire, and Ars had to use his own weapon. He continued up the spiral staircase to the top of the building, destroying the guards as he went. The young man thought that this was a very unreliable entrance to the main headquarters of the Holy Order. He knew that the latest security system with black magic was installed to protect the building. He had a bad feeling that he was being deliberately allowed to go to the top floor, but he still has to go in. He entered a huge room with only a table and an armchair, where someone was sitting with their backs to him. The man said in a familiar voice that he thought Nighthawk would appear soon. He spun around in his chair, facing Arsu. Chapter 73. Ars made his way to the uppermost floor of the Matamero building to get the X documents, which describe the atrocities of the Holy Order. However, Crow was already waiting for him there. He was leaning back casually in his chair, toying with a stack of documents. When he saw Nighthawk with a gun in his hand, he greeted him and said that he knew why he had come. Ars replied that he had hit the nail on the head. His goal is these documents that he has in his hands. The commander of the public security knights smirked and stated that he was very easy to manipulate. Where did he see an organization that stores important documents in such an outdated way? These documents are a simple trap. Ars Vilzard realized that they needed to be careful. He remembered his father's orders for such a case. They need a forced offensive. Ars whispered into the microphone that they were moving on to Plan B. It occurred to him that somehow he didn't care, and Crow wasn't going to tell him any important information. Meanwhile, Crow left the chair and stood in front of the young man. Crow asked him if he was a religious person. Previously, people living in this area were exposed to frequent flooding. The flood washed away people's homes, and there was nowhere to go back. But one day there was a sage who was washed up by waves from another country. The sage built a tower that rises above the clouds, despite many protests from local residents. Soon, thanks to this tower, people were able to live in safety, and then the sage began to be praised throughout the whole area. Ars Vilzard replied that this was just a reservation with the title of sage. Is he saying that the Matamero building is a symbol of the new order? Crow replied that he was glad that Ars understood quickly. Outdated technology, outdated organization, outdated rules. They need to get rid of them. This is all done for the development of humanity. They will get rid of violators of order by force, and the system of the organization mired in darkness will be called outdated. Ars Vilzard replied that he did not intend to maintain such a tedious dialogue. Their plan had been thwarted, but he would be able to figure out his intent if he extracted information from him. Crow laughed and said that, unfortunately, he didn't intend to compete with him. With that, Rose stepped out into the middle of the room. He turned to Arsu and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. 3 years have already passed. He's even glad to meet you. Rose said that Ars's abilities were not dulled at all, and he thought that they would never meet again. Rose asked Ars how his back wound was. Did his state of mind change after that? Ars replied that his condition hadn't changed at all, and he was standing in front of him because he hadn't changed at all either. Rose concentrated and said that then he was his enemy, and for the sake of peace in the world, he intended to kill him. Ars said it was very funny, even though he uses his weapon to kill a person, but deep down, he still wants peace in the whole world. Rose replied that this was exactly the case. Right now, all he has to do is use his weapon. In any case, he and his companions will change this world. And first we need to exterminate people like Ars Vilzard. Then Rose asked Ars what he thought was the most important thing for achieving peace in the world. Why do people like him continue to work for the organization? Like chained dogs. What is his personal goal? He can't figure it out. What is the purpose of his life? Chapter 74. That was 3 years ago. 2 days had passed since Rose was suspended from the mission and was under house arrest. One day, he turned to Arsu and asked if he would like to leave the organization with him. People like him are always in hot demand. He doesn't have to work as a hitman. There are many things that benefit society. Ars looked at Rose carefully, surprised by the unexpected offer. This question brought up a lot of thoughts and feelings in his soul. In Rose's eyes, he saw more than just a partner. A dark abyss glimmered there that had nothing to do with understanding, trust, or genuine concern. Ars couldn't understand why he was suggesting this to him. Is there something he's missing? Rose smiled ruefully, nodding towards the window that overlooked the city, and said that they faced many difficulties and dangers in this organization. He's a rarity. People like him are always worth their weight in gold. He believes that they have other paths that are not connected to this cruel reality. Ars Vilzard looked thoughtful. Various emotions were raging inside him. They had only worked together for a short time, but Ars Vilzard had already realized that Rose had her own sense of justice. He remembered his reluctance when he was ordered to kill that nobleman. He doesn't really care, but in their work, it often happens that the identity of the target remains hidden. They have no way of knowing if the person is really bad. Rose put his consent above all else, and in doing so brought upon himself a fateful decision. Ars replied to Rosa that he was sorry to have to decline his offer. He asked why. If he is not happy with his salary, then they can discuss it. Money is not a problem. Ars Vilzard said that this is the difference between them. He's killed more people than I can count. However, this does not mean that he repents. If he hadn't done it, it would have been someone else in the organization. Rose asked Ars to think again about his offer. He believes that he is different from the rest of the scum and his life should be happy. Ars replied that everyone should decide for themselves what exactly brings them happiness. Like he said, it's a choice. You can quit your job and become an ordinary person, but there is no way he can. Wash yourself out of it all and live happily ever after. Sometimes he remembers the faces of the people he killed. But this is not a confession. He's a hitman who does it for a living and will do it to the last. A few weeks later, Ars received an urgent assignment. Janice reported that there was a mutiny among the nobles on the outskirts of Parakinos. This was the second time. At the same time, there was another major mutiny, and they don't have enough people. Ars suggested that the old man take the rose. Even while completing the task, Rose returned to his previous conversation with Ars. He asked him again if he would like to leave the organization with him. The young man asked him to come back to it later. Rose replied that he didn't think they were doing the right thing. Ars Vilzard objected and said that he, however, now kills enemies with his own hands. Then he saw that the victims were still alive. He told Rose that they had a mission to kill them. What is he doing? The partner tried to explain his actions to Ars and asked if he thought it was a waste of time. Ars Vilzard noticed that he was interfering with their work and ordered him to stop talking. Rose agreed with him unexpectedly easily, and as soon as Ars turned away, he stabbed him in the back with his sword. He said that his mistake was that he didn't want to listen to him. Now they were facing each other, and Rose asked him the same question. What does he strive for? He couldn't understand the purpose of Ars's life. The young man replied that as soon as he started working, he began to kill for survival. But that was only the case for the first couple of years. Even if he quits his job now, he will still have enough savings to make a living. It turns out that he exists in order to be a killer of his own volition. He's been a hitman for as long as he can remember. Hitmen don't have high goals. It is impossible to give up everything and go to the country to live in peace for the remaining years. That would be disloyal to those he killed. The most appropriate death for a hitman is to be killed in the same way. He admits that this is the most appropriate place to die. Chapter 75. Ars Vilzard stood in front of his former nameless bandmate and knew that they were enemies. Ars said it was just sarcasm that he could be killed now. Living as a hitman and being killed as a hitman is what drives him now. Rose burst into hysterical laughter. He told Ars that he was always in his own repertoire. His expectations about him are always fulfilled. Living for the sake of being killed is very strange. Today is clearly his day, because it is today that he will fulfill his wish. Rose swung his sword and charged at Ars. He was confident that he knew all of the man's tricks and would be able to predict all of his moves. However, Ars did not move. He stood with a gun in his hands and sadly looked at the actions of his former comrade. In the darkened hall, where the tension was high and the atmosphere was heated from the conflict, Rose with a sword in his hands directed his attack against Ars. The swing of the sword shook the air, but Ars stood motionless, like a root firmly rooted in the ground. Ars's eyes were not angry, but sad. Rose moved with confidence, confident that he could take on his former partner. But Ars, despite his outward passivity, did not lose his vigilance. When Rose approached him so that the evil and haughty smile on his face could be seen, Ars pulled the trigger. There was a loud clink as a shell casing was thrown out of the way by the mechanism of the pistol, and then Rose's sword and his uniform cap of the Knight of Public Safety fell to the floor. Holding the wound on his chest with both hands, he whispered that his sword and his magic were excellent. Why did this happen? Ars Vilzard gave him a hard look and said that Rose just didn't do anything to make his dreams come true. He was always one step away from going crazy, even if the weapon was excellent. For the past 6 months, he had been watching him. He had studied all of its abilities and all to no avail. His instincts were unable to accept this as an appropriate death. Ars watched as Rose slowly fell back and his eyes closed. At this time, Crow shouted at him that he was a bastard and a beast. Don't let him think he can get out of the building alive. Chapter 76. Crow glared at Ars Vilzard and said that Nighthawk was going to die right here today. Ars told the commander of the public security knights that he was as bloodthirsty as ever, even though he was opposed to violence. Crow replied that he wouldn't allow himself to make a mistake this time and wouldn't let him escape. He couldn't even look him in the face. Then he added that he had always thought that Rose was completely useless. He had already caused enough trouble for him this time. He will kill Ars himself this time. Stop appearing all-powerful, because he had no choice but to come here alone. He's just like an annoying rat and it's time to finish the intro and do your best. He, personally, and the Order of Chivalry itself, had already had enough of him. Knights appeared in the room and opened fire with automatic weapons. Crow ordered his soldiers to prevent Nighthawk from approaching. However, this time the bullets were slower than the young killer. Nighthawk was in the ranks of the fighters, and he began to destroy the opponents in close combat. Crow said that he could see that Nighthawk had decided to defend himself, but that his position would still not change. He's like a cornered animal. He ordered Ars to drop his weapon and show his pitiful face from behind the mask, because he would not escape again. Let him stand still and wait for his death. Vilzard complied with Crow's request and knelt down. The Knight Commander pathetically said that he deserved to die like this. Ars said under his breath that he was just stalling for time. Crow didn't hear what he was saying and asked him what he was saying. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion was heard from the street. No one understood what had happened. Crow asked nervously, "What's the situation outside?" And Ars scanned the images with magic. Black smoke was coming out of the building. Something was moving across the sky to help him. Crow asked what it was. Reverse Crown, Chapter 77. Crow shouted, "What's the Reverse Crown doing here?" Ars didn't expect them to show up here either. They were trying to get into the Matamero building. He didn't give it much thought, as he thought it would be handy for him. It looked like it was time for him to start acting, and he was just getting a taste for it. Immortal Jack, the Reverse Crown Mage, appeared in the room. He asked with a laugh, "Is there anyone here who wants to die?" Ars thought it was a stupid mistake. Probably his attack was weak back then, so people aren't exaggerating when they call him immortal. Crow realized that they needed immediate reinforcements, but communication with the troops was interrupted. This was all obviously the work of the Reverse Crown. They've already taken over the lobby of the Matarero building. Arts thought that if he stayed here, he would also be the victim of this explosion. It was probably time for him to leave this building, too. Crow had the same idea, because they were trapped. He asked Ars what all this meant. A helicopter appeared in the air in front of the broken window. Crow recognized the girl in the cockpit as a former leopard killer, Marion. He guessed that she was watching from the front lines to give Ars Vilzard a chance to escape. Crow rushed towards Ars to prevent him from fleeing. The young man told Crow that this was their plan. He was just stalling for time to distract their attention. Marion snuck into the tower and got hold of secret information. This was their plan from the beginning. Crow couldn't believe it. After that, Ars threw himself through the window into the open door of the helicopter. He initially did not believe that the organization's actions could be called correct. Ideally, Parasinos should be managed by organizations such as the Knights of Public Safety in order to achieve order. However, this is just an ideal scenario, not a reality. Unfortunately, they lost this time. Everything around us, whether it is a city or a society, inevitably carries both positive and negative aspects. Ideality is an abstract concept that is difficult to translate into reality, because there are many contradictions and imperfections in the world. This city, like any society, is not without its dark sides, and this is an integral part of its essence. However, judging people's terrible actions often requires one's own understanding of these dark aspects. Those who are judgmental often see their own beliefs and moral values reflected in the world around them. Accepting that there is no such thing as perfection is a step towards understanding and tolerance. People are different, and so is society, and in this diversity lies a wealth of experience and opinions. Judgment can be a tool for creating change, but it is important to remember that true change begins with inner acceptance and understanding, not just judging external phenomena. This city can't be perfect. This is proof that they are not able to understand and accept this fact in reality. Only people of the same type can condemn terrible people. It turns out that this city still needs criminals like them. The fate of such a mission, built to the skies, will be destruction and fire sent by the enraged gods. Marion, flying the aircraft, asked him what that meant. Ars replied that it didn't mean anything. It was just him talking to himself. It occurred to him that there might actually be a sequel to the myth Crow had told him. That sage who sailed from another country, having built a tower, saved people from constant floods. He was so self-satisfied with his art that he decided to build another high tower in order to be on a par with the gods. As a result, the tower gradually became used not to protect people from flooding, but to satisfy their own ambitions. After a while, the enraged gods burned the tower to the ground with doomsday thunder. Ars looked up at the flaming tower and thought he heard Crow shout a curse at him. Under the loud sound of helicopter blades, Ars said that collapse comes along with uncontrolled power. Chapter 78. The next day, news of the destruction of the Matamero building spread around the world. The Nameless Ones, led by Ars, successfully conducted a mission to infiltrate the Matamero building to obtain secret documents. Success couldn't be mentioned to the members of the Sacred Knight Order. One of them was limping down a city street, cursing softly. It was Crow, the commander of the Public Security Knights. He thought of Ars and his men. He tried to cheer up and thought that even though they had obtained their secret files, they still wouldn't be able to destroy them so easily. It was good for him. Thanks to this incident, they think that the plan to purify Parakinos is suspended. But that's not really the case. The fact is that the purification of Parakinos cannot be stopped. In this world, influence really becomes the key to many doors, including access to resources, money, and information. Authority has a special weight, and it can be a strong catalyst for achieving various goals. Ultimately, influence can act as a kind of currency that allows you to manipulate events and people in your favor. Money and information can be important resources, but their importance often depends on how they are used and managed. In a world where influence is an important factor, a person can use their authority to mobilize resources, attention, and support. Justice, therefore, becomes not just a matter of following established laws, but also a way of controlling influence. Managing powerful people means not only striving for justice, but also the desire to shape social structures and dynamics in accordance with certain goals and ideals. This highlights the complexity and interconnectedness of power, influence, and the pursuit of justice in this unique world. In this world, the most important thing is not money or information, but influence. If you have authority, then you will have money. Justice means managing powerful people. Influence changes the truth and buries it in darkness. Crow tried to focus his thoughts. First, he needs to communicate everything to the top management. If he could convince the Minato nobles, they might still be the winners. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was a man with white hair who looked like a drunkard. He told Crow that it was quite a cold morning. However, the Knight Commander had a feeling that this drunkard wasn't an ordinary person. He looked at his features and asked if he was a golden lion. Janice Wilzard replied that he was glad that he recognized him even as he grew older. Crow said that his troops sometimes talk about him, the great hitman who abruptly cut off all ends and disappeared a few years ago. A man who brought light to the Parakino's life during the chaos with his secret actions. The old man chuckled. It's like he's the main character in a movie. But the chaos was serious then. Theft, rape. Crow remembered that his gang was called the Magic Lair. He could never have hoped that he would be able to meet him like this on a city street. The Golden Lion said that everything took time. He had now lost his leading position as a dark magician. Now he carries out underground activities as an intermediary between statesmen and nameless ones. Along with this, the need for workarounds has also disappeared. Crow thought that if he could control this man now, he would have taken over the entire Parakinos. As if reading his mind, the old man took out a package from his pocket and handed it to Crow. He said the commander had gone too far. This is an arrest warrant. Crow tore open the envelope and said it was nonsense. He asked the old man if he didn't know who was behind him. There may be a misunderstanding if he takes it as a threat. After all, he has a sponsor from the Minato aristocracy, and the Golden Lion must know what the Minato aristocracy's influence is. It supplies large sums of money to the monarchy from the profits of trade. This is a person who has a huge influence on the main leadership of the country. Even if he is familiar with the management, he has quite a close relationship with King Minato. Janice said he felt sorry for him. The man he trusts was killed by their secret accomplice. At this time, an employee of the Crow contacted him. He said that according to the information, the meeting with the nobleman with whom he was supposed to meet today was cancelled due to certain circumstances. Moreover, they have another problem. They want to cancel all funding. They are in a critical situation. The old man told Crow that it looked like they were using lizard tails that periodically fall off. The person is trying to say that their management was killed. A few members of the Minato aristocracy simply abandoned their positions and fled. Crow's mistake was that he simply underestimated them, the nameless ones. He went a little off track, but his colleagues did all the main work. Suppressing Minato's aristocracy wasn't difficult. Such are the cases. Then the old man said that their conversation was over, and he would even let him go. He left dessert for last. He has so many friends in the main prison. When the old man had gone, Crow sank down on the sidewalk. He didn't believe that he could lose. It just couldn't be. Matamero's operation was successful. Janice Wilzard informed his colleagues about this, and then said, "Why don't we all get drunk together for the occasion?" Chapter 79. After the destruction of the Mother Marrow building, the calm group that stirs the streets of the city has gone to ground. Ars Wilzard still didn't know Ro's location, so he couldn't write him off yet. He probably still has a grudge against him. The war with the Holy Knight Order was over, but it didn't mean anything for his personal safety yet. Ars headed for the academy. The students were surprised to see it. They heard that Ars Wilzard was captured by the Holy Order, so why is he here now? It was rumored that he was being charged with treason. Hearing these conversations, Ars thought that it seemed like it might be a bit of a problem. Many of the rumors were confirmed during the incident in the square in front of the school. However, they don't know the truth yet. At the academy, Ars met Roy. She told him that she was very worried that he was skipping school again. Did he feel bad again? Or was he earning points again? Ars Vilzard saw Renee off to the side and asked the girl why she was avoiding them. Renee replied that she just didn't expect to see him at school again, and today was the day that Ars couldn't miss class. After all, today is an exam that is held at the end of each semester. Renee looked at Ars, smiling slightly, but her eyes were filled with surprise. Ars smiled back and said that he hadn't planned on coming back either, but today was an important day. He can't miss such an important event. Renee nodded in understanding. She said these exams were serious business. The three of them headed towards the classroom, where there was already a lot of chatter and exam preparation was in full swing. All students have already gathered to announce the results of their studies for the last 3 months. Renee excused herself and said that she needed to leave for a while. Ryua, watching her go, told Ars that something had happened to her. Last time, she couldn't get enough points. The exam soon began. It was the turn of student number 2181 Ars Vilzard. The young man stood in front of the target and thought, what should he do this time? Adjust your strength to the level of fellow practitioners. No, he has already shown his best result for a long time. It is better to refrain from adjusting your strength. Then, at the lowest level of his abilities, he needs to use magic that would be slightly higher than last time. A fireball is just right for this. After he hit the target, the result was 188 points. This result was even higher than the previous time. Many students did not hide their disappointment. This Vilzard will be the first again. Ars was also annoyed, because he was going to lower the bar. Ryua came up to him and told him that he was as good as ever. Then she asked Ars if he had lowered his magic a bit just now. Maybe he should be more honest. Then she winked and said that then she would compete with him. Just then, Ryua was called to the firing line. The girl also used a fireball. It was amazing. Roy set her personal new record by knocking out 181 points, just 7 points short of Ars Vilzard's result. Ars thought of her with respect, because the girl was able to reach such a level as a student. Ryua really made great progress. The next person called was student number 2183, Renee. Ryua wished her luck. The girl came to the firing position and looked very confident. After it hit the target, a gasp of surprise rang through the ranks of the students. It just couldn't be. Renee broke all records. She was the first person to score above 200 points. Renee approached Arsu and said that it was love and magic. She never loses. Chapter 80. For Ars Vilzard, it was a busy weekday. He simultaneously performed work for the Nameless Ones and attended the Royal Academy of Magic. Aristocrats were frequently attacked, and Ars went on a security mission. On one of the streets of Parakinos, an unknown person was waiting for him. He went up to him and told him that he had finally met Nighthawk. Ars asked the stranger who had hired him. He replied, does it matter to him? It's just a deal, just for a few seconds. He's interested in him and his power. Ars Vilzard noticed that this man had dramatically changed his appearance. It was a real killer. His face was covered by a mask, and his body was wrapped in a black cloak. The stranger looked up at the sky, where the moon was shining brightly with its silvery light. The killer in the black raincoat said that today the moon is very beautiful. People will die anyway, because everyone dies. Wouldn't it be better to die on a night with a beautiful moon? Such a great night should not be overlooked. His words were cryptic, and there was a mixture of philosophy and mystery in them. These words filled the air with something invisible, as if emphasizing the beauty and unpredictability of human fate. At the moment when the moon rose in its full glory, creating a play of light and shadow, the stranger's words gave his words a special connotation. Ars Vilzard noticed that the killer likes empty conversations, and he does not intend to talk to him at all. After that, the young man shot at the mercenary. However, he caught the bullet with 2 fingers and thanked him for such a beautiful gift. Ars noted the flawless reaction of his opponent. So probably his power is real. A masked man in a black cloak asked Ars if he was ready to die. If he can kill someone with his power, it definitely won't work with him. The killer was moving precariously along the wire stretched between the buildings, and Ars Vilzard fired. The bullet penetrated the assassin's right arm. The hood fell off the killer's head, and Ars realized that the girl's face was hidden under the mask. She said Ars Vilzard was the first person to see her face. She even used her right hand to fight him. She had already forgotten that feeling, the moment when you were fighting a deadly opponent. She finally felt alive. She's alive now. This girl chuckled and offered to continue the fight. The 2 hitmen converged in an attack and fought so hard that sparks flew. Chapter 81. The girl killer turned to Ars Vilzard with respect and said that she had always dreamed of meeting a killer like him. Finally, she would fight with her full strength. Ars activated the assignment magic, instant jump. As a result, the young man was behind the girl's back and presented a gun to the back of her head. She laughed. Ars asked her what was so funny. The girl replied that she was just glad that it was finally over. She's not sure if Ars will understand, but there's just a part of her that wants to die. For a hitman, this is the most appropriate death. If you can't kill yourself, you can ask someone else to do it. Ars understood this girl perfectly. She asked me to pull the trigger because it's an honor to be killed by him. The two hitmen stood at the highest point of the multi-story building and were silent. The austere facades of skyscrapers surrounded them, and under their feet they could see the light of street lamps spreading out like a sea of lights in the night. Finally, Ars said that she was still true to her beliefs about a better death for the killer. He thinks she's happy now. Ars stared up at the night sky, where the stars glittered like diamonds, and the darkness of the night emphasized the unity of their professions. The girl is right. Now that she has chosen her path to the end, it seems that she has found her happiness in this incredible game of fate. Killerka smiled out of the corner of her mouth. Death is always a mystery, and each of them finds its own way to understanding it. Janice Vilzard, sitting at the club as usual over a glass of whiskey, asked Ars that it was obviously a hard day for him. The old man didn't even think that he would come back covered in bruises. Didn't he fight Acacia today? Marion asked if he was referring to the legendary hitman. Janice confirmed her guess and the girl asked Ars how he defeated her. Just fighting as usual. The old man thought that Ars had always been something to take from him. The only thing that can defeat a monster is the power of the same monster. Marion noticed that she hadn't expected it anyway. It turns out that their next goal even exceeded all their expectations. She had heard that it was very difficult to get her even for 3-star aristocrats. Her minimum reward threshold is 100 times higher than that of a normal hitman. Ars asked his father if he had learned anything about the murders of aristocrats. Janice said he'd just figured it out. He has a feeling that their target is the aristocrats who sponsor their organization. Marion asked, so with the murder of their target, they cut off their investment as well. The old man nodded his head and said that it seemed like this would happen. They stopped supporting them and avoid a direct collision. It turns out that they want to weaken the organization. It's hard to deal with such an opponent. Janice added that he was trying to find some sort of clue, but they didn't want him on their tail at all. It pisses him off, and for some reason, the government also does not act in any way with these incidents. He believes that some powerful person is tying the hands of the government. Then he looked his son in the eye and said that he should be more careful. Something's going to start happening in this city soon. He had never seen such a thing before. This is something insanely powerful. Chapter 82. After defeating the strongest opponent, Art started going to the academy again. The results of the monthly exam were announced, and preparations for the group quest began. Ars thought uneasily that it looked like he had used too much magic power in yesterday's fight, so unexpected that he still feels tired all over his body. His thoughts were interrupted by Ren and Ryua, who rushed over and said good morning. Ryua looked at his face and asked if he hadn't had a good night's sleep. The young man confirmed her words and thought about how so much had happened. Destruction of the Mathermere building and fight with the aristocrat killer. The situation in Parakinos is getting worse. Couldn't he even hide his fatigue from yesterday's fight? Renee advised Ars not to overexert himself. After all, even people like him can work too hard. The young man noticed that he wasn't prepared for any of them to lecture him. Renee explained that she was just worried about his health. Ars Vilzard thought that there were a lot of murders going on lately, and since the main targets were still high-ranking aristocrats, it was none of their business. Of course, he would have liked to tell the girls that there was no need to worry about this aristocrat killer anymore, but he couldn't do that. In the audience, Liara congratulated everyone on completing the monthly exam. She said that due to the peculiarities of the exam, the results are visible to everyone, and each of them can compare themselves with others. However, this system is created not only for this purpose. They're all growing up together, so she wants them to not only raise their grades, but also improve themselves. After that, she announced the monthly JV student rating as usual. Ars Vilzard is in the first place and his SP is 55,000 points. In addition, he was awarded the rank of SS. This is the first time students have heard of such a thing. So there was some rank higher than S. Not only students, but also teachers were surprised by the success of Arsa. He surpassed everyone and everything. On one's fingers, one could count the students who had achieved this even at high levels. Liara glanced at the disdainful faces of the students and said that nothing will change from their disdainful looks. Don't they want to think about themselves? Second place in the class was taken by Renee. She earned 4,200 SP and received a D rank. In third place was Ryua with 3,800 SPS and a D rank. She happily clapped her hands and said that the three of them had taken the first 3 places. The girls were very happy. Finally, they were on a par with ours. Meanwhile, Liara said that they have certain leaders in the rating. The others who are below should not be disappointed. Starting next week, the ban on group quests will be lifted. Everything can turn upside down depending on the result. When ours and the girls were left alone in the classroom, Renaz suggested that they join a group and complete some difficult task. Ours thought that he would really like to forget about the difficult tasks for a while, but he doesn't seem to have any other choice. It's all for the sake of going to high school. He told the girls that since they knew about the upcoming quest and trained accordingly, they were all ready for it. However, they should not let their guard down. Renaz offered to think through their plan of action after school, and expressed the hope that ours will help them in this. The young man replied that he would only help because he knew they would give him trouble if they screwed up on the quest. After school, the girls stunned ours with a statement. They decided that rather than share it, they could have it together. Renaz added that this is because delicious food gets even tastier if you share it with your friends. Rua expressed her opinion and said that she thought it would be more effective if he trained them at the same time. Rua expressed her point as she looked at ours with determination in her eyes. She said she thought it would be more effective if he trained them at the same time. He and Renaz are a great team, and if they study together, it will help them develop in sync. They will be able to support each other and achieve better results faster. Ours could not refuse the girls, because he agreed with them about the effectiveness of such training. If you looked at it from the point of view of each of their emotions, then he would have refused. However, he can't refuse them for such a rational reason. After that, Rua instantly threw herself at ours, throwing Renaz, who did not have time. He was late. Renaz wasn't long in coming, either. The girls soon realized that ours wasn't used to training them at the same time, so they decided that they would be in charge today. Ars Vilzard looked at the naked girls and thought that tonight was going to be a long night. Chapter 83. After the announcement of the results of the monthly exams, the main goal of the students of the Royal Academy of Magicians was to form triples for the group test. The quest was supposed to start tomorrow. There was an optimistic mood among the aristocrats. They intended to push forward and couldn't let them lose to the commoners. At the same time, Renaz and Rua believed with incredible confidence that they would do everything possible to become the winners. The 3 of them, led by Ars, seemed invincible. Renaz stated that she couldn't hide her joy that they were ranked the highest in the rankings. They will continue to study hard to meet expectations. Ars, also not hiding a smile, agreed that this is wonderful. But we must remember that these achievements are just the beginning. They will continue to work hard to not only meet expectations, but also exceed them. Their journey is just beginning. Rua, who joined the conversation, added that they can use this inspiration for even more intense workouts. Our team is strong, and it is confident that they will be able to reach even greater heights. Their commitment to excellence and unity in the team was an unmistakable source of motivation. Rua agreed with her friends, but offered to rest for a while. Renaz flatly rejected her offer because they agreed last time that they would try together. The real fight is just beginning. Listening to these conversations, Ars realized that he had hit it hard. Renaz asked what their quest assignment was. Rua replied that it referred to a vile man. She can't even hide her disgust when she thinks that such a scoundrel is walking around the city right now. Ars Vilzard was more practical and announced information about their goal. It was Denpu Debito. According to information in his file, he visited more than 100 establishments without paying the bill. His nickname was the famous runaway eater. He didn't have any other crimes on his record, other than not paying his bills. It would be great if they found it quickly. Ars Vilzard was slightly disappointed. He had heard from their predecessors that this was quite a difficult quest. It seems that criminals also have a limit. He had never met a criminal with such characteristics before. Renaz said emphatically that not paying food bills was an unforgivable crime. What kind of cruel criminal is this? After all, every food ingredient contains a piece of the producer's soul. Then she asked how they were going to find him. They'll never find it if they just search at random. Rua offered to do as it was written in his file. Renaz said that according to his case file, he was previously caught when he was hungry, and his eating habits are also described here. She will definitely be able to find all these restaurants. The girl pointed out one area where she thought the search should start. Ars expressed doubts whether there would be a runaway eater in such a dirty place. Paraquinos is a large city with a population of more than 500,000 people, and it is simply unrealistic to find anyone in such a place. Renaz didn't think so, but she said that according to her calculations, this is the area where the criminal does his dirty work, and she hopes they find him soon. In one open cafe, they saw a fat man enthusiastically devouring the many dishes he had ordered. His expression and the energy with which he devoured his food made the trio suspicious. Isn't that the right person? After the suspect ate all the food, he ordered a new dish. Wasn't he full yet? Ryu was surprised by the fat man's appetite and said that he bore some resemblance to Rina. Her friend replied that even she couldn't eat that much. Rua still suggested that she might be able to compete with him. Ars was surprised. He didn't even think that they would find the target so quickly. Rena's intuition was right. There must be some connection between people who like to eat. At this time, a waiter approached the eater and asked him to pay for lunch. The fat man leaped up from the table, suddenly brisk for his size, and started to run. He threw out on the fly that the food was delicious, and he would give it 65 points out of 100. Ars Vilzard thought that he was quite fast for such a fat man. Amazing speed. There wasn't even a trace of magic being used. Rina was very angry. She thought that this fat man's action was simply blasphemous towards food. She decided not to let go of this criminal and gave chase after him. Denpu Debido noticed the chase and thought, what does this student want? Was she making fun of him? He's the legendary fugitive eater Debido. Would she be able to keep up with his movements? The fleeing criminal was swooping down on people, making Rina even angrier. Ars Vilzard decided to help her. He told Rue that they needed to catch up with the target. The girl noticed that they had to catch up with Rina first. Rina continued to chase after the fat man. She shouted at him that he wouldn't run away from her. Chapter 84. As Debido ran away from Rina, he couldn't stop thinking that this girl wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Rina thought that this kind of activity after a meal was just right for this fat man. Rina was pursuing a criminal in the middle of a busy city center, her gaze filled with bewilderment and mild disappointment. There were traces of disappointment on the girl's face as she realized that she couldn't freely use magic in this busy place. There was a lot of activity around her, crowds of passers-by, bright advertising, the hum of city traffic. She could feel the mana flowing into her veins as usual was useless in this place. Restricting the freedom to use magic in the heart of the city made her feel helpless. Rina resolutely pulled herself together and continued chasing after Debido. The fat man climbed up to the roof of the building with amazing agility. The girl was surprised by the eater's willpower. Don't let him forget that this is just a game of catch-up now. Finally, Rina almost caught up with the culprit. She activated her body-strengthening magic and proceeded to apprehend Debido. The runaway eater was surprised by this student's persistence. They both ended up on the roof of one of the buildings. The girl used a fireball. She told herself that she would hit the target, but she didn't have to hurry, because she didn't have the right to make a mistake. After all, she swore that she couldn't lose. After that, she struck with fire artillery. However, the distance was too great, and the target was difficult to reach from that distance. At this time, Ruin noticed the fat man and used an ice arrow. Debido thought about dodging, but immediately felt a chilling chill all over his body. Rua hit the target and shouted to Renee that it was her turn. A pistol appeared in the fat man's hand, but another barrel, belonging to Arsu, rested against his head. The fat man looked at Ars in surprise, who easily dodged his punch and didn't even seem to tense up. He let the air out of his lungs in frustration and, looking for his lost weapon, asked when did he make it. Ars, keeping calm, chuckled and replied that to be honest, he didn't even remember when exactly. Apparently, he's too focused on his running to notice what's going on around him. The fat man couldn't hide his bewilderment. His eyes were filled with discontent and incomprehension. Ars added ironically so that he wouldn't worry. Even if he did notice, he still wouldn't be able to change anything. He's just a little man who's ready to die if he pulls the trigger. The eater looked down and said, so it's already completely out of order. The girls were very happy, because the evil was defeated. Rua noticed that she didn't quite believe it would be easy. The girl couldn't hide her excitement and pride. Rina nodded, sharing her feelings. She said the truth is that sometimes it's important to believe in yourself. We worked together as a team and that brought us the win. Ars Vilzard is probably proud of them. They did a great job. Rina supported her and said they were just a winning team. Ars Vilzard also agreed with them. Even if he hadn't intervened today, they would have managed on their own. It seems like he can't ignore the fact that they've gotten better, but it's so hard to admit it to himself. Sadly, he thought of the day when they would leap out from under his wing and become true mages. Most likely, until this very day there is very little left. Although something unexpected is coming.